Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude season 16 of the Virtual Endurance Championship. We've completed 84 of the 88 racing hours so far this season. We've spanned our way across the globe, competing in many a different race across so many fantastic circuits, starting all the way back in September of 2023 when we took to Monza. We fought our way around the globe, through the States, the Middle East, Spa, of course, and Silverstone 4 weeks ago. We come here to Le Mans and we've already completed the vast majority of the race. It'll be myself, Zach Sweeney, and Dara Thacker to talk you through the final 4 hours of this prestigious event, and there we can see how things are racking up already. Dara, you completed a monster stint, it must be said, yesterday, and how are you feeling as we prepare for the final 4?
Yeah, we kind of had to backfill for Slack Sweeney yesterday, didn't we? Yeah. Yeah, it was a good first 8 hours, to be fair. We'll have to see how this one carries on, but yeah, it can be interesting to see a lot of the Hypercars still on that lead lap.
Yeah, which is very, very good, very competitive stuff. As you can see, Colin Sport for Race Clutch doing his monster work as per usual on course for their 2nd consecutive championship in the DPIs. Shabakish for Winchick Racing Team have been the adversary for the best part of this season. At the moment, they're running in 2nd, less than 40 seconds behind Race Clutch. Ibrahim Khan for Seawolf Net Race completes the provisional podium in the Hypercar class, with Go Team completing the top 5. And Nick Silver for the 2nd Race Clutch car is there, but are over a lap down. Into the LMP2s, Team Irish doing their best to try and topple Scuderia Ferrari, who themselves are there in 2nd. Off the back of 5 consecutive victories, it seems that Ferrari are certain to win the championship. Working your way down, of course, it was Josh Fack that completed the podium. On-off racing ahead of Netrex GP to complete the top 5. Go Team still running quite well in the LMP2s, as well as they always have, really, ahead of the Arm Cybercar and Visceral. Sean Clark from the 2nd Team Iris car, Uncover Regime, rFactor Simsport and Team RTR complete the top 20 overall. It's Tobias Blumstein from the 2nd Visceral car, Level 1 Esports, Seawolf Net Race completing the field, albeit with a couple of issues along the way. BS Plus Zoom competition leading the way in the GT3 category ahead of soon-to-be crowned champions Thomas Enger Sim Racing, provided they can get to the end of this race in the top 6. Wanako complete the provisional podium in the GT3s ahead of Visceral and Brabham doing a fantastic job inside the top 5. Blackhawk Racing there, as you can see, 6 and 7, again completing a very good run of consistent form thus far this season. MC Motorsport from Caspian, head of Undersea United, Force Slovakia, Simfream Esports, and SRC Commerce Esports as well, just ahead, albeit a lap down on the next car. Visceral RKT competition, Melanie and Sim Racing for Holland. Unfortunately, one of the retirees from the Hypercar category, Arm Cyber, Extra Esports, Satellite Racing, unfortunately, as well as Juices Motorsport, the reigning champions, of course, in the GT3s, they're down and out, as well as the LMP2 Brabham entry also. So it seems that it's a decent platform to go racing in, particularly in the Hypercars, with a less than 40-second winning margin at the moment between Race Clutch and Winchick.
Yeah, we were talking yesterday, myself and you and O'Leary, about how there's only been a 40, or the closest winning margin in Le Mans has only been 40 seconds. And, well, yeah, we'll have to see how this unfolds in the next, just under 4 hours now, with Colin Sport currently taking the lead. It's going to be an interesting one, but I'm not too sure. It's going to be a little bit difficult, I think, for some of the others to catch up, but we're going to see what unfolds as we get into the morning. I mean, only 4 hours left. It's like a bit of a short stint, isn't it, towards the end?
Yeah, it is. It's almost like just a sprint to finish. I'm sure that isn't the case for some of the drivers out on circuit, because the mammoth task, the attrition that comes in when it comes to a 24-hour race is astonishing, and it does take a toll on teams, on drivers, and that whole community aspect that binds them together. Everyone is involved for pretty much the majority of the 24. I mean, you know, drivers will go off and have rest and have sleep, but for the most part, they're all together in the voice chat, cheering each other on, giving each other that support. So it does become incredibly tiring. But considering that we've had two races this season that are, you know, the same length as this final sprint to the finish. Of course, that was at Bahrain for round 2, and of course round 3, I should say, back in November, and then of course a few weeks ago when we took to Silverstone. We've had entire rounds that are 4 hours long, and yet it's seen as the final sprint to the finish here at Le Mans. And I think just Darren having a couple of microphone issues. It's fine. I'll let him off purely because my Wi-Fi decided to not Wi-Fi yesterday, basically, and that's why you weren't able, or you didn't hear me over the duration of yesterday. That's why Cam, Ewan, and Darren all had to pull mammoth stints. So they all did a fantastic job. But with no extra immune, hopefully Darren can pull his microphone out of the toilet or whatever was happening with it. Fingers crossed. I mean. We will just have to wait and see. Fingers crossed he will be able to get back in to join us, because we've still got 3 hours 51 minutes to conclude this race. Of course, still following on our race leader of Colin Spork, Race Clutch, as we say, on course for the victory and also their second consecutive championship. These guys in Hypercar, they've been, well, just the bare minimum, the baseline, the standard, the benchmark that they'd like to go and beat. Windjammer on occasion have been able to match their pace, but Race Clutch have had that overarching consistency all season long.
Yeah, they've been kind of there or thereabouts every single race, haven't they? And that's really why they're going to win this championship at this rate, because they haven't really looked back, they haven't looked in danger, and they've really been the team to beat every single race. I was going to say week in, week out. Of course, we've not been racing weekly in the VEC this season, but in all the races that we've had so far, they really have been up there. Even if they haven't had the best of days, it's been slightly difficult for them, for anybody else, I should say, to make their way through, to try and pull a gap in terms of points in the championship. And really, they are just asserting their dominance once again here today. Of course, very early on they had some issues with the Code 8 team not being able to pit, but they're not really looking back now. They're looking pretty confident.
Yeah, they are. Did just speak to Jake Dennehan, of course, one of the drivers for Race Clutch, both in the Virtual Endurance Championship and, of course, over in the Formula Sim Racing World Championship. He's happy. He knows the boys are happy with the pace as well. They seem fairly confident they're going to be able to go and get that victory. Of course, he only had the one stint yesterday, so not as big of a mammoth task this season for Dennehan. Of course, his first full-time season as part of the Race Clutch contingent, and is looking very strong to potentially go and get the championship as well. But a very promising, very a young talent with a lot of potential is Jake Dennehan. He's proved that pretty much week in, week out in all the racing competitions that he's been able to take part in, and we'll be seeing him later on as well in the Formula Sim Racing World Championship. And that's why he's just there to save energy and prepare himself as best as possible for FSR. And that's a difficult thing, because not only do a lot of these teams, because rFactor 2 at the top level, VEC, FSR, etc., a lot of these front-running teams run in so many different championships, and when you've got that patch, it adds on to the pile of stress, what you need to prepare for, you know, working out the drivers to trying to work out how to best give each other the best bit of rest as possible. It can be very, very difficult if you've got clashes and you still want to compete at the highest level possible.
Yeah, you've really got to be committed, don't you? It's difficult when you know, when you're such a good driver, you're such in demand really for so many championships, aren't you, really? So, you know, it's difficult to really manage that schedule, especially when you've got 24-hour races like this. Kind of blocks off the day for you, doesn't it? So, it's good to see all of these guys here, particularly some of the top guys on this platform, getting involved. And of course, as you'd expect to see them, you mentioned FSR, some of these guys very prominent in that, same as in other series. Him, Calm, of course, drives the BS competition in his spare time sometimes. He's trying to make his way through for P3. Overall, in the Hypercar category, into Indianapolis we go. We can see our first move of the morning. No, it's the short answer. He'll stay behind at Indianapolis. But nice to see that we are 20 hours in and we've still got a battle for the podium position in Hypercar.
Yeah, that's exactly what we want. 20 hours of racing, and it's not slowed these guys down at all. Of course, still at this stage, how important is track position going to be? I mean, do Remy may want to find a way through, or are they still in that phase of, you know, being in the slipstream, being behind is actually better than being in front, of course, here at Le Mans. I mean, does Delorme want to go for that track position, or I suppose does it depend on just how much quicker he could well be?
I think it depends, but I think it's difficult for us to judge considering that, we haven't been here for the last hour or two. I mean, it's easier when we've been able to see the ebbs and flows in that regard, but it's slightly more difficult for us to kind of judge exactly how this is going to go. But I think this is going to be an interesting one, just to see if you are right in terms of there is a strategy differential. Maybe there's a tyre advantage currently on Ibrahim Khan's car, but for now, not the best of final sectors for him. And sorry, not Ibrahim Khan's car. Sorry, Ibrahim is the one in front. It's early in the morning, give me a note. We'll have to see if there's a tyre advantage on his car, or whether the car behind is going to be gaining with some kind of advantage there.
Yeah, potentially so. And again, because Le Mans is such a long circuit, you will quicker in different parts of the circuit. Of course, the main aim is to be as fast as possible in a straight line. That is what manufacturers, past and present, have all aimed for, to just make that car as streamlined as possible. But there are still some very demanding, aerodynamically challenging parts of the circuit, of course, heading into Indianapolis through that right and then immediately onto the brakes. You do need a good level of grip, of course, most notably through the Porsche curves, those flick right, then left, and then right again. Very satisfying sequence of corners to get right, but it's the fairly diverse dynamics, Le Mans, in that you need a bit of everything, and that is going to take differently to different cars, setups, drivers, and then of course when it comes to tyre wear and tyre condition and things like that as well. So that could well explain some of the discrepancies at the moment between, of course, Ibrahim Khan and Remy Delorme at the moment. But the good news is that they are still very, very close together in, honestly, what has been an incredibly competitive hypercar category. As we say, at the moment, we are within the closest winning margin of any Le Mans or 24-hour Le Mans here in the VEC. The next closest one was 40 seconds, and that was back in season 9. So we're already being that far by a decent amount, it must be said. So looking good. However, who knows what is to happen, because Colin Spork at the moment, when he's in the car, you know that he's going to be pushing as hard as possible.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the entire team really in that number 1 car. It's a scary lineup when you look at it. When you think of, okay, Spork's going to get out of the car. When you look at the name, it could be Jake Dennehan, it could be Tom Laszlo, and you're just thinking, oh god, they're going to be even faster even. So yeah, it's been a fantastic race generally.
Pace, do not slow down this. It has issues with its steering wheel, so please be careful. It's not enough for code 80, so please be careful. It's at Indianapolis now.
So I think that's Jimmy just notifying that the drivers need to be aware of a car going slowly, and that is going to be the number 41. Here's the Arm Cyber car. The Arm Cyber car, actually, I believe that had a monumental accident. Are there 2 Arm Cyber, or is that just the one?
I think there are 2. I think they do that too. I'll have a quick little cheeky gander over to the live timing to see. Just to confirm, I know a lot of teams have entered 2 for this race. We'll have a look. Of course, we've got Team I'm Cyber. There's the 41, and then I think they did have one that DNF. Yeah, no, you're right. The 41 and the 42 both belong to Arm Cyber. So one of them had a monumental crash, and the other one is trying to continue on in the best fashion. However, that does not look like the final LMP2 to drive. They are on their way through the Porsche curves, as you can see, but as a driver, Dara, I mean, I know maybe you wouldn't be able to empathise so much because you use a racing line in Indianapolis, and that's just a crime. But how would you feel? I mean, if you were just there, stranded with a steering issue, going through the fastest part of the circuit with everyone here, there, and everywhere for the final race of the season, just trying to limp at home. I mean, the overwhelming sensation of just sheer panic must be, well, overwhelming, surely.
Yeah, it only took you 17 minutes to get that one in, didn't it? But no, you're right. It's difficult, especially when you've got the Hypercars and the LMP2s coming through, or even GT3s coming through, when they are very, very, very quick in comparison. I mean, we saw early on in the race and really all the way through how much overspeed really the Hypercars have got, in particular over the GT3s through those Porsche curves, and it's been, I think, scary, really, to say the least, because some of the closing speeds have been absolutely incredible. But especially when you've got damage, there's not really anything you can do. You don't even know if you can control the car properly. It's not the easiest of occurrences.
No, absolutely not. My one and only experience in a endurance race was here at this circuit a couple of years ago for a 6-hour race. I was in a Ferrari and I completely killed the car going into the first Mulsanne chicane. In fact, actually, no, it wasn't my fault. I'll preface that now. It wasn't my fault, or at least the initial incident wasn't my fault. I went in, I got absolutely shafted from behind. I then span backwards into the chicane, and then instead of holding the brakes, I didn't, and probably murdered a couple of people behind me. So I towed back to the pit lane. And didn't, or tried to use a fast repair. It didn't fast repair. I then had to drive the whole 3-minute lap, or it wasn't a 3-minute lap, it was more like a 4 or 5-minute lap, with my steering wheel at 90 degrees left hand down, limping it back home to then be able to repair the car, to then have an hour and a half of pure pain and pure silence in the cockpit, because yeah, that wasn't fun. And I can guarantee that when you've got a whole field of cars that are so much quicker than you and so much more in control than you while you're there trying to limp at home, it's scary because you've got that feeling of responsibility on your shoulders to not, get in anyone's way, to not lose control of the car, to not accidentally drive yourself into the side of a race leader or something like that. You have got to be so incredibly careful. That's something that these drivers do a lot better than Dara or I, because these guys, they actually know what they're doing as opposed to just pretend like they do, like we do. In the commentary, 3 hours, 40 minutes left to go. We are seeing a couple of pit stops rolling their way through. I'm not entirely sure if they are scheduled, but here you can see Eric Carford, Steel with NetRace, working his way into pit lane. Because it's such a long circuit, though, the sort of the differences between strategies, they can't be as much because there's already, it's so much harder to save, say, a lap of fuel or so. But it seems that for the most part, actually, there has been a nice bit of diversity between what people are doing.
So it's kind of been a bit of a mix across the board, isn't it? In terms of that, I mean, we're going to keep an eye on how this is going to unfold. I mean, early on in the race we had lots of differentiation and lots of different strategies at play, but I think it's going to be an interesting one just in this stage of the race, just to see how well the strategies align at this point. There's not too many stops left. A lot of the teams are going to be looking to optimize their fuel numbers towards the end, so we're going to get to a stage where the pit stops kind of align in the classes, and we're waiting for that point to come. But you can see a couple of the hypercars in at this stage. You'd expect the others in probably pretty soon. So yeah, it's nice to see that we're actually now getting some form of alignment. Of course, earlier on in the race it was quite difficult to judge who was where when there were so many different cars on so many different strategies. But if it's a more homogenous strategy towards the end, it's going to be easier for us to understand.
What on earth was that word?
Homogenous?
Yeah.
One. Just everyone has one. It's the
Just
same.
uniform.
It's not the same. Yeah, there you go. Uniform.
Homogeneous. Jesus. Right. Oh no, that's fine, gentlemen. You say it's too early in the morning, and then you go and pull out the thesaurus and just give me that. That is ridiculous. But nonetheless, Darren Thacker with much more words than I could ever comprehend. Here is the race leader in the GT3s, handing Al Zapati in the BS Plus Zoom competition at the moment, doing a fantastic job. Of course, for BMW, they won the 24-hour Le Mans back in season 11 and in season 12, so this would be the third win as a manufacturer. But also for BS Plus, I mean, they're absolutely smashing it in the world of sim racing recently. Of course, they took to the VEC and of course the Division 1 this season, and since they've actually done a pretty decent job, it must be said, as far as the first season goes. At the moment sat, of course, P11 in the standings. Of course, did get that win few weeks ago at race 5, and have since boasted some decent success as well, as into the pit lane comes Ibrahim Khan. This was a couple of moments ago. What happened to the Seawolf Net race car? As that is the champion, I think, the Thomas Enger sim racing machine in the GT3. Of course, Ibrahim Khan works his way through, trying to get into pit lane. Was there potentially contact or something? No. But nonetheless, Thomas Enger are in. Doesn't seem like there was any major issues per se, or no, we've just been told that you can't do that. You can't undertake in the pit lane because obviously rFactor 2 has got contact in the pit lane and things like that. So you can't undertake. You can't be off the the fast lane of the pit lane until you're aiming for your box. Of course, the aim there was to go in nice and straight, but in undertaking Thomas Enger, Seawolf Net Race have just landed themselves a penalty.
Yeah, they have. I mean, it all made me trying to work my microphone here. I was able to not unmute my microphone and yet still push to talk. No, you can't do that. We've seen it already in the race. Jimmy was very clear early on. You've got to be very careful. You've got to make sure you're straight. You can't undercut. And that's at least the second penalty that I've seen for that happening in there. So. Difficult, but if you're not going to be following the rules, you've got to be making sure. Well, you've got to at least make sure you know what the rules are, because I'm sure that if Khan knew that he couldn't do that, he wouldn't be doing it.
Well, yeah, unless he thought he could get away with it, because again, it's only against the rules if you get caught, I suppose. But yeah, that clearly wasn't the case, because he did get caught. I'm sure there was no malice in it. Probably just wanted to have as quick a pit stop as possible. But even something as trivial as that, what would he have gained, right? Half a second, maybe max. And in doing that, he's tried to gain half a second and is going to lose so much more with the penalty he's now subsequently going to get because of it. So it's small rewards with fairly substantial consequences, and that's the name of the game. Unfortunately for Ibrahim Khan, it could well cost his team the podium because of that one ever so slight error that in the end didn't have a consequence. In the end, didn't cost Thomas Enger any time because there was no contact, but because he broke the rules, that 1.2 seconds to Remy Delorme is going to be thrown out the window. Of course, then it's going to be the go-team car that gets themselves onto the podium just because of one small error where he took to the pit box too soon.
Yeah, I mean, it's so difficult, isn't it? Especially if you are the driver that makes that little error. I mean, if we were sitting in a real race here at Le Mans and you saw a driver do that, I think most of the crew will be up in arms, quite frankly. Of course, because we're in sim racing, there is nobody in the pit lane, so there is no one to worry about hitting or cause injury to. But yeah, you just can't do that, really, can you? So unfortunate for the Seawolf Net race car, but rules is rules at the end of the day. So they're going to have to be recovering from that one, and Ibrahim Khan's going to have to do a little bit of work to try and recover the time loss that he'll have from the penalty, because otherwise I don't think he'll have too many happy teammates with him, especially if they just lose out on this P3.
Yeah, and that's how tantalisingly close it is for these guys, because of course there's no championship battle on at the moment for Seawolf Net Race. I mean, they're P6 and P8, both cars respectively. The one that we're following right now, the number 5, is the higher one of the two, and is up there. Of course, for coming into this race. Actually, to be fair, they could get themselves into the top 5 with Sim Racing for Holland's DNF, and they were coming into this race 30 points behind the two Go-Team cars. So I don't think enough really for them to tip them for the top 3 in the championship. But nonetheless, right, you've worked hard all year. This is the second 24-hour race of the season. Of course, when we went back to Daytona earlier in 2024, back in January, of course. And you want to end the season on a high. This is the race that everyone wants to win, or at the very least do well. And a podium is, it's one of those things that we've added value to. The top 3, the gold, silver, the bronze in an event. It adds that prestige to it. It adds an achievement. And that's something that as a team, as a driver, you want to go and chase, especially not only to end a season after your whole years of hard work, but also at a race that, again, we've given value to in Le Mans.
And of course, with it being a race that we give value to, you know, we were talking yesterday, myself, Cam, and Ewan, about whether you prioritise the race, whether you prioritise the championship. And we're talking about that early on, of course, because it's that kind of stage where if you're fighting for the championship, you might really want to be able to wring the neck out of your car to get yourself in a better position, or you might just rather sit in behind. But we've seen how this has unfolded, we've seen how it's developed, and you'd have to say that now everybody's going to be prioritising the championship. The gaps are large, you don't really want to make too many mistakes, and you're not going to be chucking the car around just in the hope that you can try and just about win this race. I also noticed Ibrahim Khan is coming into the pit lane, presumably to serve that penalty. But yeah, it's so disappointing for them in down at Seawolf Net Race to be up in P3 and then all of a sudden having a lot of work to do with only 3.5 hours to go.
Yeah, we firmly are into the sprint for the finish. 3.5 hours in retrospect, considering how much they've already done. That is nothing. Right, we have got a close fight here, by the way, in LMP2. This is between Stefan Ruel and Luigi Russo, just in behind, of course, fighting away in Netrex GP versus the Go Team car. Of course, their LMP2 entry for Go Team. They've done a fantastic job, again, in recent years, of course, where the winners this time last season in LMP2, that was Hevesi, Moritz Mel, Cosmo Prosciutto, and Zoltan Boda that were able to take the victory, and with it as well the LMP2 championship. Also not boasting as great a success, but that LMP2 field this season, I mean, it's been stacked. We've got Ferrari, Iris, Hyperion fighting at the front, race in, race out. That just goes to show the level of quality that this grid has got, that from one year Go Team can go from Le Mans winners to fight for 6th.
Yeah, but I think we were also talking about this yesterday, myself and you and O'Leary, that Go Team, of course, they did win the LMP2 championship, but then they kind of put all of their eggs in the Hypercar basket this year, haven't they? Which is, you know, somewhat surprising, but it's the way that they've gone. And it's coming up well for them at the moment. Of course, they were 1-2 at one point in this race in the Hypercar category. It's got back a little bit to 3-5 now, but they really have been a very, very consistent, strong team in this field, particularly in the Hypercars. Yes, the LMP2 car is still there, and yes, they are still relatively competitive, but I think that as a team, Go Team have kind of put more focus into their Hypercar this season. You can see with the two cars, and they are really a third of the field in the Hypercar, aren't they?
Yeah, they're doing well. Yeah, exactly a third, actually. So to a race clutch, by the way. And then, of course, the last third is Net Race, and of course, Winch Racing, who themselves have done a sensational job, it must be said. They have boasted a couple of victories this season. Race 2 and Race 4 went their way, and they were in contention at Daytona, but unfortunately, Marcel Chinchik binned it at the Le Mans chicane. I think that really was sort of not necessarily the nail in the coffin for the Hypercar Championship, but definitely that pivot point, and that point in the season, especially going into the second half, that gave not only the physical control back to Race Clutch, but also that mental control to say, hang on, we're here week in, week out. We might not have to win every race, but we're there, we're competitive, we minimise our mistakes. And Winchik, considering, you know, they have been at pace, you know, a good chunk of times they have been able to match Race Clutch. I think not finishing in Daytona, of course, not only cost them a lot of points, but going into the second half of the season, it meant that Race Clutch firmly knew that they had the high ground.
And Race Clutch have just been the seed to beat, haven't they, realistically, all the way through this season. And the reason that they're so competitive and they're so fantastic is that they don't really, like you said, they don't really make any mistakes. And when they do make mistakes, they optimize them, they minimize them. They really try to rectify it in a way pretty soon afterwards as well, so that there's not really any chance for anybody else to try and catch up or capitalize on the mistakes. And there's a reason that they're winning this race by 74 seconds at this stage. Of course, I think that they are due a pit stop, because they were only 40 seconds ahead, but that may have just been the other way around, and actually that Winchik would due the pit stop. But regardless, they're going through this race in complete control at this stage, and it's going to take an accident really for them to lose it, you'd have to say.
Yeah, exactly. Which, to be fair, you know, they're not immune from. You know, things can still happen, and you know, it doesn't matter who you are. Racing is indiscriminate in that way. It doesn't care if you're the championship leader, championship contender championship winner, whatever it is, if you're running a race in P1 or even if you're down in P10 or whatever, it will still strike you down. So you can't fall into that sense of hubris, really, as one of those top teams that think that you're built up on this success and that you're unbeatable, because you firmly are. Something can still go wrong. Le Mans is it's renowned for that in terms of the rates of attrition and DNFs and things like that. Of course, the equivalent in sim racing being the disconnects, hardware problems. Even in the commentary, we're plagued by that sometimes, let alone when you're out on the circuit. And then, of course, in rFactor 2 as well, you can over-downshift, you can pop the engine. And when you're having such high demands of the engine for so long, and you're running such long stints, you get tired, of course, the fatigue starts to set in. Things can still go wrong, even for drivers like Colin Spork, even for teams like Race Clutch. It can all come crumbling down very quickly. The good news is, though, all they had to do was complete half distance in this race to get the points, and that would seal them the deal. Fortunately, with only 3.5 hours to go, they firmly have gotten over half distance, so they're not going to lose the championship, but they can still certainly lose this race.
Yeah, that's it. The championship at that point, I think, will only be a bit of a bittersweet. Yeah, just a little bit of a yay, but really at this point you want to win the race, especially with the championship all but wrapped up. You just want to win the race at this point. You don't really want to be losing anything. You want to just, take home the championship and the Le Mans 24-hour. If you lose that now, it just kind of leaves a bit of a sour taste in the mouth, doesn't it, for your championship parade? But as it is. Oh, that's very wide from Stefan Ruol, and I think that's going to give the opportunity for the Go Team car to work their way up the inside. Just going to be working through. They'll have the inside line for Indianapolis. I can't really see how the NetRec car is going to be able to fight this one back, but they're going to be locked side by side here down towards Indianapolis. We've not yet seen a move for position here this morning. Let's see. They're still going to be going. It's such a long run into this Indianapolis combination of corners. Inside line for Go Team, and Ruol in the end not going to fight that one too hard, just lets them through. You don't really want to make a mistake now after 21 and a half hours of racing. You don't want to, or 20 and a half, sorry, you don't want to throw that away, do you?
No, firmly not. And it's not worth the risk. Again, there's still 3.5 hours left to go, which isn't far off a full race distance, like we said a little bit earlier on with Bahrain and Silverstone earlier on this season 16. We're effectively, you have to see it as still a smaller race within a race. Of course, we are into that final portion, but there is still a long way to go. Fighting for track position, it's menial, because Ruol, yeah, sure, he could battle with Luigi Russo if he wanted to. Fair play. He's entitled to fight for track position, but what would he gain versus what could he lose? Indianapolis, particularly with how loaded up the car is going through that first row into the left, it's so easy to run wide, bit of contact, and the margin for error going into that part of the circuit is so slim as well. There's gravel, there's barriers. One small mistake, and effectively the last 20.5 hours of work, like you said, are thrown straight out the window, ripped up, and it means nothing apart from getting to half distance and getting that entry, just for starting the race. Those points that you get here in the VEC. Of course, it's then at the end that you get the finishing points. Everyone gets points just for starting the event, and of course, for getting to half distance as well. You then get fully classified in the race for the actual running of points, depending on your finishing position. So, yeah, you get that, but at the end of the day, like we say, at the point, it's not necessarily just running for the championship, it's also running for Le Mans itself, and Ruol is struggling a little bit. A small mistake going into Tetra Rouge, and of course that's the race-leading Team Iris car coming up behind them to lap them.
Yeah, and I think the third time that they're going to be lapped here, if I'm not heavily mistaken. So, it's not been the best of days for the NetRex car, but yeah, three laps now back to the leader. But it just shows how good that Team Irish car's been. You can see the gaps on the left-hand side of your screen, actually, in that LMP2 category. You've got a 52-second lead for Team Iris, and then it's over 3 minutes for Hyperion, so nearly a full lap. That they're back from Ferrari. Then the first of the NetRec cars is a lap back on Hyperion, so the cabs do open up just off the podium, and then it gets a little bit closer, a minute, just over a minute 10, and then of course there's 1.5 seconds between the Go Team racing car and Stefan Ruol in the NetRex car, the second of the two. So Yeah, I mean, this LMP2 category has kind of been the most spread out as we run through the entire race, and it's not really a surprise to see such large gaps, but it means that for a lot of these guys, their positions are kind of set at this point.
Yeah, unfortunately, it means that we're not really going to have like a Titanic finish all the way to the end. I mean, we still could, don't get me wrong. Team Iris and Scuderia Ferrari Esports, they're less than a minute apart, which, you know, is a lot, but again, it's still one of those gaps that can be closed. Still, with 3 hours, 22 minutes left to go, strategy and things like that still playing a part. Again, traffic, mistakes, all those things can still come into play. But of course, we can't hype it up, as if it's highly likely to happen, because it's not. LMP2 for the most part seems to be fairly quiet, which is due to the fact that Team Iris have just been so good. There they are, of course, the race leaders in LMP2, just lapping the Netrex like we saw a little bit earlier on. They're 50 seconds clear of Scuderia Ferrari, who are off the back of not losing since last year in the VEC. Race 3 started their campaign of race wins that they've gone on since the season start. That was back in November. The last time they lost a race was the 7th of October in 2023 in the VEC. That is insane. Team Iris have been up there. Of course, they won the first 2 races of the season and have been the main adversaries for Ferrari, but sort of in a similar vein to Winchick and Race Clutch, not quite boasted the same level of consistency. Coming into Le Mans, though, they're not going to take the championship, but they've got a very strong chance of taking the victory.
Yeah, I mean, they have had such a good race overall, this Team Iris car. And we were talking about earlier how they were kind of tipping and throwing with Ferrari in terms of their strategy. They were about 20 seconds apart consistently, and it just depended on who was changing their tyres, and whoever was in second was gaining back to the lead, and we had basically a close battle running all the way through the opening 8 hours. It's widened a little bit, but it doesn't feel like it's still gone out too far. But Iris have really had a good race. They've been very consistent. Their entire team have turned up, they've performed well, and yeah, I mean, full credit to them, because they fully deserve to be in the position that they're in, and they've just got to keep this up for another 3 hours or so, because it would be gutting for them to lose the position that they have now in the closing stages when they've controlled it for so long.
Exactly, and that's the thing, you're so close, but yet still so far, still a lot of work that you have to do. It would also be, by the way, their first win at Le Mans. Of course, there have been a multitude of 20 different teams who have taken to the top step on at least one occasion across all of our categories here at the VEC. Team Iris have yet to do that, and this season seems to be their best chance. Have noticed a fairly close battle relative in the GT3s. There's Jacques Barbosa for Thomas Enger, who have been the GT3s have been the closest championship battle of the 3, meaning that Thomas Enger need a top 6 this race to secure the championship no matter what. I think at the moment anyway they would be winning it, because they're ahead of the relevant cars that they're battling with. Of course, that's Visceral, which, to be fair, is closing in on them. Diogo Silva in the 58 machine is right behind them, but they would then need to gain a subsequent 22 points. And because Thomas Enger are still firmly inside the top 6, that wouldn't happen. However, we could well see the top 2 in the GT3 clash for a podium. If not a championship, we'll take a podium.
Yeah, with Visceral and Thomas Enger getting quite close together on the circuit, it'd be nice to see another battle for position in that regard. Now that NetRace have dropped off the back of Go Team with the penalty that they got for the pit lane infringement, we're kind of, being, limited in the amount of podium battles that we've got in this race, but the Thomas Enger sim racing car and the Visceral Esports car coming together in the GT3 for P3 might allow us to have some kind of racing action. The Visceral Esports car is absolutely flying up to the back of João Barbosa in this Thomas Enger sim racing machine. I mean, you can just see the pace advantage that it has. Granted, it's in the slipstream, but it's been gaining a fair chunk on this lap already, and looks like it might even try for a move on this lap if it can.
Yeah, maybe. Teeing up, of course, and you are setting up the moves more than anything, but look at the differences in lines going into the 2 Mulsanne chicanes. Just able to sweep the car through that much more committed is Diogo Silva. Of course, with the Thomas Enger sim racing car with a lot more to lose, there you can see Silva going out to, of course, the right-hand side. It will be outside by the time they reach the next chicane, but look at that straight line speed. I think maybe a lift from Barbosa just to allow swift access through and get Silva on to the podium, because again, Thomas Enger, their main focus is the championship, and they are still able potentially to lose this championship should something go wrong. So unlike our other two championship leaders in the LMP2 and the Hypercar, Enger still have to make sure they get to the checkered flag.
And they just really have to make sure they don't have too many incidents, don't they? That's really the aim of the game for them, and that may be why they weren't going to fight too hard for that P3. I mean, this release what went through didn't look like Barbosa was too bothered, particularly that car was going to overtake them for P3, and it's just testament to the fact that they know that they just need to get to the end without too many issues. They've got a minute back to P5, a minute 45 back to P6. And then, of course, even further to the others. So they're in a relatively comfortable position in terms of their championship for now, but they really cannot afford anything to go wrong.
No, they cannot at all. And again, it falls back into that complacency. Right now, they're championship winners, but should anything go wrong, and their DNF or hardware or anything like that, it can be straight away ripped from their clutches. Again, boasted fantastic results. Race 2, victory. Race 4, victory. Race 5, victory. Race 7, going their way as well. They've been the team to beat in the GT3 class, have led the championship for the best part of this season, but unfortunately for them not being able to get a firm grasp on it, as we were saying. So still have to get to the checkered flag, which is only 3 hours away. But still, that's 3 hours that you've got to contend with. That's still a long time. You're not quite out of the woods just yet. And João Barbosa, again, is racing for the championship, whereas Visceral, they're trying to do everything in their power to win the championship effectively. I mean, should something go wrong for Thomas Enger, they want to make sure they're in a position to win it, because it's not a guarantee that something goes wrong for Thomas Enger. It's probably unlikely that Visceral will win the championship. How many times have we seen it before where a team that's in contention for a championship, when something has gone wrong for their rivals, haven't been in that position to capitalize properly, have just gone, oh, well, they're probably going to win the championship, we've not got much of a chance, we'll dilly-dally around this race circuit and settle. And then the worst happens, and boom, straight away you've got an opportunity to go and win that championship. So Visceral don't want to take any chances. They want to do as well in this race, of course, for the prestige of Le Mans, but also to put their best foot forward in the championship should something go amiss for this car right here. Just having a scroll through the live timing, having a look, see what the closest sort of battles are. At the moment, it is only the battle that was this one right here for P4. Have still got a fairly close-ish battle between Luigi Russo and Stefan Ruel. Of course, Netrex versus Go Team. That's the fight for P6 in the LMP2s. And as things stand, looking very, very strong indeed. But it seems that as we close on, as that timer ticks down more and more, as it's actually going fairly quickly, to be fair. We're already 45 minutes into this stint. Still got a long way to go, though. And hopefully all is going to be good. But Russo for the Go Team car, finding their way through Netrex, but not blasting off into the distance like I'd expected. Of course, there has been a bit of an open up now because they're running their way through traffic. But in terms of pace, I don't think Netrex are actually doing that bad. Potentially could still fight back and get back through on this Go Team machine.
Yeah, I mean, they've had a good job, or they've done a good job at this point, this Go Team car. You know, they've not had the easiest of races. They've not really been up there all the way throughout. But it's going to be difficult for them to just keep it up. It's going to be important for them to keep it up. Of course, they've got pressure from behind with the Netrex car and, you know, a long way in front. And it can be difficult to kind of give yourself that incentive just to keep driving when you're 70 seconds behind the car in front with 3 hours to go. It just feels like an impossible task, and you've really got to just keep yourself focused and motivated. That's really half the battle.
Especially in such a long race. I mean, it's difficult enough when in a slightly shorter race or whatever, but when you know that you've got still quite a long time in the car, it's a long time to, you know, be focusing and trying to stay motivated, find that oomph to go, because especially at Le Mans, I mean, there's a lot of time to be thinking. It's why I'm not the biggest fan of Le Mans as a circuit, purely because so many long straights with the corners that you do have are great, but you have to wait so long to go and get them. So of course there is a long time between sequences, between the challenging bits, that you are then just sat effectively doing nothing on a straight, and it probably does something for your focus as a driver. I mean, you're then not 100% focused. It's not like, say, a road Atlanta where challenges are coming thick and fast and you're forced to stay concentrated. Here at Le Mans, you've got a long time just to chill.
You do, and chill. I have seen some drivers do. I mean, I remember doing a GT3 race at this circuit, and one of the drivers, Aiden Need it was, I think, was just typing in the chat down the straight because he had no one around him. He wasn't really concerned about anything, and it's just such a long time down these Mulsanne straights, isn't it? I mean, especially if you take out those chicanes. I mean, you're going to be, over a minute at full throttle, aren't you? So, it is really just a bit of a slog to get yourself through these straights, and it can lead to a little bit of, not relaxing, but I think disconnection in terms of lacking a little bit of concentration. You get to the end of the Mulsanne, you get into that corner, and then you make a mistake. We've seen a few little errors, and we've seen the Code 80 about 17 hours ago now being caused by a mistake down at the Mulsanne Rivage. So, it's so difficult to keep yourself engaged and interested and concentrated and focused, but you just absolutely have to. That is really half of the battle of an endurance race.
Yeah, it's one of the many and many challenges that pile on when things get to crunch time with long races. Again, endurance racing has all the challenges of a sprint format. At times with how intense it is, race starts, restarts, of course, close finishes. You've still got to have that passion, go and get 'em instinct to sort of force that adrenaline rush and fight hard. But also you have got to balance with the duality of an endurance driver is to then also be able to rein that in a bit for the most part, rein it in and drive with a more consistent mindset, a more long-term mindset, thinking of consequence versus reward, what is worth it, what isn't worth it, saving tires, saving fuel, dealing with traffic, dealing with pit stops, all of the headaches, even the preparation coming into this. Of course, we've had near enough 2 months since Silverstone, of course, on the 4th of April. Of course, now we're on to the 2nd of June. So, not far off 2 months of prep. I can guarantee for the most part, the competitive teams in this championship will have done, at the very least, a race distance worth of practice before you even get to the race.
Oh, absolutely. And then, of course, you've got to remember that with all the drivers in the cars, you're looking at 4 per team. They each will have done their own practice, no matter how long that would have been. So when you add that all up together, that creates quite a lot of laps and quite a lot of practice being done by these cars and these drivers. And it really does show when they are at the peak of their own performance when it comes to race day, and they're able to just pound in those lap times. They know their apexes, they know their braking points, they can just consistently get the lap times in. And that's exactly what they've needed to do and have done, particularly. I'm looking at the Team Iris car that have been so consistent all the way through. But all of our leaders, realistically, the strategy has come into play as well. You've got to really perfect that strategy, and no one I don't believe has done that better than the BS competition car. Leading the GT3s, they have been in utter control so far, and really that's been because of not just the pace that they've had, but also the strategy that they've picked and being able to just pull away, do something different and not look back.
Yeah, they've absolutely been smashing it. I've just taken a double back at the gap that they've got. Near on 2 minutes of time down to Roda Munich, of course, the next place car in the Wanako machine, which, to be fair, a great result for Wanako this season, doing a brilliant job nonetheless, but not quite to the level of BS Class Zoom, who, as we see, have just been on fire, it must be said. The strategy that they've done, and that's what you get. That's the reward that you get when you've got good preparation. And of course, the team has experienced this BS Plus. They've been smashing it in all avenues of sim racing. That experience coupled with some good preparation, and you reap the rewards from it. It's not just a case of, you do the practice and things still go wrong. If you put work in, sprinkle in a little bit of luck, you can, go out there and smash a 2-minute gap with 3 hours to go.
Yeah, I mean, You might want to, if you are Roy Munk in this one Eco car. Of course, this one Eco car, they've been through the middle themselves in this race. They really haven't been running in P2 for a terribly long amount of time. But yeah, when you see that the gap in front is 2 minutes, 3 hours to go, I mean, you need a miracle, really. Don't you need the BS competition car to be wiped out of contention by a Hypercar and LMP2 misjudging the lapping? Because really, that BS competition car is in just utter control. I mean, they have really been in the lead of this race pretty much from hour one. And that gap, even though it's not grown out too much, has been just growing and growing and growing to the point where it is now 2 minutes. I mean, it was about a minute in after about 4 hours, and it stayed there for the first 8, and now it's grown out to about 2 minutes. I mean, it has been such an impressive drive from them. All of the drivers in that BS competition car, what they need to do is bring it home. It can be more painful to lose a race when you've been in such control for so long, rather than if you lose a race at the end when you've only been leading for about an hour or two.
Exactly. It would be so much more painful for them right now because it's been undisputable, right, that they've been the team that deserves to win. And of course, you know, on normal pegging, in terms of normal pace, at the moment, still 3 hours to go, they can still make their own mistakes of their own volition and things like that, and then sort of take away that deservingness to go and win. But if it was something out of their control, it's just that much more heartbreaking because they know full well within themselves that they were the team to beat. They were the car that was going to win. Into the pit lane, by the way, comes our LMP2 leader, Felix Nürberger, for Team Iris. Be interesting to see, of course, how Ferrari reflect on this strategy, because the gap, in fairness, has sort of just stabilized itself around the 49, 50-second mark or so. Of course, that means nothing in terms of a lead fight because it's staying the same at best and not closing. Nürberger is in and out of the box just as Timothée Nadolski is coming in. But the interesting thing is the gap's not getting any bigger, and if Ferrari can just find the extra couple of tenths or so, still with 3 hours to go, if they can switch on, start finding some more pace, the race technically could still well be on.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, you know, we've got to ham it up as much as we can, don't we? Just to see if we get some kind of racing action towards the end of this one. But 3 hours to go. Team Iris, Scuderia Ferrari Esports, they've really been the cream of the crop in the LMP2 category so far this season, and not least in this race. It'd be great to see them get even closer in the final couple of hours, maybe have an on-track battle for the win. And you can never really rule it out. I mean, we have had that, as I said, the ebbing and flowing in the first 8 hours between Iris and Scuderia Ferrari Esports, where the change of tyres meant that one car would drop behind, but then with the fresher tyres, would then gain up to the back, and then the roles would reverse, and it would continue in that vein. So we're going to have to keep an eye on this one. It's a battle that we've not really been able to talk about too much in terms of the pure on-track racing action, but we've talked about a lot because it's kind of been something that we're watching thinking, well, this could develop quite fruitfully, and that still is the case with 3 hours to go.
Yeah, it is. The potential is there. There is the tension. There is still the you know, like we said, the potential that something could happen, could still come of it. It's there. There just hasn't been anything physical, anything tangible to say, yeah, they're fighting for the lead as such. It's very much been an if, a but, a maybe. What if, you know, this happens? If Iris make a mistake, Ferrari are straight back on them, or if Ferrari finds some more pace, they're there for a battle. At the moment, though, in terms of things that we can see, in terms of things that we know, Team Iris are up there, fighting strong, with consistent, good, strong pace, a strong head in terms of strategy, and have built themselves this nice buffer, so that even if they spin or have a rough run through traffic, or maybe have to save some tyres or save some fuel, they've got that margin to fall back on. Is it an indestructible wall? Absolutely not. They can still lose all of that time, but it's nice to know that for them, at least partially, they've got that safety net, that pillow to fall back on should a very, very minor issue come apart. And that's based on the hard work of just pushing nice and hard and building that gap while you can, because the potential is there. The potential would be there if this gap was, say, halved and was only 30 seconds or whatever. It'd still be that same situation. The problem is, between a 50-second gap and a 30-second gap, there's a lot less wiggle room should something go wrong.
Yeah, you don't really want to be losing that kind of comfort barrier, do you? I mean, because you do have a certain element of comfort when the gap is 50 seconds, and that does decrease kind of exponentially with every second that you lose of an advantage. So you want to make sure that you're sticking pretty much where you are. And really, if you start to lose a little bit of that time, you can start to get a little bit worried, and then you're driving on your mirrors a little bit, driving on the clock rather than just driving on pure rhythm and pure pace. So you've always got to be wary of that, but at the same time, you don't want to be thinking about it too much because it might affect your driving in more ways than one.
Yeah, exactly. You have to be focusing on what's going on in the cockpit, turning the steering wheel, pressing the pedals, maybe reaching a fuel target, saving the tyres a little bit more to double stint them or whatever it is. For you in the cockpit, that's what you've got to be aiming for. The moment that you start looking in your mirrors, the moment that you start looking over your shoulder and wondering what anyone else is doing, you're taking away effort and resources and concentration from what you should be doing in the cockpit. If you've got teammates in the voice chat, they can go and look at what Ferrari are doing. They can go and look at what pace other people are doing and feed that information back to you. But if you try and actively go and seek it out, or you're worried, or you're, like I say, looking in your mirrors and thinking, where are they? How far away are they? Are we still going to win this race? The moment that you start having doubts is the moment that you surrender yourself to them, and you give that psychological high ground to them. That pressure is then on you, and while you have got the everything in your power, you've got the big lead, you've got all the pace, you've got the great strategy, you've got the consistency, you've got all the ingredients to go and win. The moment that you start focusing on what's going on behind you, immediately you give the high ground back to your competitor, who they themselves know they've not got the advantage, but because you don't know that you've got the advantage, they then themselves get the high ground back and can sort of live rent free in your head and slowly but surely close in that gap. And then the pressure gets bigger and bigger, and pressure, it can do one of two things. It can either make you perform at 110%, or it can make you crack and crumble and completely throw everything away. It depends what kind of driver you are.
Yeah, and it can really be quite a testament, isn't it, to a driver and their. I think I'm trying to say is you can really see what quality set drives apart from the rest in that regard, can't you? I mean, we've got so many really top drivers in this race, but you still get those the cream of the cream, really, really showing why they are the best through things like, as you were saying, just getting through, getting the lap times in, staying focused, and really performing under pressure. That's really one of the key components of a race such as this. And Felix Neuberger, even if he hasn't felt under much pressure in this stint, at least he has been absolutely rock solid in terms of his pace. He really hasn't relented, hasn't let up, and will continue on with 3 hours remaining in this race, just ticking through now. Really just showing exactly why Team Iris are in the position that they're in. We were thinking that maybe Ferrari would have the edge as the race wore on, but really it's been the opposite.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I honestly, coming into this, expected Ferrari to be leading this because obviously they're off the back of a good run of form. Like you say, they haven't lost since October of last year back at Road Atlanta, and they've just been, again, the team to beat. They've won every single race bar two this season, and Team Iris have been the ones to stand up and take that battle to them. So Ferrari, like we always say, I mean, you take each round as a stepping stone. You do well one round, you're going to then start the next round on a high, already with one foot in front of the other, taking those steps throughout the season. And Team Iris have just shown up and gone, well, no, we're here to win Le Mans. We might not win the championship, that might not be enough, but we're here to come and push and, of course, take our first Le Mans victory. And at the moment, that is what they're on course to do. 3 hours left to go, by the way. We are a quarter of the way through already this final push to the checkered flag for season 16. What a season it's been as well. I mean, fair enough, 2 of the championships have been wrapped up at the half-distance mark, but that doesn't necessarily mean we've not had an incredibly competitive season since last year.
Oh yeah, it's been a fantastic year, really, hasn't it? All the way through, we've had some fantastic races, and some fantastic action, really, all the way through. And and you know the champions really are deserving of the positions that they're in, or the leaders, because they have been so consistent, and they've needed to be all the way through, because it has been such a competitive year. I mean, we've had those big races where swings have happened. I'm thinking about Bahrain, where of course we had that catastrophe off the start, putting a few cars in a position that they wouldn't really want to be, and having to spend the rest of the 4 hours recovering their position. So there really has been a lot of ebb and flow overall in the entire season, really. And the teams really that have been able to kind of avoid the incidents, keep their noses cleaner than the rest, are the drivers and the teams that are doing the best at the moment and are going to be in positions to be either winning the championship or at least doing very, very well.
Exactly. You definitely get the fruits of your labour. You reap what you sow. And from the early point of the championship, back obviously in September when we took to Monza, feels like so long ago. At the same time, this season has flown by. It's that weird perception of time, really. Looking back, it feels like ages, but the time itself, it's flown. It feels like yesterday that we were, of course, racing at Monza for round 1. And, you know, even then, you have to start planting the seeds, because they then become roots and they become the foundation of what's going to be a fantastic season. It's so easy to fall into that complacency of, yeah, but it's only round 1. We've still got 8 rounds to go. We'll come back. But even then, you know, you've got to start from, I know it sounds obvious, but you've got to start from round 1 and take each round as they come, because when we get to this point in the championship, you definitely know who were able to, maybe not in terms of points, but in terms of setup, in terms of driver chemistry, in terms of consistency, in terms of anything they can gain from value from the early point of the championship. You can tell who have been the teams that have done that week in, week out from the very start of the championship. Because if you don't, and you look back in hindsight and think, oh, we could have got an extra position there. That mistake that we got in Road Atlanta that we, you know, got a penalty for going into Bahrain that cost us and got us involved in that turmoil. You look back in hindsight in regret and think we could have gained an extra 5 points here, 10 points here, and before you know it, you've then got a decent championship chance coming in to Le Mans. Of course, in present, you can't think like that. Hindsight is a very, very dangerous thing. But it's still there, it's still going to be prominent, and it's still going to be in the back of teams' minds, knowing that there was a shoulda, a coulda, a woulda. But teams like Race Clutch, like, of course, Scuderia Ferrari, and of course Thomas Enger, are 3 championship leaders, 2 of whom have already cemented themselves into the history books as season 16 winners. They started this very season, not necessarily all 3 of them with a victory, but got the season off rolling, got the ball rolling, and have since not looked back. It's that momentum that carries you through and scores you those points.
And for teams that are chasing, I think it's fair to say that with every passing race, if that gap opens up a little bit wider, the desperation, you could say, or at least the commitment to try and catch up is going to be increased with every passing race, and it's going to be ever more difficult to do so with the time that is remaining in the season. So I think generally what I'm trying to say is for the teams that are struggling early on in the championship, they really, really want to gain all those points back as soon as they can, if they can. But that can lead to mistakes. That can lead to overdriving the car, possibly not getting what the team could get if there was a little bit more calm and a little bit more composure in the car. So I think getting the early start, getting that momentum rolling early is critical for the team to really push home an advantage. We've got a persistent yellow in Sector 2 that keeps appearing, and now one in Sector 1. I'm not too sure if someone's had a bit of an incident and is struggling to get back to the pit lane at the moment. But it's not looking terribly comfortable for at least one team at this stage. But we're looking at Rob von Starkenberg now, and he's doing a very decent job trying to defend his P4 position.
Yeah, he is, of course, doing a brilliant job in a battle with, of course, Charlie Rigo. There is the on-off racing machine, which actually it's not much of a battle anymore, because in comes the 30 machine for their pit stop. A little bit here, there, and everywhere. We haven't really seen a huge wave of LMP2s. They've just sort of come in as they feel like. I suppose that might well be a consequence of earlier Code 80s knocking people off sequence, and they've not quite yet been able to knock themselves back in. But nonetheless, Charlie Rigo is in. That makes Van Starkenberg's job of defending a little bit easier. There you can see just ahead of him, that is Timotej Andonovski in the Scuderia Ferrari esports machine. at the moment in P2, a lap ahead of the rest. Just goes to show you the pace that the top two have got, but even then, Nürburger is over a minute, nearly a minute and a half clear of Andonovski himself. So LMP2 has really wedged itself quite far over. Well, what can we really expect after 21 hours and 7 minutes of racing action complete? Any small discrepancies over that long of a time, if you extrapolate the laps, laps are going to get big.
Extrapolate's a big word for you, isn't it?
I know. Year
proud of you,
science teacher me that one. That was that's Mr. Gabra. That is for me.
Was that your English teacher?
It was my science teacher.
Oh, your science teacher. Oh, right, okay.
At
At least you listened to one of the lessons, eh? Sorry.
Of course I did. So I beat you in science teacher 6. So yeah, I got better grades in it. So. And you were a COVID kid as well. You got all
yeah, I was
the
a COVID kid, which meant actually that I didn't learn, or I didn't get to learn most of the course, and still got the grades I got. So actually,
well, no,
yeah.
because you had to cheat sheets in the exam.
Right back at you. I didn't know. We didn't actually have the cheat sheets. We weren't that year. Or that's not at least how we did it. We
Did you take exams? Or was
yes.
teacher assessed?
They were
internal mocks.
They were teacher assessed exams, but rest assured they were harsh. They were complaints. Anyway, enough about that. I could spend many a minute talking about that. But I just want to quickly mention, as I'm looking at the timing tower, the gap between Andonovski and the Team Irish guy in front. There's not much really happening to it. Of course, Andonovski's been in the pit lane recently, but the gap hasn't really changed much. And you maybe hope that the gap would decrease, but possibly no tyres going on that Scuderia Ferrari car means that tyre advantage isn't going to help them too much at this stage of the race, like we saw earlier on, and they might be stagnating that gap a touch.
Yeah, I mean, that's not a bad thing. Even if it just stays at 82 seconds for the rest of the race, that's a good thing. You don't constantly need to be chasing more. Sometimes it pays well just to settle. And when you've got such a big gap, what is the point in pushing hard, trying to build it and build it and build it, just running the risk of bringing it all back down when you almost inevitably potentially make a mistake? If you're able to run at a consistent rhythm, which to be fair for some drivers might still be at a decent pace, 95-97% of what they're capable of, because I know for a lot of drivers that is the case. Their consistent running is actually them pushing because that's what's familiar to them. But why take risks to try and pull that gap out when you've already got a minute and a half in pocket? All you're going to be doing is running the risk of binning it, and it can happen so easily to even the best. I mentioned earlier on with Marcel Chinchik and Team Winchik Racing at Daytona, small mistake going into the Le Mans chicane, but because they were pushing hard, because they were at high speed, they speared themselves into the barrier, and all it takes is, in some essence, to tap to the barrier, wheel comes off, race is over.
Yeah, I mean, there's always that risk, isn't there? Particularly in these last 3 hours of that complacency. And something going wrong, you don't really want to be risking anything in that regard, do you? So you just got to be careful. You've got to be considered and measured, really, and not basically allow anything to get under your skin, to let anything annoy you, irritate you, maybe change how you're going to drive in the race. Just keep a calm head on. Don't allow yourself to make that mistake, which could cost you a fantastic position in the race. It's not genuinely possible to be comfortable in some positions on the track right now, that you've just got to try to adapt in the best way that you can to just make sure that you're focusing on your race and your race only.
Exactly, and those are a couple of talking points that we've already touched on. Of course, when it comes to you can never feel safe, never comfortable in the world of motorsport. Like I said earlier on, it's indiscriminate. Things will go wrong, can go wrong, and you should assume that they will go wrong at some point, but also focusing on your own race, maximizing what you're in control of, because segueing off of that point of things can go wrong, there are so many things that are outside of your control when it comes to traffic. And say if you're being lapped by a faster car, you are a passenger. I mean, there are things you can do, but as long as you stay predictable, you are at the mercy of the faster car not to drive into you. You're at the mercy of your network, of your hardware, of your wheel not disconnecting. Sometimes anything like that is outside of your control. You've just got to be focusing on what can you do at this point in time to make the car go faster, to make it more efficient, to save the tires a little bit better, to save the fuel a little bit better. That's all you need to worry about, because at the very least you can come away from this race and know that you've done everything you can. Doesn't matter what anything else happened, you did the best job in your power to maximize your result.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. I mean, there's many different variables that we have in these endurance races, not least in a 24-hour event, that you want to try and control, even if you can't. And that is always a risk, isn't it? That you can over assess the race. You can try and micromanage too much, and it comes up a little bit short for you. But just trying to keep that level head on, trying to make sure that you keep getting the laps in, using traffic to your advantage if you can, is all you need to be doing, and all you need to really be focusing on to try and get that result for the race. And that goes really for any kind of form of motorsport, but particularly in the endurance race at a track like Le Mans, where it can be quite wide and open, but there are parts of the track where a lot can go wrong very, very quickly.
What do you think of Le Mans as a circuit? I'm curious.
I like Le Mans. I think it's a very good. I think it's a very good endurance circuit. I don't think it'd be good for anything else, but I think it's fantastic for endurance racing.
Do you say that? I've had some really good MX-5 sprint races at this circuit.
But around Circuit de los Arts?
Yeah. I don't know how, but somehow those MX-5s have managed to do it. But yeah, if you were to get into any car in any track, would this circuit be inside your top 5?
No.
To hot lap?
Absolutely not. I mean, it's just too long, really, isn't it? For quote unquote normal racing, for shortened, for everything but an endurance race, and it kind of lends itself to multi-class racing, doesn't it? I mean, I've done many 24 laps of Le Mans in my time, but
a whole 24 laps.
Oh look, when you can't do 24 hours, you just call it the 24 laps of Le Mans. It still takes you a good hour and a half. It's a bit like the Indy. I think it was 375 that I did on Friday night. No, 345 in the end. I won that, by the way, just for reference. But yeah, I mean, it's not necessarily the best racetrack in terms of just out and out, driving around, or in terms of the racing factor. But there's always that risk element. There's always that jeopardy element, along with the long straights and the calmness that brings. It's kind of it's difficult to describe, really, isn't it?
Yeah, I know. I see what you mean. I think there is a lot of merit to Le Mans, but when it comes to a circuit that you can go out and you can drive and you can enjoy what's happening, it just isn't one of them, because you're waiting so long for each sequence of corners. Maybe I'm just bad at Le Mans, and that's why I don't like it as much. In terms of the prestige, in terms of winning the 24 hours of Le Mans, there's not really much that comes close to it. But yeah, there are just so many other tracks that I'd rather get into a car and go and hot lap around. Speaking of, I've been really enjoying driving around just any random car and going around Donington, to be honest. So a short little track like that.
You love a Donington, don't you?
It's perfect. I do. I really do. And it's one of those circuits that it's short, it's sweet, it's got character, and you can go and hot lap it. But if there was a 24-hour race at Donington, would it carry the same weight? Absolutely nowhere near. So there's pros, there's cons, there's different sort of I suppose that different circuits have got different personalities, haven't they?
Much like us commentators, eh? You can have a big old fun circuit like what's a fun circuit? Portimao to drive. Or you can have quite a dull circuit with not much going on, like an Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Ooh, that's going to be controversial.
Oh no, come on! The actual circuit isn't exciting. The racing it produces is fantastic, but the actual
oval or the infield?
The oval.
Okay.
Even the infield's not fantastic.
No, it's not the infield.
But like just any oval you can throw into that category. My point is just that it's not a very exciting track. You look at it and go, oh, it's a circle. You don't go, oh, there's not like braking zones, overtaking opportunities, medium speed, high speed, low speed corners. Yeah, I guess my point is Le Mans kind of does it all. It has these kind of oval kind of aspects down the Mulsanne in terms of just being a long wide straight. And then you've also got those tighter aspects. I'm thinking of the Porsche curves, of course, high speed corners. Then you get the lower speed corners towards right at the end of the lap at the 2 chicanes. You also have things like Arnage, which are difficult to negotiate at points. So it kind of just throws up everything it can, doesn't it? Really, it doesn't really hold back in any kind of way.
No, that's true. It does have a bit of everything, and it definitely is a challenge. You know, that goes without saying. It is one to win. It's one that manufacturers spend, you know, years sometimes developing cars for and finding the best recipe for success. And it's also that testing ground as well for some manufacturers, of course, with Audi and their diesel engine in 2004, and of course Mazda with the 787 rotary engine coming here. It manufacturers, and it's their playground. Come and see what works and play it on the big stage as well. Like, revolutionary stuff in the innovations that have come because of trying to win. Of course, with Mercedes trying to be that incredibly streamlined car that then eventually took off because it generated more lift and downforce. Of course, Bentley Speed 8 in the 2000s with trying to topple Audi and trying to innovate themselves forward and get such a big name back to the top. Like I said, Audi bringing that diesel engine, which is something that was, you know, unfathomable to most. Petrol engines just seem to be better, more efficient, lighter, better in terms of top speed and stuff. But Audi were like, no, we can make a diesel work. And then, of course, when you have the rotary, which usually has just got the biggest reputation of being the most unreliable engine possible, one of the best sounding engines, no doubt. But to then come and take on such high demand, such high rates of attrition at Le Mans, it just carries such a huge weight. And with Peugeot and stuff, when they clocked over 400 kilometers an hour on the Mulsanne straight as well, it just generates such a big selling point because people know how much weight the race holds.
That's the speed you reach down the straight, isn't it? Sometimes.
Oh, easily. Me and my black box, mate. We get it done. Definitely not stuck to 60 because that's what speed limit is.
Yeah. Insurance is fun, isn't it? But no, you're right. Talking about new motors, I've got a new car. Anyway, enough about that.
Have you?
I do. It's.
What have you got?
Have a guess.
Is it a course?
No, it's not. Well, like,
hang on. Give me.
Fiesta.
You got. What model?
No. I had a Ford Fiesta.
Oh, you had. What have you got now?
Remember that little white thing? What do you think I have now then?
So the logical upset. Give me like a clue. Give me the reputation of the car. Like,
discontinued.
Well, that's the Fiesta. Did you got another Fiesta?
Yes.
Did you just take a side step? Discontinued.
It's a newer Fiesta. Got a better engine, but nothing can be worse than the engine I have.
Hang on. It's right, okay. No, is it what plate is it? Is it
59 plate.
Okay. No, I can live with that actually. Is it an EcoBoost?
I don't think so. It might be.
That's
I don't
always
know.
a
I
good
have to ask
start.
my dad and my granddad. My dad and my granddad do the work on the car, and I say thank you.
Yeah, no.
So I'll ask them, but I really don't have a clue. I came back home one weekend and they said, because this car's dying, very much like some of the cars we've seen in this race. They came back and they said, we've got a new car, by the way. You won't be driving that one again. And I went, oh, okay, it's a bit sad. But anyway, it's a bit sad for these guys when they finish this race, especially when they've been in it for so long and they've had their skin in the game for the entire 24-hour. It's kind of difficult to say goodbye to these cars. Because they won't say goodbye to them totally, but just in their current form in this race, because you just get so connected to the car, you get so connected to the race that you're running that it's sometimes difficult to kind of drop that.
Yeah, it is. Potentially, maybe if you're sort of moving on after this season, maybe you're going from GT3 into LMP2 or whatever, or even if you're trying a different manufacturer in the GT3s for next season. We don't know what season 17 is going to hold, but you do have that attachment. A couple of years ago, obviously albeit on GT Sport, was racing in a Porsche 911 GT3, and that then very quickly became my favourite car because it was the one that I was able to, win a GT Sport championship. Again, doesn't hold much weight because obviously, or whatever, it's just community league and things like that. But nonetheless, for me at the time, it was an achievement. And I felt so confident in that car. I felt like I was on top of the world. I was winning races and things like that. And you do build that emotional attachment to a car, to a machine, because once you bed yourself into it, you've worked so long in it, you've spent so much time in the cockpit, you get so used to its quirks and again, its personality. Talk about circuits, cars themselves, each individual one have their personalities, from BMW to Porsche, Mercedes, etc. They all have their quirks, what makes them tick, and teams and drivers, they choose them for a reason, and they've been driving them for the best part of effectively nearly a year, with season 16. Of course, if they race in the categories and the championships as well, they also do it over there. And as like you say, you do become emotionally attached to it. I know with my car, my little Golf, I couldn't say goodbye to her. I couldn't. It's just there's no way. It's like that same vein of like I've just said, getting your first car. It's something that attaches yourself to it, and it has sentiment to it, even if it's just a pretend race car. It's your pretend race car.
Yeah, there's just kind of a bit of sentimental. Let me get this word out. Sentimentality to it. There we go. You can write that one down, Zach. You might like that one. Okay, fair enough. But it really is. There is a connection that you can get with some of these cars, especially with the amount of time that some of these drivers will have spent in them. And particularly if the race is going well. I mean, I'm looking at BS, Iris, Race Clutch. All of those drivers, they're going to be pleased with their cars. They're going to feel at one with them if they can carry through to win this race in the end. As we do actually see one of the Race Clutch cars going through. I'm not too sure if that's the race leader or not, but there's just that element of sentimentality, really, that you've been with this car. You've chucked it around the corners, the car's delivered back to you. It's just kind of like that little relationship that you have with the car.
Let's not get too wandering off to what could be an episode of those weird obsessions that you see on YouTube, which, by the way, some of them are staggeringly weird, but nonetheless, we won't slate people and what makes them tick in the commentary booth, because our place to say. I mean, you build a little bit of a car, but I would just like to say that as much as I love my car, I did actually break my dipstick yesterday, which was probably the most embarrassing thing I think I've ever done. I serviced it yesterday before I got it MOT'd, and I took the dipstick out, and it just the guide that it goes into, obviously down into the sun, it just snapped, and I was just like, why is the dipstick? Why is it not staying where it's meant to stay? And it's because it was broken, and it took me a long second to realise that it was broken. So that was impressive. So even if you're sentimentally attached, doesn't mean you can't abuse the machines as well, which of course Colin Sport is going to be doing, and ragging that hypercar around in pursuit of victory. 2 hours 35 left to go, and he is of course. He's been in the car for a good while now, actually. Probably going to be swapping at his next pit stop, which we have just seen, by the way, a few moments ago, while me and Dara were getting a little bit distracted in terms of talking about our lovely machines that we've got at home, and paying an extortionate amount of prices on insurance on as well, I'm sure. We did have a next phase of hypercar pit stops to run through. I think they have just settled themselves out now, and hopefully they're able to continue on, because again, we're at that stage of the race where it is firmly counting back from the checkered flag rather than counting into the race like we were doing right at the start.
Yeah, I mean, especially when the sun rises in these endurance races, it's kind of like you're just thinking about the end. There's 3 very, very clear parts of endurance races. You've got the afternoon, the night, and the morning, realistically. The night, of course, you'll try not to have anything go wrong. It can be a difficult part of the race because, of course, visibility is lower. It can be slightly more difficult to judge closing speeds and, where the traffic's going to be. It can just be a little bit more difficult in general. But for Colin Spork, for the rest of the Race Clutch guys, once you get through that night, you then look at the morning, you look at the clock, you've got about roughly 8 hours to go at that point, and then it's really just trying to get to the end, not making any mistakes, and just ensuring that the cars behind don't get too close. A minute of an advantage is a very, very comfortable and sweet advantage to have, really, because you're not worrying too much about the cars in behind, and it means that you can back off slightly, you can, you know, just not push the car to its absolute maximum if you're feeling like you just want to bring it home.
Yeah, but I mean, even then, like I was saying earlier, that there are some drivers that prefer their consistent rhythm to actually still be pushing 95, 97, 100%. Because it's what's familiar to them. You get into a race car to go quickly. You don't get into a race car to, you know, lift off and brake early and be mindful. You get into that to rag it around and have the most extreme pace possible. Still, obviously, within the confines of saving a little bit of fuel and lifting and coasting here and there, just to, you know, to make sure the car gets to the point it needs to. But as a racing driver, you get so finely in tune with what's comfortable. And to you, if you've been driving a stint for so long and you're used to tracking the car in and pitching in with the trail braking, actively changing what you're currently doing to back off, not only of course slows you down, but it's also a change. It's something that you then have to readapt to. And when you have to readapt, there's that window in between where you're susceptible to mistakes.
Yeah, but if anybody's going to be confident and comfortable and calm and not susceptible to mistakes, it's going to be these guys in the race clutch car. I mean, they are so consistent, so good, and there's a reason that they're winning the championship comfortably, really, and this race. So this goes to show how well they've been doing around the outside of a GT3. They've been doing that all day. I've not felt it comfortable. That's a bit of a slide for Colin Sport, making his way through Maison Blanche, but running up towards the final couple of corners once again. It just feels comfortable. It just feels calm. It feels collected. It just feels like, you know, we're watching, you know, I don't know, the tennis, even though that's not started yet. The tennis next to you, having a chat with your teammates. I don't know. I'm just going to think of things you could be doing at 9:30 in the morning on a Sunday.
Watching tennis. Okay.
Well, I don't know.
I
Well,
thought
I
you
mean,
were comparing Colin Spork's onboard to watching tennis. I was
Oh
like,
no.
what's the resemblance there? No, it's fine.
Watching tennis is far more exciting.
Oh.
Sorry. I don't mean that.
Ow.
I just need bite to that one. So I just
Ow.
I take that
No,
back. I take it back.
that is rude. Any time you get in a race clutch top has just completely gone out of the window.
Well, it's nothing to do with race clutch. It's nothing to do with Colin Sport.
Oh, so it's not a race clutch, it's a Colin Sport thing. You're just bored of
No.
Colin Sport. It's even worse, Dara. Wow. It's just,
Perfect.
that is-
Thank
that
you.
is-
I
that
threw
is
myself in it, backed out, you know, gently, and then
No,
you chucked me even more. I
Of
mean, I
course
should have
I do.
expected it. Of course, yeah.
Why wouldn't I? That is my
Exactly.
entire job as your big
Persona.
brother in terms of commentary. I'm not really Dara's big brother because he's older than me. I'm just significantly taller than him, and
No,
we are
whoa. Let's just go back very quickly. How tall are you, Zach?
5'8".
There we go. It's a
Ish.
3-inch difference.
That is a lot, Dara. Especially when you get out of a car and I go, "Wow, you're short," and that's me, a bang average height human male, barely. You know, it's like that's a big difference. I literally was able to just look over you compared to your dad as well. Your dad's huge.
Yeah. No, you don't probably didn't at all. Yeah. He grew when he was 19. I'm 18. I've got hope. That's all I'm saying.
You're just a late bloomer.
I am, but yeah. Same can't be said though for the sim race net race car. I had to pick somebody. Sorry guys. I mean, yeah. I don't really know what my point is there, but generally a point that can be made is that the Team Irish car, they can be the late bloomers in the championship. They've done very well in the last couple of races and doing well in this race.
Yeah, but similar to what it's going to be like with you, it's too late to be a late bloomer. You've really got to be there from the start of the championship, and unfortunately for them, they've not quite been able to rack it up with Ferrari. I mean, to be fair, actually, I say they've not been there from the start of the championship. They won the first 2 races. They just have a couple of setbacks and have since been losing points to Ferrari ever since that second race when we took to Road Atlanta, of course, where they did do a fantastic job, don't get me wrong, but unfortunately did, fall back. And Ferrari were then able to kick drive things into overdrive, and at the moment came into this race with a 42-point gap over Team Iris, and yeah, absolutely smashing it. But at the end of the day, they're here, they're to win Le Mans, and even if it's not the championship, it's still the runner-up. And in fairness, that's still a fantastic result for them. We glorify the championship so much, but forget just how much other milestones matter.
Yeah, and personal milestones along with team milestones as well. I mean, some of these drivers have won this race before, but not in the category that they're currently driving in. So, you know, there's all these different milestones that we can look to, we can point out. And for the drivers, they're all going to be in their own minds, aren't they? That these personal milestones, even the team milestones, that they'll kind of, you know, notify each other about before they get going. And so for each car has a story to tell, really. In this race, each car, each driver, each team really all have their own very unique story and storyline, and you know, outcomes of this race that they're looking to. And I think that's really a beauty of a 24-hour race.
It's all relative more than anything, depending on team. I mean, a lot of these teams didn't even start the championship inside the top division. They've had to fight their way through as the season progresses, being promoted, maybe sometimes promoted back, and then obviously brought back into Division 1 just to be here on the big stage for the 24 hours of the Virtual Endurance Championship Le Mans is enough. Just to have the opportunity to race as Team Iris make their way back down pit lane with 2 hours 27 minutes to go. They'll then, of course, still come out probably ahead of Ferrari, who, to be fair, have been sort of mirroring their strategy and will probably come in on this lap as well. Maybe it could well be time for Ferrari or to potentially try something different, maybe to try and close that gap, or they're just happy to secure second place. They've already got the championship, a podium at Le Mans, not bad going at all. Team Iris then are going to be changing tyres, you can see going up on to the jacks as well. But yeah, for Team Iris, again, that could well be their first ever Le Mans win, and they are looking ever increasing to go and do that. So that may well have been their milestone to go and chase for. Again, for Ferrari coming into this, their milestone was to win the championship, same to race clutch. But some of the lower talent teams, some of those that started in Division 2, like I say, just to be here, maybe just to finish, just to say that they've completed a 24-hour race is a journey in of itself. The way that it brings you together, the friends that you make along the way, your teammates, and that you have, you come together, you band together, you work hard, you make this up, do the prep, you come into the race, and you give it your best shot, and that in of itself is magical. It's so easy to glorify wins and championships, and rightly so. They do deserve that glorification. But in the world of sim racing, you do still need to remember that we're all just like-minded individuals that love a little bit of racing, and sometimes that is enough. It is what I'm trying to say. Nonetheless, into the pit lane comes Timotej Andonovski, just as David Mrocek is getting into the car. Of course, the 2023 Formula E Accelerate champion, or at least one of them, him and his former teammate Vianney Simicic, of course, back at Burst when that was something. Unfortunately, throughout the duration of the season, they've stopped running in competition. That makes much has had to go and pursue other avenues elsewhere, but a phenomenal driver. Previous champion, let's not forget, as part of Burst Esports back in 2020. 2021, I think it was season 14. Nonetheless, it was 2 years ago. So it would have been 2022. Of course, when Burst were then able to win P4 last season. So Mrocek, front runner when it comes to rFactor 2 sim racing. And is absolutely smashing it. So now he gets to the wheel of that Team Iris machine just as Timotej Andonovski is in. Will he be swapping out for any other driver? No, he won't. Andonovski is out. And in the same vein that we talk about race clutch, when it comes to drivers, the lineups that we've got in these teams are so phenomenal. Like I say, David Mrocek getting into Team Iris, of course, and with the Winchik Racing teams as well, with Nikola Kuchinevsky and Marcel Cinci getting into the wheel of that car. You've got all of these big talents here, there, and everywhere. But then you get to teams that are Scuderia, Ferrari, and Race Clutch, and the talents that they've got, all of their drivers will comfortably be within the top, say, 25 of rFactor 2 esports drivers, maybe even less. You've got Andonovski, you've got the likes of Dennis Jordan and Alex Siebel racing for Ferrari. Isaac Gillison joined them at Daytona, put it on pole, led the race, and then of course went on to win it. So again, just goes to show the level of talent that we've got there. Race clutch as well, and you've got Jake Denahan, Colin Spork, and Silver again. drivers like that we talk about as huge stars of the future. I mean, Colin Spork and Jake Dennehan, they've already showcased such potential. Dennehan winning his first couple of races in FSR last season, of course winning the FSR Stock Car Pro Championship as well over the course of 2020, coming into this season again. I'm sure boasting some more success. We'll see him a little bit later on, or at least I will when it comes to commentating, because I'm going to go and be alongside Ewan for that one. And again, with Colin Spork, the 2021 FSR World Champion, so early in their careers, they're barely into their 20s. I think Colin Spork's only just turned 19 and has already been able to boast some great success, and has still got a very, very long career ahead of him, I'm sure. So these teams have got some good talent. I mean, it's all good having 1 or 2 star drivers, but the championship winners so far are Ferrari and Race Clutch. They've got a whole team of star drivers, and that is what makes them so great. And not only do they have star drivers, they also have drivers that work well together. They've got good chemistry that they can have a laugh with. They're still friends underneath the fact that they are teammates, and that's what you want. You want that chemistry. You want that ability to go out with each other and enjoy yourself first and foremost before seeing it as a profession. Because it's all good, chucking in, like say in football, Ronaldo, Messi, Neymar, all of those onto one team. But would they gel as well as some others that potentially maybe not boast, maybe wouldn't have as high an overall skill level, but would get on better, would have that communication a little bit better? That's what you get when you get Ferrari and Red Clutch as well, having as good a job as possible. We've got 2 hours, 21 minutes left to go, and we'll quickly run you through how things are standing at the moment in terms of the running order, because I think most of the pit stops have funded themselves out. No surprise, Race Clutch, the season 16 champions, by the way, after completing half distance, have secured enough points to beat Wiltshire Racing Team to the title. The second year in a row Race Clutch can do that, and they're also on course for their second Le Mans win in a row as well. They've been smashing it at the top of this season. Of course, it's their Winchip and Go team that complete the podium at the moment in the Hypercar. Student race from the second Go team, and then the final Race Clutch car complete the 6-car field that we have still running in Hypercar. Team Iris lead the way, no surprise there in the LMP2, 40 seconds ahead of Scuderia Ferrari Esports, albeit Ferrari were not taking tyres at that previous stop. They took them at the stop before Team Iris did. That gap has closed. Hyperion complete the podium ahead of Netrex and on-off ahead of Go Team, the other Netrex car, and Visceral to complete the top 8. Trumpet Racing from Cyber, that's the top 10 in LMP2. Then we move our way to GT3, and BS Plus Zoom competition still dominating the way. A further 10 seconds for Visceral are picked on them, and they are home free, and their only enemy is going to be themselves in this race. Visceral and one go complete the podium ahead of championship leaders and potential championship winners of Thomas Engers Sim Racing, provided they make it to the checkered flag. Brabham complete the top 5 ahead of Blackhawk, both Blackhawks actually, P6 and P7. Caspian, Undersea United, and Simfim complete the top 10 so far in this race. 21 hours and 40 minutes in the books, and ticking ever closer to that checkered flag.
We are ticking ever closer to that checkered flag. I mean, we're getting to this stage of the race where, as we've said, it's kind of been a bit of a difficult tightrope to walk, hasn't it, in regards to how much do you push, how much do you save, but a lot of these guys doing a very good job, and it's really just a bit of a run to the end, isn't it? There's not really very much going on in the way of action on track at the moment. Gaps are wide, not so wide than in the LMP2 category, with the gap between second and fourth being pretty much 2 laps, but you can see on the timing tower 189 seconds and 243 seconds. Not quite the 1,533 seconds that we saw earlier. I think that was a bit of a glitch. Yeah, a bit of a glitch in the GT3 battle. But still, the gaps are wide, and it's just kind of a case of getting it to the end. 2 hours to go. Don't make any mistakes. Just get it to the end. Have a nice cup of tea while you're waiting, and then you're there.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, just have a cup of tea. rFactor advice 101 for all the sim racers out there. To be fair, can't complain with a cup of tea especially when you've got an early morning start as well. I know 8 AM isn't the earliest, but I struggled to wake up. I know you did as well, Darren, but we were nonetheless, we were ready to go, but still firmly feeling it in terms of time. And I didn't even do any commentary yesterday. thanks to yeah, Wi-Fi, not Wi-Fi, basically. But that's fine. That's why we got you three to be your amazing selves. So I will give you that much credit at the very least. How many did you 5 hours yesterday?
I did 6.
6.
And I'm doing the 4 this morning, so in the end I'm doing 10.
Of the 12 hours that we're covering. That is
Yeah.
nice. rFactor.
Yeah.
It's just, once again, it's like with the number 24. You just say yes to everything that comes, isn't it?
Well, no,
Yeah,
I was going to do what? I was going to do 4 yesterday,
Yeah.
and then Cam and
Say.
Ewan can do this. They couldn't do this morning, so it was like, okay, well, I'll do this morning with Zach. And then Zach turns around and goes, "Oh, guys, by the way, internet's
Wi-Fi.
broken." So then we had to cover for him. Which is prime Zach Sweeney, to be fair, isn't it?
I know I'm slacking really. The lack of professionality is there basically. It's dreadful. I felt horrible yesterday, by the way. It was just overcome with guilt because we knew that Ewan and Cam couldn't do a lot. They managed to do so well yesterday. My biggest takeaway, and I'm so disappointed, I still haven't commented on Roger this year. The last time I did it was for the Stim Formula Europe quarterfinals at Bahrain, and that was December of 2023. We're almost halfway through 24, and I've still not commented with Cam, and I'm heartbroken. I miss him. I'm stuck with Dara instead.
I don't know if that feeling is reciprocated by Cam, obviously.
I don't think so, no, but
he had a lovely time with me and Ewan, I hope, yesterday. Oh, well, I know he had a lovely time with Ewan. No, I know, I'm joking. I'm sure he misses you dearly. Deep down, but yeah, I mean, it's one of those races where there's lots of hours, but really it's not like our voices are being overly strained with the commentary, unlike other races that we've done before, where every hour or the entire hour is action. In a way, at least we get to kind of talk gently and calmly about the strategy and about the teams that are doing well without having to worry about our voice. So there is that.
VEC ASMR right here, the sultry tones of Norfolk with Zach Sweeney and rFactor.
I'm not in Norfolk though.
You're not. The East Anglia then. We'll go with East Anglia.
There you
The sultry tones of East Anglia, ladies and gentlemen. What more could you want at 9:43 in the morning for those in the UK? Cedo Via, by the way, came into the YouTube chat and said try 4:15 AM after driving until 1:15. So he had 3 hours of sleep. And of course, that's not even going to be 3 hours of sleep. That's going to be 15 minutes of getting into bed, or 50 minutes of turning the sim off, saying, and then it's going to be probably another 15 minutes getting into bed. And then, of course, waking up half before to make sure everything's turned on and ready. He probably only had 2 hours of sleep in a 24-hour race. Like, what? How as a driver do you do that? I know, of course, it's an exception and you plan your sleep schedule and probably running on a copious amount of caffeine, but that is hard.
Yeah, it is hard, but it is also not as hard as there was that one driver, of course, who did the entire 24 hours of the Nürburgring.
Oh no! Oh, you mean virtually? No.
Yeah, but virtually, not not in real life.
Alfredson.
Also, is there any sorry, just very quick, very sidetrack. Is there any update on the Nürburgring 24?
Oh,
or is it still foggy?
It's still going. I don't know. Let's have a look.
I've just checked. Nothing's happening. Next information at 11. Fantastic. It's great stuff.
Lovely.
I came off the broadcast last night, and I immediately looked and I thought I'll put that on for a little bit. Immediately I saw that they said it was foggy and that they weren't going to continue until the morning, and they still haven't, which is fantastic news, isn't it? But that's not a problem we have in the virtual world, is it, Zach? We've been going all the way through. We could have snow, rain, ice, and we would just plough on through.
Well, yeah, that's true actually. Especially if it's snow, obviously you do it literally. But yeah, we would. That's the beauty of sim racing, because there's no consequence. If you crash in here, well, to be fair, actually, I say there's no consequence. People have broken wrists driving sim racing because of just how intense the force feedback is sometimes. I can't remember who it was. I think it was one of the Williams eSports drivers at Spa. At some point on LCC, they were stopped on track. They had their hands on them, and someone rear-ended them. And then, because of the sudden snap, they had their hands and thumbs into the grips and stuff. And they broke their wrist. Happened many a time. So there's not, you're not immune from consequence, especially if you're racing for a championship with prize money or whatever, or just even glory and stuff. You know, there is consequence if things go wrong. But at the end of the day, you're not going to die or severely hurt yourself if there's too much rain or too much snow on circuit. But unfortunately, for those in real life, when you've got upwards of, I don't even know how many cars are entered in the real life Nürburgring 24 this year, but probably quite a lot. At the most difficult circuit in the world, you kind of do need to see. It does help a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, especially when it's the Nürburgring, and if there's a car, across the track, which happens more often than it should, and then you can't see it until it's far, far too late. There is a safety issue there, in fairness. So yeah, that is a problem. I just want to also mention, I don't know if you mentioned that in the last 10-15 minutes, that race clutch car DNF'd. Am I right in thinking that's recent?
Yeah, it was actually. I think. Yeah, there it is. Darius Andre was at the wheel. He is now in the pit lane. Might need to send a quick message to Jake Dennehan or someone to confirm as to what happened there. But that is unfortunate for them because they were running inside the top 6. Now we're down to 5. Of course, the 2 DNFs and Hypercar, sim racing for Holland, and the second race clutch car, but not, of course, the all-important one driven by Colin Sport at the moment, the number 1. But that's a shame because, again, you're so close. It's not like you DNF with 23 hours to go. It's like, that was a shame. But, you've gone nearly 22 hours into a race just for all that hard work to become undone.
It's gutting, really, isn't it? Just to be going so deep into the race, and then it all was for absolutely nothing. I mean, I'm sure yourself and I, Zach, have both had times where we've done something, and then at the end of it, it feels like, well, what was the point of wasting my time on that? And it's kind of one of those examples, isn't it, where you've been going for 22 hours, you put in your heart and soul, especially into practicing, if there's a penalty for coup de temps. That when it all comes undone with so close, with barely any time left in the race, it just kind of feels like a bit of an anticlimax. But at the same time, if you are in that race clutch car and you feel like the P6 is the maximum, then you could argue that they're just saving themselves a couple of hours. They're still going to get the same amount of points.
Well, that's true, and they're not even in contention for the championship either because, well, they've only really competed in the last few races, and I think that was in Division 2 as well. So they've, of course, just jumped into Division 1 and raced in Le Mans. So they're not even fighting for a championship. I don't think points really were their aim. But at that point, surely, if you are just going to stay for 2 hours, what was the point in entering anyway? Because if you're not worried about points, what are you worried about? Well, because the next best thing is getting to the checkered flag.
Well, you'd win. You'd want to win, wouldn't you, surely?
Of course, yeah.
I mean, but like Le Mans compared to any other track, if you're just going to do the race, if you're in 6th place for 3 minutes off the lead, it's the one track where I would be like, yeah, okay, maybe I can kind of understand why you've retired the car there, because if you're not going to win the race, especially if your teammates are in the lead, I mean, they're not really going to be worried about the points because their teammates are winning the title. They're not really going to be worrying about trying to win the race because they can't at this point. I mean, normally I'd be fully in support of sticking around because, you never know what's going to happen. But to be fair, if they've made that decision, if that is genuinely just they've chosen to retire and they've made that decision because they can't really see the point of the next 2 hours, I can at least understand that point of view.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. Because at the end of the day, it's still 2 hours. Go get yourself some breakfast or whatever. And cheer your teammate on from the sidelines. Have just been confirmed, by the way, by Lawrence Kiesmek, it's the race engineer for Race Clutch, that unfortunately Darius Andre did disconnect from the session. You are able to get back in, but of course you lose or you restart the lap that you're on, plus all the lap time that you lost while being disconnected. So yeah, you of course basically lose all of that time, but fortunately for them, they weren't really well, I mean, they could well have gone for go team for P5. I'm not entirely sure as to what the situation was at the time, but nonetheless, they are down in 6th place. And whether they can get back out on track or not, that probably is going to be the best they can get. GT3 pit stops, by the way, are racing this BS Plus Zoom competition, working their way into the pit lane. There you can see how Alzabti working his way in. The Mercedes just in behind as well. I think that is the Brabham car
Ooh, and it's reversing.
potentially, and it's reversing down the pit lane. Now, I don't believe that he's missed his pit box there. He's still
He's
going.
rolling. He's rolling.
He-
He's not reversing.
What? He's going into the garage. We're just watching it unfold in slow mo.
Oh.
There's the contacts, and now he kicks it into overdrive. What on earth happened there?
And he's undercut the car in the.
He has. Oh, well, yeah, penalty.
Oh, that is I don't think Nightmare quite cuts it there, if I'm honest. That is a. Well, there's many words I could use to describe that. I don't know if they're broadcastable. That is not what he wanted to happen. The Brabham car. Adam Pinch is now in that car. I think he's going to have to be taking another trip to the pit lane for a penalty quite soon.
How does that happen, though?
I don't know.
I've never had that, because surely if you're in your pit box, the sim it basically just grabs you and stops you from moving, unless of course you put the car in gear. If it's being serviced or whatever, almost like the controls are locked basically, or at the very least you can't roll. Did he just leave the clutch in or something? Did he just leave it in neutral? I'm not sure at that one. Nonetheless, that was something very peculiar, very anomalous when it comes to racing, because I have to say I've never seen a car roll backwards into the pit garages before. Colin Spork is into the pit lane, by the way, our race leader and championship winner in the Hypercars. That's probably going to be their third last stop, I want to say. Ish, maybe a splash dash at the end or whatever it might well be, but they are coming into their final sets of pit stops, and doesn't seem like Winchik are going to be putting on too much of a contest for them. So, yeah, nonetheless, have you ever seen that before?
No, I mean obviously I have the racing line on in the pit lane, so I don't have that kind of problem.
Oh, no, that's true. You know where you're going. Yeah,
Exactly.
I have just seen, by the way, in the YouTube chat, we have just got confirmation. He had to go for a pit stop himself, i.e. go to the toilet.
Oh.
The pit stop had stopped. He didn't have enough time to get to the toilet and back. Maybe he washed his hands like a hygienic human being, because some people prioritise that over or prioritise getting back to the car over hygiene. Which can sometimes be fair enough. Nonetheless, he ran to the pit stop, ran to the toilet, couldn't get back in time to complete the pit stop, so the service was finished, and then as it dropped back off, and it just started rolling, basically, because he wasn't in the car to control it. And even if the car was in gear, you've got an automatic clutch, obviously, with semi-sequential gearboxes and things like that, or semi-automatic gearboxes. It can just roll in the pit lane, even if it's in gear. Yeah, he just went backwards. Probably had a nasty scare when he jumped back into the car to think, oh, that I didn't have enough time to go to the toilet and back.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Also depends how far the toilet is away. I know some people who I've done some racing with who have had their toilet pretty much next door, and some that have effectively had to go to heaven and back to get to the loo. So it kind of just depends on that. But at the same time, that must have been a funny sight, running back to your sim rig, the car rolling back. Wouldn't have been a pleasant sight, I think it's fair to say. It would have been an enjoyable moment. But for Pinchers, it all looks okay now. I wonder if Jimmy will spare his blushes, not give him a penalty. But I doubt that's going to happen.
Rules are rules.
Exactly. But does Jimmy have mercy? That's the question, Zach. Does he have any mercy?
I don't know. Let's see.
Oh, hello.
Oh,
hello.
Who is that off? Going through the Porsche curves, not entirely sure. I know there was an issue for one of the LMP2 cars not long ago. I did see them going slowly.
It wasn't the Team Irish car, was it? No.
No. Okay.
It was dark. I thought it looked dark. I didn't know if that was the Team Irish. I panicked slightly there. Who could that be, though? Looking at the time gaps, difficult to say, really, isn't it?
Yeah. Of course, we'll update you as soon as we know. I know, of course, I did see earlier on in the lap. Go on.
No, sorry, I believe it's the other Team Iris car. So I was technically right. It's the 48. It's currently got into the pit lane. Well, that might just be because they're in the pit lane.
Oh no, it's Seawolf Net Race. There we go.
Is it?
Hang on.
There's the Iris. Oh yeah, you go.
They are.
I got duped by the timing screen.
Yeah, Kara Harvey is now coming into the pit lane without a rear wing. I'm not entirely sure if that's the same car that was going slowly earlier on because I did notice going down the Mulsanne, that was my sudden that I saw because there was a car without a rear wing going slowly and crabbing. But that is the ordinary race car working their way back into pit lane. They were P16 in class and last, so not of course much, but still onto the jack, still going to repair that damage and still going to get back out to the end. Because again, that is an achievement in of itself. I do want to know how that happened, though. I'm guessing just as simple as that. They just dropped the car through a high-speed section.
Yeah, not ideal. Again, it's one of those things that you can't really afford to do at this stage of the race, is it? And unfortunately for Kara Harvey, it's happened to him, albeit the alternate race, not exactly in the race for the win, are they? 21 laps off the lead, and they're only the small margin of 7 laps behind the next car in front of them. So, yeah, it's not been the ideal 24 hours for them, and I think, to be fair, they're not going to be terribly fussed with that incident.
Here it is, by the way. This is coming into Tetra Rouge, and boom, easy as that. The smallest of mistakes. Such a small mistake, but such a huge one in terms of the consequence that it carried. Just turning in, of course, there is a slight elevation. You go up and dip back down before you go into Tetra Rouge, and again, a slight kink as well. So you are turning the car. And if you don't, get it turned enough, because of course it's barely a turn, you're not really trying to turn the steering wheel too much, you just rush out wide, you're trying to maximise the entry as well, because it is arguably one of the most important corners on the circuit is Tetra Rouge, because it sets you up for the first part of the Mulsanne. If you don't get it right, and you don't maximise your speed, you can be swamped. And I think just trying to open it up a bit too much onto the grass, and at that speed as well, while you were trying to dab on the brakes, and car was unsettled, spun around, and off they went. Backwards into the barrier without a rear wing, and that is a long way to go without a rear wing.
Yes, you're right there. I mean, that gets a little bit closer to the end of the Mulsanne. We've seen many a moment down here, haven't we? Throughout the races where we saw the Code 80 and near the start of the race cause, but that was more of a case of wrong place, wrong time for a GT3 car. But here's Daniel Visner now, the Winchit car, going nicely. Of course, I think off-sync with the strategy, aren't they? They're not really in the lead in terms of on strategy, but you've got to enjoy it while you can. They're still in the lead with 2 hours to go, so it shows that there is still clearly a close enough race on that one pit stop can drop you out of the lead.
Pretty much, yeah. So, of course, Visner and Winchit Racing Team, while it is easy at this stage to lose hope and just say, oh yeah, we'll settle for second, don't. Because, like I said earlier, with Thomas Enger and Visceral and GT3, with Visceral still pushing quite hard, despite Enger still being inside the top 6 to win the championship, you never know what's going to happen, both to you and your strategy, but also, more importantly, your competitor. Things can go wrong for them. They can disconnect at a moment's notice. We've already seen that with the run race clutch car. That could still happen to the other one, potentially. It's unlikely, but it could still happen. And Winchit want to make sure that if something goes wrong, they are there to pick up the pieces. So many times in racing, where have we said, yeah, but he got lucky. Yeah, but he was really lucky. He didn't deserve to win that race. He got lucky. Yeah, but why was he lucky? Why was he the one in second place ready to pick up the pieces for P1? It's because 9 times out of 10, when it comes to motor racing, you make your own luck, and you've got to be the one to capitalise on those opportunities. It could be anyone in the driving seat to capitalise. You're the one in control of whether or not it's you.
Yeah, I think LH44 Twitter might have a slightly different view on that one than you. But
but AD21.
that good old famous AD21. No, you're right. Really, you have to be in those positions, put yourself into those positions to benefit from that. Yeah, I mean, you could argue that to an extent, you can kind of get lucky in terms of being where you are, depending on what may have happened or may not have happened to you. Maybe everyone around you's been taken out by a GT3 or a Hypercar or vice versa. And you just kind of got away with a tap. But no, generally you are right in that drivers can just create their own luck by just putting themselves in the right positions, just benefiting on others making mistakes. And that's really the name of the game. You don't win a relay race in athletics, do you? Or you can win a relay race from third if the front two drop the baton. You're still going to win the race. You don't necessarily get lucky. It's part of the challenge of the race. So, yeah, I think you're right. It is really that you make your own luck, particularly in an endurance race. I mean, you may have a big instant lose a lot of time.
Oh,
That's
wow.
Daniel Visner. How does the Ferrari sports car? Not giving an inch. There's 2 hours to go, and I don't know if I don't know what's gone on there really. It looked like that Visner was clearly going for the inside line. Maybe it was a bit too late for a send.
Yeah, I mean, one of the biggest differentials with Hypercars to the LMP2 is the straight line speed. There is a difference in terms of the aerodynamic grip as well. That's also quite a big one. But in terms of braking distances, there's not too much actually. Visner, of course, going into that corner we saw was flashing the headlights just to say to Antonovsky, no, I'm coming through. But then the Ferrari car drifted over to the right, almost to sort of step the move, and then actually forward it around the outside. I've got to be honest, I'm not overly sure as to why. Because what did either gain or lose by being that aggressive in that scenario? I'm not sure. Of course, for Visner, maybe it could have paid to be a bit more patient and wait to the exit to put his foot down and go past. But of course, at the same time, what did Antonovsky gain by staying in front?
Your guess is as good as mine, realistically, on that one. But we have seen now Daniel Visner go to lap the leader of the GT3 competition for the, if I've got this right, 52nd time in this race. So the BS competition car getting lapped once again, but they are comfortably leading the GT3 battle by 74 seconds. But yeah, puzzling one really. Darius Andre back in that race clutch car. They've now done a full lap since they've emerged from the pit lane, got back in, has reconnected again, and you can forget everything we said about giving up. They haven't.
They have not indeed. Andre and his connection issues are gone, hopefully, and he's back in the race. So again, to complete it and determined as ever to bring two cars to the checker flag are Race Clutch in what would be their second consecutive Le Mans win, and also their second consecutive championship as well. They've already won twice before. Of course, it was all the way back in season 11 in LMP3 that Race Clutch won Le Mans before that. Of course, that was a good few years ago, but now they're ticking off potentially into their third victory ever in the Virtual Endurance Championship, at the very least in Division 1 nonetheless. Running very, very well, and of course to do that indeed. And we've just been told, Nick De Silva just sent me a message, it wasn't necessarily connection issues, it was just his electricity went out. He just had an outage and had to get everything booted back up again. So not quite as quick of a fix as an internet problem would be. Even if it's just a slight drop, you can get back in fairly quickly. If your internet goes, if electricity goes, you've got to get up, go and turn it back on, then got to boot this thing up, load rFactor to get back into the session, wait for your Wi-Fi to boot itself back up again. So it's everything rolled into one when your electric goes out.
Yeah, I mean, it's so difficult, really. You can never really blame yourself or anybody else, really, if there's an internet issue or a connection issue, because it's one of those things where it's literally you're relying on thin air, aren't you, to kind of keep you in the race. There's nothing else there. I mean, there's little box, there's a connection, and there is satellite. You know, that's all you're hoping on, really. If it goes wrong, it's not going to really be anybody's fault per se. That's just, it's just life at this point. But it is always so gutting because it's one of those things where you can't do anything. You kind of have to be at peace with it somewhat because there is literally nothing you could do. It was almost written in the stars. But it can be so frustrating, can't it?
Star-crossed outage, maybe. I don't know. Something in that vein when it comes to Destiny. With those guys, do you even have free will? We could get very philosophical, couldn't we? But we won't, because we're not intelligent enough to do that. And this is a race and not a TED Talk. Although the last couple of hours probably has seemed more like a TED Talk than us talking about the race at points. Nonetheless, Seawolf Net Race, by the way, are in to the pit end from the Hypercar. They were running, or they are running quite nicely in the podium places. Jan Katau at the wheel. Of course, nice to see Seawolf doing well in at least one of the categories, running for a podium. Unfortunately, that same success can't be posted in LMP2.
No, and they've not had the best of races, have they? To Wolfnet race in the LMP2 and even in the Hypercar. Of course, they were in that battle for P3, and then that penalty in the pit lane may end up costing them a podium position. But yeah, disappointing and frustrating for them. But Jan Kato now in for the end of the race, surely not going to be changing drivers from here on out. And he'll be trying to bring home possibly a podium for Wolfnet race, but he'll be doing absolutely everything he can and his utmost to pick up realistically all the points and positions that they can get, even if it's just staying in P4.
Yeah, exactly that. Again, Seal Race are one of the front runners, or they always have been a front runner. At least in my time in the VEC, back in season 14, I think. I think it was my third season of the VEC, and I've enjoyed every single second of it. Seal Race have always done a brilliant job. They have won the 24 Hours of Le Mans as well. So again, just goes to back that point of how important they are and how amazing they are at what they do. That was an LMP2 back in season 9, by the way, which was the same year actually that had the closest finishing margin of any Le Mans in history. 40.7 seconds was the gap between P1 and P2. Of course, it was VEC Simsport that took the victory. With Cavella, Kassop, and Christian Michael as well, who were racing. Michael, of course, still racing. This season, Yuri Kassop won the championship with Red Bull Racing Esports a couple of seasons ago as well. So, very prominent minds in the Virtual Endurance Championship. Very, very strong drivers as well. Into the pit lane, by the way, comes Daniel Visner from what was the race lead, relinquishing it back to Colin Spork. And then once he emerges, we'll see what the actual gap is going to be, what they'll play with, and effectively how much race clutch are potentially going to be winning by. But we talk about these big gaps and 42 seconds and things like that and whatever, 30 odd seconds as it is as he emerges from the pit lane. We'll wait to see for refreshers or whatever. But when you think how long they've been racing, how much they've had to deal with, all the strategy, pace differences, and stuff like that, we see 30-second gaps crop up in a half an hour race. After 22 hours, it's not bad going.
Oh, absolutely not. It's a slight shame that we don't have the tightly packed field that we had featuring in the opening 8 hours. It has widened a touch, but even still, it has been a remarkably close race all the way through. I mean, we're currently looking at the time gap for the lead being 31 seconds. A reminder that the closest ever finish is 40, and this is, I believe, the 11th running, isn't it, of this race. So we're definitely on for possibly a record here. So it's been really quite exciting in terms of the. It's been exciting in terms of the strategy picture. Really, we've not had too much side-by-side action. We've been short of the on-track overtakes generally, but we've not been short of things to talk about in terms of taking tyres, taking fuel, the strategy, doing the undercut, looking at which teams are coming back into the race, which teams are then using traffic to their advantage. It has been a really, really interesting 24 hours race. We've had many another 24 hours where the strategy has been pretty much the same for every team in each class. There's not really been too much, and when the strategy is the same and you don't really get many on-track passes, it creates a pretty dull race. But we've not had that here. We've had lap after lap of intriguing racing, some intriguing moments, and yeah, it's been a thoroughly exciting 22 hours and 10 minutes.
22 and 10 minutes, nice, yeah. It's been good, and also reminiscing about the season as a whole. It's been a great season. So many memorable moments, of course, immediately, maybe not as memorable for the right reason, but Bahrain. And I remember going on Twitter, because I don't think I commentated Bahrain. I think it was Cam and Vida that did the whole 4 hours of that one. It was, I remember just going onto Twitter and looking at Tom Larsen's post, and just the carnage that ensued. So much so that he was able to meme it and put another track over it or whatever. It was pretty funny. But nonetheless, that's probably not the right reason just to reminisce on it. But all the battles that we've had, the close fights, the championships that we've boasted, it's been a great season for so many different reasons. And we look forward ever more to season 17. Speaking of, by the way, Tom Larsen, he's now just taken to the wheel of the Race Clutch car. giving Colin Spork a little bit of rest and probably will be taking this car to the end, I'd imagine. 2 hours, fairly manageable stint in an endurance race.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, again, this is something we've touched on already in the broadcast, that really the stints that the drivers do is really based on personal preference, isn't it? Some drivers would rather only do a couple of hours at a time. Some drivers may, stick around for 3-4 hours if they feel like they're in the zone, they know what they're doing, they know where the race is for them, and they can just keep pounding the lap times in. It really is a personal preference thing. But yeah, from here, any driver changes at the moment are easily going to be going to the end. So Martelo, just under 2 hours for him in the car, easily going to be driving this one to the checkered flag. And yeah, I mean, hopefully for him, a nice calm drive, should be able to get back with one more stop. That's a should, not a will. But I'm sure they have all their fuel numbers tossed up to perfection down at Race Clutch. I can't imagine they're going to be worrying about a splash and dash. So looking nice and comfortable, just don't lose the car, really.
Don't use that sucking back up to Race Clutch now. It's too late for that. You
Right.
can't. No, it doesn't work like that, Darren. You can't
Right,
slate them earlier on, and now
the only reason that I said that about the onboard we were watching is because we were watching that onboard. It could have been anybody.
Nah, it's unacceptable. It is.
Right, fantastic.
But it's fine, because your relationship with Race Clutch is going to be like mine with Williams after the Academy car.
But at least I didn't call them the community team. At least I made it, like a gentle, light-hearted dig, and you just called them a community team. You kind of ruined their entire brand.
No, yeah. No, that's fair enough. That is fair enough. No, that's fine. I'll accept that. I just want to justify myself. I was talking more generally about the event itself that was on.
Yeah.
As opposed to the.
That's what they all say when they've called the
themselves.
Williams car a community car.
Well, yeah, but it has just become the meme now. But I do not think I'll be getting a Williams anytime soon. Race Clutch, by all means, you want to give me one. My favourite colour is red. Just so you know, I'll rep it, and I'll do what I like. But that's fine. If not, it's whatever. It worked for Lewis Sargent, so I'm going to give it a good go. Nonetheless, an hour and 46 left to go in this race. Last loop seems to be fairly secure. Another round of pit stops, by the way. David Mrocek already back into the pit lane. He came in with, 22 minutes off the hour-ish? 27 minutes off the hour? So in fairness, actually, it's bang on 40 minutes, which is what we'd expect of these prototypes. Not taking sides, of course, he did that at his last stop, but he'll be continuing on for his second, potentially final stint in this race. Depends if Iris want to swap it out, but it's always good to have familiarity, isn't it? If David Mrocek is comfortable and driving well in the car, which I'm sure he absolutely is, he's not really made too many mistakes, which is to be expected of Mrocek, maybe it is better just to put him in all the way to the end.
Probably. I mean, I can't really see them, chucking someone in, because they will obviously have to pit at least one more time. I can't see them chucking someone in for the last hour, especially if Mrocek is dialed in. Unless he maybe is flagging. Again, it's personal preference. If he's flagging, then get someone else in ASAP. But if he's just confident, he's comfortable, he's calm, he's getting on with the laps, there's no reason to change anything up, really. But there we go. That's kind of the situation that we find ourselves in this race. But yeah, I mean, an hour and 45 minutes to go, 105 minutes of the 1,440 that we started with. And yeah, we're going along quite nicely now, aren't we?
We very much are. The hours are ticking down very thick and fast for some. That's going to be a sight for sore eyes, I'm sure. Race Clutch, of course, at the front, dominating as they have been all season long. I don't know. Are they going to be hopeful that the check fat soon, or are they going to sort of be, like earlier with the cars and things? Is it going to be sad to let go of such a dominant season?
Say that again, because I think I've misunderstood what you said and I'm now confused.
In terms of, like earlier when we were saying with the cars, and you get sentiment with them, and you build that sort of that connection with them. Is it not potentially also fairly similar with how you do with the season? Like, do they want the season to end with how good it's been?
I mean, in a way, yeah. I think definitely for some of these cars, because of course we've got the teams that are winning the championships. Of course, they're going to be loving life right now, but when we get back to the new season, season 17, we all start back at 0 again, don't we? So you then have to, re-dial in. You've got to make sure you're getting the points on the board early on, and we are back to square one. So in a way, I think yes, but at the same time, I think for everybody but the champions, they kind of want to see the back of this season because they want to be trying to win the championship next season. For some teams that maybe had a great season, outperformed expectations, yeah, maybe they're going to be slightly sad to see it go. But realistically, if you're not winning the title, all it is getting 4th, 5th in the championship is written down over the paper. Realistically, it's not. You're not gonna. It's not. Yes, it might be your best ever result, but at the same time, there's always that chance and there's always that desire to progress further in the following season. So I think, in a way, yes, but everyone's going to be looking forward to next season with a fresh smile and an excitement in tune.
Yeah, exactly. Sad to see it end, but happy to see the conclusion, I think, is the drawback from that one. With how amazing it's been, eventually it does have to end, but we always want to see how things end up when we get to the check flag here at Le Mans. That's why we go racing for the first ever round back in Monza. Of course, we don't have the season 17 calendar just yet, but keep an eye out. Get yourself registered for, of course, the Sim Racing Club, and get yourself involved potentially for season 17 of the Virtual Endurance Championship. We've got 3 divisions, so 3, 2, and of course this one as well. And Division 1 is the stage for all the best teams and drivers in rFactor 2 to prove themselves in the top endurance championship on rFactor 2 at the moment. So bring it on. Season 16 is, of course, an hour and 42 away from being wrapped up, and then we'll look all eyes forward towards season 17 and another near-on year of racing with a race. I think we've averaged a race every 4 weeks or so. Of course, the gap between Silverstone and today a little bit larger because it takes a lot more prep for Le Mans, understandably so. At the end of the day, we've still been able to keep up some good pace. It's been a fairly long season, but with 9 races, average at 4 weeks, that's 36 weeks of a season, which is quite a long one. But looking forward to season 17, though, Dara, what would you want to see on the calendar? What would be your top track to go racing at?
That we do have already, or that we don't have?
Just whatever. What tracks do you want to see? Give me 5.
Right. I'd like to see Bahrain back.
Nice.
I mean, the race we had there was excellent, and I do maintain. I think it's a very underrated track, particularly for endurance racing. So there's that. Oh, he's on the spot now. Bahrain. I'm trying to think of, because there's obvious ones that you wouldn't list, like Daytona and Le Mans.
Yeah, they don't count. 5
yeah, exactly.
Interesting tracks.
Bahrain.
Yeah.
I'd also no.
No.
Oh god, I'm gonna have to think about this now. You've
What were you
really
thinking?
chucked me on the spot. No, I was just trying to think about. I was just like trying to think west to east, and then I got to LaSalle and thought, no, not really.
I don't think that would be a good race.
It's
a good
too
track.
high speed. It's too high speed. There's not enough substance to it, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Like, it just feels like it's all just you're just basically driving on an oval in a weird shape. Like, there's really not many braking zones. I think I can name one heavy braking zone at Qatar. Apart from that, you're just looking at pretty homogeneous race and a short track as well. Bahrain, though, that's one of the things I like about Bahrain. There's lots of heavy braking zones, medium speed corners, high speed corners. There's enough straights for you to overtake as well. It's kind of the best of everything on a short track. So that should be there. European tracks, though. What kind of European track? I mean, Monza, definitely shout for Monza.
Okay.
Monza always produces good endurance racing. I'm not. I know we've had Imola this season, but I'm not sure I'd put it in my 5. My word, this is difficult, you know.
It is, because there's just so many circuits. It's just you're oversaturated, really.
Oh, Sebring. Put Sebring down.
Oh. Okay.
Sebring's great.
I don't like Sebring. I don't rate Sebring. I definitely don't think it needs to be repaved, unlike Ian O'Leary. But I don't know. It doesn't tickle it for me. I've got to be honest.
Why not? But why not?
It's just Nah. I don't know. It's just one of those circuits that I've never really gelled with. I've not really got much of an attachment to it. I mean, we've had some good races, don't get me wrong. It can produce some good racing. I just think it lacks character overall. Obviously, it's got the bumps and things, but that's about it. I can remember a couple of good races, particularly in the VEC that we've had at Sebring, but all in all, I don't think it'd be in my top 5. Also, a good point has just been brought up by Johan in the YouTube chat. You don't want to pick
Yeah.
Qatar because it's too quick,
I
and then you go
was
for
going to
Monza.
address this. I was going to address this. The difference is Qatar is there's one heavy braking zone. It's not made for racing. Monza, at least, yes, it's incredibly fast, but it at least has the first chicane, the second chicane, the Les mode, the Sky. There are parts of the circuit where it can become slightly contentious. There are moves to be made. It can be a little bit more difficult to negotiate your way through traffic, particularly. Qatar just doesn't. And I think also with Monza as well is partially is the historic aspect. Of course, we've been racing there, particularly endurance racing, for so many years, and we've seen racing down the years from there. We've seen the World Endurance Championship this year at Qatar. Let's be honest, it wasn't that great, was it?
Qatar is a great bike racing circuit.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Knocked yourself out with the bike racing, but just not with endurance racing. I feel like there are better tracks for that, and that's one of the reasons why I think Bahrain is so good for endurance racing. With the mixed classes, with the different kind of areas of the racetrack, with the lower speed and the higher speed corners, it is a challenge, really, because not only do you get some good racing action, because you can really kind of make an attempt of a move into turn 1 and then it follows through to turn 4. You can also then have difficulties getting through the traffic, some late sends, some ambitious moves through most of the circuit. Kerry Yarvy's had more instances. I've also seen in the chat, Luc Muniz also said that he would like to have Zolder, where's it gone? It's already up there. Zolder and Lebanon. And I have to say, some fantastic shouts there. I'd love to see the VC at Zolder.
To be fair, I wouldn't mind it. Zolder is a fantastic circuit. But again, it's that dilemma. It might well be a great racing circuit, but you have to remember, we've got 40 cars, 3 different classes with insanely different speeds. Would it work that well? Because again, on paper, it's a great circuit.
No.
But would it be just carnage and chaos for the first hour, and then the next 5 is just boring because no one can do anything? I think that would be what would happen with Zolder. I do like the point of Sao Paulo, Interlagos being brought back in. I think that would be a great race. I do love me some Interlagos. I think that would definitely open the door for some good racing. In terms of, I'm just trying to think of UK tracks that we could jump in, because obviously the obvious answer is Silverstone, but I'm just trying to think if we could spruce it up a little bit. I know
Cadwell Park.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Let's go Cadwell with the jump in the chicanes. Yeah, that would be a fantastic idea with the VEC. I know Vida really wants Jimmy to chuck in Knock Hill at some point. I don't think that's going to happen. You've then got, I'm just not like of actual Grand Prix circuits. You've got Snet, Donny.
Oh, we'd love me some Snet. I mean, we could go, Zach. I mean, you could go. We could do comms from the racetrack.
We could, yeah. The Wi-Fi would be terrible. But we'd be able to do it. That's true. But again, is it big enough to go? Unless we go to, I mean, Donington maybe, but again, it's difficult. I think our best bet is to look into Europe more than anything. Kota could be a good shout, actually. I was thinking of the Americas going to Kota. We're thinking of adding in some American races. Of course, we've got Daytona. Sebring, I'll probably swap out Sebring for Kota. Then of course you've got the 3 Americas. You've got Kota, you've got Daytona, you've got Road Atlanta. I think that would be a good triple if we go into the States. There is Laguna Seca, but again, I think in a similar vein to sort of the tracks like Zolder, and say if we were to go to Donington or whatever, it's again just tight, it's twisty, and it's a good circuit, but is it big enough for the demands that we've got? I don't know. But you're right, it is difficult to pick 5, and I do love the what we've started in the YouTube chat as well, which is people shouting out some good choices. Aragon is there.
Yes.
Shanghai from Diogo Silva. Indy 500. Should we just do an oval?
I was going to say, before Nick De Silva, I'm annoyed that he's gone in there. I saw him put in Jerez, and it made me think Aragon would be... I think Aragon's a great shout. it's a very particular circuit, isn't it? Of course. There's a couple of straights, but it's not really too much, and then it does get narrow. So I reckon that could be really, really quite good. But yeah, definitely that's something to, I think that we'd have to look at. Jerry has put in Detroit with Total Anarchy. Now, I actually did in the last, I think just over a week ago, I did do a 1 hour race at Detroit with Hypercars and GT3s. Can I just say, it may be the most fun I've ever had doing commentary. It was incredible. I think only about 5 cars didn't get damaged in a 36 car field. Like, it was incredible. That would be, but I think that would just be more carnage than anything else.
Yeah, but why? Yeah, you have to ask, why is it good? Is it good because you're sadistic, or is it good because it's a good race?
Yeah, it's sadistic, really. But come on, who doesn't like? Especially when we're sat up here in the commentary booth. Especially if it was just like the opening race of the season. Everyone's to 0, and we just have carnage. I mean, to be fair, remember Bahrain we had last season? Start of the 4 hours. I'm regularly reminded in my own brain by the Tom Lartolo edit that he made of the of that race, where of that start, I should say, where it just was manic. I mean, how many cars were there? Do you remember that, Zach? I mean, there were at least 30 cars
involved
in the crash.
Yeah. That was this season, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was this season.
So yeah, it's because you said last season. I was like, hang on, was it Bahrain this season or Bahrain last season?
Oh yeah,
I know
sorry,
you
this
and,
season. Yeah.
Was it
last
you and
year,
Cam that did last season?
It was Ewan and Cam were on the first hour, I think, and then I jumped in for at least the next 2.
So this is your second season of the VEC, isn't it?
No, this is my first season.
Is it? I
Yeah.
thought you did Bahrain in season 50. Okay, maybe.
No.
Fair enough. Yeah, we've just been, of course, confirmed by Jerry as well that it is just purely sadistic. It's just the I don't know, the want for carnage. We want to see the world burn in the VEC and make the drivers suffer greatly. In that case, then we'll be going to Brands Indy, we'll be going to Zolder, Laguna Seca, Detroit, Long Beach. Oh, imagine Long Beach with a
And
hairpin.
Cadwell Park.
And Cadwell Park. Perfect. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's the season 17 calendar of the VEC. It's done, it's dusted. It's basically confirmed because you can't make a better one.
Oh, well, no, we have to chuck in Daytona and Le Mans in, obviously, don't we?
Oh well, yeah, obviously, but
they can just be like separate races.
Daytona's the
Focus
oval.
on
We do the oval
carnage.
at Daytona, and then Le Mans we do the shorter, the one they use for the bikes, just to ruin it.
Yeah. I've just been thinking about this actually. And you know how we were slating the Indy Road Course before?
Yeah.
I'm thinking about it now. I don't think it'd
Ooh.
be awful for endurance racing.
Yeah. I mean,
I feel like it's one of those circuits that only really works with endurance racing, if you know what I mean. As in, there isn't really anything in terms of the overtaking moves generally, but because there's not really anything on, it creates a challenge with traffic. So it kind of gives in the same way that it takes, if you know what I mean.
yeah, I suppose my problem with the Indy Road Course is, again, it's just one of those dull circuits that don't have character.
Yeah.
It just is an infield of an oval to me. You can have some good racing. I have experienced some good racing as well with the Indy Road Course and things. I remember Epar when there a couple of years ago. I can't exactly remember when, and have also seen a number of other races that did a really good job. But to me, again, just to drive it, it's a bit mid. I can see what you mean in terms of what it would cause with traffic and things, but you get a good traffic dynamic, I think, everywhere at any
Yeah,
circuit, purely because it
that's
is
true.
just one of those fundamental principles of endurance racing. So, yeah, I'm not too sure. I definitely wouldn't put Indy Road Course anywhere near a top lot in terms of tracks. I've got to be honest. The curbs are cool, but apart from that, and again, what layout
yeah.
of the road course would you use?
I reckon you'd use the one with the little chicane onto the back straight.
So you go turn 1, 2, 3, left, right, back straight. That one.
Yeah, and then you don't go around the final. You don't go around turn 2 and turn 1. You take that little basically use the track that they use in the IndyCar series.
Yeah. Okay.
Take that one because, but I think generally I do think you're right, but I think IMS would work best with endurance racing compared to any other form of motorsport, which, like the same can't be said for other circuits, if you know what I mean. So even though it might not be great, it might be worth a go.
Yeah.
See that one.
Nick De Silva, by the way, just to jump in, has suggested Phillip Island. And I know in some capacities that could probably be seen as a bit of a joke. I've had some good multi-class endurance racing at Phillip Island. It is a good circuit for it. Surprisingly.
And also, I think I'm going to be honest. I'm loving the fact that we are being able to spend all of this time delving into these tracks. This is fantastic.
Half an hour now, I think.
Exactly, it's great. Long Beach, interesting shout. Johan saying he preferred Dubai over Bahrain. I can kind of see that argument. Dubai is actually another track that I feel like it goes under the radar a bit. Of course, it has the endurance races near the start of the year, but it just kind of feels like from February through to November, nothing really happens at Dubai. It's kind of a January, January kind of base track. Yeah, I mean, it's a good track, and I definitely think that's a shout, actually, Dubai. Laguna was there last year. Oh, Laguna's another track that's good. I mean, there is no room anywhere, is there, on the exits. You cannot go wide. You cannot be hit anywhere, especially down at the corporate where you'd be absolutely done over. And Bathurst as well. That's just asking for quite a lot of trouble, isn't it?
Yeah, I wouldn't back Bathurst. I've got to be honest. But yeah, Laguna.
That sounds like an election slogan. Back Bathurst, doesn't it?
Back Bathurst. Yeah, nice. In the good old Jenny Lex that we've got going on, we're gonna back Bathurst. There we go.
The natty serves you're gonna have to do soon.
Oh yeah, love it. Brilliant. Yeah, love it. Welcome to the UK, ladies and gentlemen. For those that don't know what we're talking about, we are just special, essentially, here in the UK. But we won't talk about politics because it's a broadcast. And yeah, it's fine. I know Dara is very clued up on his politics. He knows everything about it, and he knows exactly who his favourite party is. And he basically knows everything and everyone about all the special parties. He knows how the Jenny Lek works. He knows what's going to happen with the National Service. I could not imagine you in camouflage. I mean, I can barely see you anyway because you're so short. Like,
thank you.
Couple that with some camouflage and fly, you'd just be invisible.
To be fair, I think that's an asset, really, isn't it? No one could see me.
That is true. You'd be a little sneaky one. Yeah, nice.
No, but I'd end up doing the volunteering, wouldn't I?
The little
help out. Yeah, exactly. That we have to do. There's volunteering. Anyway, something to that. More suggestions coming in to the chat. Sepang, that is a shout, Love it. We did a Sepang race recently, didn't we? A commentary. That was great fun.
Did we?
Sepang's up there. Sorry?
Did we?
Yeah, we did. Touring Car Championship.
Oh, of course! We did! Yes, I remember. Yeah, no.
To be fair, I think the race was so boring we genuinely spent half the time just ripping each other apart.
Yeah, well, yeah. What else is there? Oh my goodness me, that was a little bit screwy for the visceral car. I think he's fine. He is nearly getting caught up with the BS Plus Zoom competition machine. But yeah, it gets to that point. But Sepang is a good track, particularly for faster cars. It just has that. It has that flow to it, doesn't it?
It does. It really does. I mean. It's one of those circuits where World Motorsport's kind of gone away from lack of funding generally from the area, but it's a very good track for racing in general, and yeah, definitely a shout. More shouts that are coming in. Portimao from Diogo Silva again, one of those tracks where kind of works with everything, doesn't it? MotoGP, single seaters, and endurance racing I think would be perfect. Paul Ricard, again, that's a. That's an interesting shout. Definitely having a joke around with that one. Hockenheim from Yannick. Hockenheim can be a tad narrow. That'd be my only criticism with Hockenheim, particularly that final sector. Generally, but Hockenheim is a shout. I think, obviously, Nürburgring would be the favoured. Endurance racing track in the west of Germany, albeit the Nürburgring, we can't really say it because it's very good racing, can we? We see it every time we go to the Nürburgring. We can see some racing there, but it does feel limited, doesn't it? You feel like you've got about a couple of minutes of chances and then 5 minutes of the Nordschleife where, you're going to have to be relying on a mistake to make any kind of move. Old Hockenheim, yes, take my money. That would be an absolutely excellent track to be going racing on. But yeah, this is it's a fun conversation to have, really, isn't it? Because we have so many different tracks to pick. I mean, we have hundreds. You think of the amount of races that we go doing in sim racing, and it really is numerous. But yeah, do you yourself say too many trees near the track? Well, yeah, difficult for the cameras, wouldn't it, really? But yeah, Mugello. Mugello's a shout. I will have to say Mugello is a firm shout. I don't know about you, Zach, but Mugello, to me, that does feel like a track that I would love to see a VEC race on.
Oh yeah, I like Mugello. Again, it's got that flow to it. Again, not too many heavy braking zones or anything like that, but just one of those circuits that's nice to drive, and I'm sure it would be a driver's favourite as well. Again, how well will it translate in terms of a good race? We don't know. Maybe we should try it. We should see. If it's horrible, we'll never go there again. It's fine. It's really good. It could well become a classic and stake itself onto the calendar. I do like Mugello. But again, we have got to remember, we're chucking all these tracks out there. It's dependent on how good the rFactor 2 mod for it is as well, because it's all good going to a circuit, finding one, chucking it on. But if it's not properly able to sort of emulate and simulate the track itself, and get the bumps and the curbs right and the scenery right, and have the correct levels of grip that we want, then there's no point going there. I know there was a mod for the Jeddah street circuit a year or so ago, because we were nearly going to use it for FSR, and because the bumps were horrible, it didn't drive well, it wasn't a good mod. We couldn't go there because it didn't translate well into the sim. So there is an element of limitation there, because we are at the mercy of what the platform is going to allow.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, Mugello is definitely a track where I feel like, in a way, it's underrated, just because, again, it's not a track that every series goes to, but I just feel like they should. It's a great little circuit. It's compact. It kind of packs a punch where you need it. There's all kind of forms of corner. I like it. I like Mugello, and also I'd love to go on a holiday to that area of Italy. I mean,
Fair enough.
if
Well, you can drive there in your little Fiesta now, can't you?
I can, can't I? I can. I've got to
Little
go to
road
Wigan
trip.
in 3 weeks. It's not quite Mugello, but
To Wigan.
I've got to go to Wigan.
I'm going Wigan this weekend.
Are you? Why?
Yeah, I'm going to Three Sisters.
Right.
For Fab Racing. Going to do some mini bikes, which honestly, sometimes they can look fairly silly, especially with the senior mini motors. You've just got grown men on mini bikes, but they are awesome. Some, but yeah, I don't know. I'm not too sure about how I feel about going that far up north. I might go into Ewan.
I think you'd be further north than you, to be fair.
I
But
would be,
actually,
yeah.
if anybody from Fab Racing is listening, look at how Zach is absolutely slating the series.
What did I not just say? That it's good racing.
It's awful. I think you should sack him, quite frankly.
Oh, you want my job because you did the spreadsheet. That's what it is.
No. Which spreadsheets? Oh, you mean those gorgeous-looking spreadsheets with some fantastic data presentation on them?
Pretty much, yeah, those ones that I couldn't do myself,
Yeah.
and it was like, "Can I help?" Because I got the call to do it about a week before, and I was like, oh my god, I need to prep. I have no idea about mini bikes or anything. So I was like, okay, so I'll go for the results. And then I had the great idea to do the whole season. There's 10 classes of bike racing. There's a good 10 rounds or so with 3 races each. And yeah, I decided to try and do it. So I was like, Dara, please help. And he did. So it was fine. With the promise of if/when an opportunity comes up, I'll slide his name in where I can. Who made that spreadsheet? Dara Thacker. But it's fine. He just wants my job. It's okay. The competition. No, it's fine. It's fine. I know where he stands. As a commentator, it's all about competition. Because the only competition we get is in the commentary. Because we suck as racing drivers, so it's fine.
I mean, say that for yourself.
I need to say that for myself.
I don't. I won the 11th running of the BPL Indy 500 on Friday. So, speak for yourself. I joined some prestigious names on that, which, you know, you won't have heard of any of them. But yeah, Tobin Lee sadly couldn't make it this year to be the pace car. That's a shame. But we only had one safety car, so there you go. Looking at the chat again, very quickly to get back to this track chat. Bud Kyalami. Bud, that is a shout. Absolute shout. I feel like some of those tracks in Asia, the likes of Sepang, Bud, Korea, kind of got lost to time, didn't they, really? The funding just dried up. There was nothing wrong with the racing. I'd love to go back there now. I mean, if you think of the F1 calendar, which has, you know, any which form of track, get rid of, I can rid of Miami, get rid of Vegas, get rid of, yeah, there you go. I'm trying to think of the calendar now. Get rid of, I can't think of any now.
Miami and Vegas, definitely.
Really, are the main two.
And then I'm just trying. It's been a while.
Something
since I
controversial?
voted for- What's that?
Get rid of Suzuka.
What?
Move to Fuji. Get
Or
rid
have
of
them
Suzuka.
alternate at the very least. Do a year each.
Just yeah. I just feel like the reason that we go to Suzuka is because
Is it because you get lost with the racing?
It's because what happened. No, it's because of what happened with Senna and Prost, and because it's Japan. I can forgive leaving the Senna and Prost bit out, and you can just move in Japan. That's my fix. Fuji is a great circuit. I think Fuji would do as good, if not a better job than Suzuka. It would definitely be better in terms of racing. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
And it's a cooler place, isn't it? Come on, it's cooler. You can see Mount Fuji. It's fun.
That's true. It is a man. That I can back it. I would rather go for an alternating between Fuji and
yeah, that's fair.
and Suzuka. I think Fuji is heavily overhated because of that last sector. I don't get what people hate about it. I don't understand the hate of that last sector.
That might be because we're commentators, not drivers, really.
No, but even driving it, I like it. I really like it.
My favourite Fuji moment was I woke up early on a morning in August 2021, flicked on the television, and therefore proceeded to watch the end of the Olympic road race on the circuit, which I genuinely found hilarious because, yeah, they were. I was thinking that it was taking so long because I think it took them 10 minutes to go around the lap, as you'd expect. They're on push bikes, but yeah, that was quite fun. We won't have the
So
same.
that was an
this year,
actual
will we?
thing. It was an actual race.
Yeah, the men's road race and the men's the road cycling events for the Olympics in Tokyo were based around the Fuji Motor Speedway. So they started and ended there. They obviously went out of the circuit a little bit on quite a long way if you're on the road race, but they ended at the track. So the start-finish line was the line for the gold medal winning position.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
The
Multi-purpose
things you learn with
racing kits.
rFactor.
Yeah, I know. Like what is it? The H word. The uniform one. What's that one? The hue.
Homogeneous.
Homogeneous. See, you should tell me earlier, and I was like, oh my god, I know what that means now. And there we go. Oh, interesting question. Posed by Diogo Silva, by the way. While we're still on the topic of calendars, which we have been for quite some time, it's slightly worrying actually as to how long we've been able to talk about tracks. I don't know whether he means VEC or if he means a different racing series. We'll assume he means the Virtual Endurance Championship. Which track of this season would you get rid of?
Imola.
Okay.
I'm just going to double check the schedule to make sure that
We didn't go to
I'm
Imola.
maintaining that.
We didn't do Imola.
We did do Imola, didn't we? Oh my god,
We did the
absolutely
4
crazy.
hours
Who
last
did Imola? Who did Imola? I think I'm just mixing up. Okay. I didn't say anything. I said absolutely nothing, and my answer in the end is going to be... Oh, I don't know.
Gotta commit.
Road Atlanta.
Ouch. Really?
I don't know. I want Road Atlanta. It's because I kind of like the calendar in total. I kind of just don't know which one I'd take off, basically, is my point. mean, obviously, you can't get rid of Le Mans, Daytona. You can't get rid of Spa.
Yeah.
Silverstone's good. I enjoy Silverstone with endurance racing. Sebring, as I said, I'm keeping Sebring on there. And then that leaves Road America, Bahrain, which I'm not taking off. So Road America, Road Atlanta, and Monza. And of those three, maybe Monza. I said I put Monza on earlier, didn't I?
You did. You put
Oh.
Monza on this. Now you're getting rid of it. What is this double back? It's like you slated race clutch and then stuff
Right,
back up to
in
me
my,
again.
in my defence, you put me on the spot and I had to name some circuits, and I named the circuits that first came to my mind. I'm going to say get rid of Monza. But
I'm
not
gonna
because
say
I
get
don't
rid of
want it there,
Spa.
because it's the worst of the good tracks that are on the calendar.
I'm gonna back we get rid of. If we were to, sorry, I'm not saying we should, but if we were
Yeah, it's
to,
a shout to be fair, Spa.
I'd say get rid of Spa. Not because I dislike the circuit. It is one of my favourite circuits in the world. But oh my goodness me, is it everywhere in sim racing? Every calendar has
Oh,
Spa
yeah.
without fail. We need some spice. We need some pizzazz. Spa is a great circuit, and for good reason. It's put on the calendar, but there's too much of it. There is too much of it. Also, by the way, you weren't completely insane about Imola, but literally, I thought we were going to go to Imola by the time we rolled up to Silverstone, only to then realise that it was swapped for Silverstone sort of at the last second.
Yeah.
There
I
was
can
some
be
issues
forgiven
with
there, can't I, really?
You can with the track. And we did do Silverstone instead, which, to be fair, was still a good race a couple of months ago, and a good sort of setup coming into to the final round at Le Mans. But I think, to be fair, season 16 has had a good calendar. I think overall, kickstarting the season in Monza again, as we did for the last couple of seasons, it's a good shout because obviously they did their pre-season there. Everyone's gelled up, everyone's up to speed, everyone's ready to go. I like Road Atlanta. It can be a little bit tight and twisty in some space for obviously how many cars we've got, but in the end, it's just a circuit that's got so much character. Bahrain, obviously, for the reasons that you mentioned, just how strong of a circuit it is overall. I love Spa, the undulation, how unpredictable it can be at times. It's just Spa. Daytona, of course, we've had two fantastic 24-hour races at Daytona 2 years in a row. Oh no, we had 12 hours last season. We had 24 hours this season. It's just a great circuit. And again, the halfway point of the season, have two 24-hour races, something a bit different, adds to the challenge. Road America, you can't beat Road America really. Well, you can, but it's a great circuit. Sebring, to be fair, it'd be between Spa and Sebring. I've got to be honest, for me, in terms of dropping, Silverstone and Le Mans, of course, they're classics, basically. And like Moni, I was talking about adding some spice, and if we're going to go from Belgian circuit to Belgian circuit, Spa to Zolder sounds like the most logical step, surely.
Oh yeah, it wouldn't take long to get the stuff to Zolder, would it? Realistically,
It's
just
true.
a quick drive across. But this has really just been an interesting race, and I enjoy this conversation about the tracks, heavily so. Nick Desil says 2 or 3 classes next season. I hope we're back to 3. We stick with 3 classes, absolutely. It's 3. It's just more fun to have more classes, isn't it? Really. I mean, from a spectator's point of view, if you had, let's just say, 50 cars on track, 5 classes of 10 would be great fun.
You'd rather go for 5 classes?
Oh no, I'm just saying that from a spectator's point of view, especially if it's like a 3-4 hour race, I reckon you could pack in more of an exciting race with 5 classes, 10 cars each. With a longer race like a 24, you'd want bigger field per class. You know what I mean? But no, generally, I hope we stick with the 3 class system. But maybe maybe we could trial for maybe a 4-hour race. Just get all the classes in. Get an MX-5 class in.
Just chuck it in. Just
Yeah.
go for it. Yeah, no, nice. By the way, because there is still a race going on, we'll talk about it for a second because Winchit Racing and Race Clutch, they're slightly offset from each other. Similar to what we saw in the previous stint, Daniel Visner was able to go slightly longer than Race Clutch, but then obviously pit and relinquish the lead back again. It is interesting to see this this gap chop and change between them. So, of course, at the moment it is 20 seconds. We are coming up to an hour left to go already. I think we have basically killed an hour talking about tracks, but that's fine. But it'll be interesting to see how this offsetted pit stop cycle between them does fare out with such little time left to go in the race, because I still think it could go both ways. I'm going to back Race Clutch purely because I think they will have it, but it is interesting to note that at certain points, Winchick Racing can hold the race lead.
Maybe. I think it depends. It's been a while since they've pitted it, hasn't it? They're going to have to get at minimum another 3 laps into this stint if they're going to be able to carry this lead through to the end. I think they've... I think Race Clutch definitely have one more stop, right? I think Winchick might have 2, or they might be worrying about needing to do a splash and dash here. It's going to be close, I reckon. It's going to be mightily close, but we're going to get an answer, I think, in the next 10 minutes, whether or not Winchick are actually going to be there come the end of the race. But I think that's part of the pit stop cycle rather than anything else.
Yeah, potentially so. Of course, we'll track it as, of course, the time comes down. But maybe if there's a splash and dash to be had, maybe, or, something, we could still well have a race for the lead. We have been confirmed by Laurent Keersmakers that they do have to have a splash at some point towards the end of this race. Good thing is that the pit lane isn't tremendously long at Le Mans, so it's not a huge penalty, but still you do have to take it. I did see earlier on that someone said that the race leaders took 15 stops and P2 took 18. I think it was David O'Reilly. It was, with how knowledgeable he is. He's basically doing our job for us in the YouTube chat. And again, it's all about minimizing the amount of time that you've got in terms of pit lane. That's basically the whole aim of an endurance race, really, is to be as quick as you can out on track and spend as little time as possible in the pit lane. Laurent Keersmakers himself, obviously, as part of Race Clutch, does think it's going to be an interesting end. So, could we have a fight for the lead between the top 2 in the Hypercar Championship for the final race of the season? I think we are guaranteed a new closest winning margin at the very least.
You'd hope so, wouldn't you? And I think you're right at this stage. I can't see it growing out more than that. I can't see Winchick winning it by more than this at all. Absolutely 100%. I cannot see Race Clutch then gaining 80 seconds, or sorry, a full minute on Winchick to then, lead by a bigger margin than we've seen before. So I do think this is going to be the tight finish, as you said. This really depends how this is going to work out with the pit stops towards the end of this race. But as it is, looks all nice and calm. Iris are coming into the pit lane for possibly their final stop. I think they might have to do 2, but they have got a 2.25 minute lead. They are in a comfortable position.
Yeah. Indeed so. Again, it's just going to be one of those things. I have no idea in the commentary booth when it comes to race strategy. I can't imagine you do as well. I don't want to knock you because, I want to give you more credit than maybe you deserve here, Dara. But, I mean, you did with the BPRL Indy 375 or whatever it was in the end because you can't do the full distance. I don't know why you wouldn't. But that takes an element of strategy. But in the commentary booth, we just have to observe what we see, make the best guesses possible. Keersmakers seems confident that they're going to be good to the end. He's done his spreadsheet, he's done his prep, he's happy with the strategy, but still there is that element of uncertainty, and that's why we go racing, isn't it? Is for that element of uncertainty. We wouldn't go racing if we knew immediately what was going to happen.
No, that's right. I mean, there's always the chances for something to go awry, particularly in 24-hour races, and that's why we love to watch them, because we never really know how this is going to go. We are 23 hours in. We still don't know who's going to win this race, and a lot has happened so far. So it really just has been an incredibly interesting 24 hours. We've been absolutely spoiled for choice with the strategy battles and everything that we've had so far. And it's been stunning. 65 minutes ago of the season, and again, still no closer to knowing who's going to win this race.
And that is what we want. Again, that uncertainty. Anything can happen, even when sometimes we're almost sure that the results can stand as they are to the end. You never quite know. You're always in, sort of suspended in that anticipation all the way to the end. Sort of, will it happen? Will something go wrong? Can we stay to the end? I was speaking to Guy Smith, 2003 Le Mans winner, of course, as part of the Bentley Speed 8 a couple of weeks ago at Donington. And I was like, do you know that pressure that gets to, obviously, while you're in the car? Of course, you're at Le Mans, you're leading, what goes through your head? And he was just like, you do start to feel it. You're never completely sure. You're never completely certain. You start second guessing everything. What was that noise? Did the car downshift properly? Do I have throttle response? Is the steering offset ever so slightly? You do start worrying. Those thoughts do start to creep into your mind as the race goes on, as your stint goes on, particularly at this very phase. He finished the race and took the checkered flag in 2003. And we're at a very point right now where teams and drivers, even if they are sure race clutch, maybe if they're sure Team Iris, BS Plus Zoom competition, leading the way in the GT3s, they are fairly comfortable, but not 100%. And they're going to be thinking, race clutch particularly, do Winchik have a chance? Are we on the back foot? Could they sneak the win? Team Iris, what was that? Is my steering wheel still connected? Are my pedals still calibrated? Do I still have brake? All those small things. Paranoia more than anything starts to set in at this point, because you are so close, but still so far. As goodness me, that is a good example of how close things can go to catastrophe.
Yeah, I mean, it can all unravel in a split second, really, can't it? It can just fall apart at a moment's notice, and then that's your race, really. That is your chances gone, disappeared, kaput, goodbye. But it's so important just to keep a level head at this point, especially if you're Visner or Lartelo in the two front-running cars, because you cannot afford any kind of slip up, any kind of little error at this stage of the race. It would be so costly, and it'll all be a thinking of what could have been, rather than what we did. It'll always be nagging in the back of your mind if you make a mistake. Now, could we have won that race? So with an hour to go, just keep it clean, keep it calm, don't do anything silly. Really, that's the main goal.
Pretty much, keep it on the back side, keep it pointing the right way, and don't throw it away right at the death of it. We are nearly an hour to go. Final pit stops will be creeping their way through shortly, probably for the GT3s. They can do just about an hour, so they'll be probably making their way through for their final stint soon. And yeah, of course, LMP2s and Hypercars, they can do about 40-45 minutes or so. But it all depends on whether or not they need to make a splash. Seawolf Net Race are in now, which tells me they do need to have a splash right at the end of this race. I'm sure Race Clutch, Winchik are in a similar vein to that as well. So again, it's just this crunch time. The dot in the T, crossing the T and dot in the I's when it comes to Le Mans.
Yeah, I mean, of course, other package holiday providers are available, but yeah, I mean,
what?
Dot the I's and cross the T's. It's two, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, of course it is.
Yeah, yeah. Sorry.
EasyJet,
I
go
just...
for it.
Jet2 holidays.
Just
no, sorry. Oh, we do love Jet2. Anyway, Nick De Silva said that Jimmy's random with the van will only season 17. Funny. Let's see. I mean, we've got an hour to go. This is a kind of waiting, aren't we, for these pit stops? Because when we get these pit... Oh, no, we're not. Sorry, I look back. We're getting the answers, Zach. We're getting the answers for the pit stops.
Yeah, we are. They're making their way into the pit lane. Daniel Visner for what will be his second to last stop. The question is, what is going to happen with Tom Lance doing race clutch? Obviously, they can't get to the end. They do themselves have one more stop to go. The gap, of course, was about 20 seconds as they came into the pit lane. And it's going to be close. It is going to be very, very close indeed, I think, between these two. It might not be, they could all settle out and still have a 20-odd second winning margin, but even then, that's not bad going, considering how hard this race has been, how long it's been, and all of that. But, of course, only going to fuel a full tank, of course, that'll take him, what, 20-ish minutes to go? It's definitely going to be a splash. But the question is, yeah, it's interesting. Again, we're trying to hype this up, but I have no idea as to what is going to happen. And again, we won't until we cross the checkered flag.
I think it's really going to be about how far race clutch can go here. Can they get it so that they only have to pit one more time? Clearly, Winchik are going to have to pit once more. Otherwise, they're going to have to be doing a hell of a lot of fuel saving now, aren't they? So let's see if they can do it. Because if they can stretch this out 2-3 more laps, they may be able to just get to the end. And then we're in a position where they lead by 17 seconds in the closing stages, maybe saving fuel, and it might then come down even more. So we've definitely got to keep an eye on it. It's less than an hour to go. But yeah, it's been a great race overall, and we have been treated. We really have been treated, and we really still don't know who's going to win this race, Zach.
Far from it. And that's what we want when it comes to a 24-hour race. We have ticked our way over into the final hour. Wow, that looks weird to see, doesn't it? With such little time left to go on when we started with 24 hours. We've ticked our way through 23 of them. We've had many a conversation all the way through. Most recently, of course, our very extensive one about the tracks. But that just goes to show how excited we are, how passionate we are about the Virtual Endurance Championship, and how much we're looking forward to Season 17. However, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. We've still got this Season 16 to conclude. We've done 87 of the 88 racing hours for this year. We've spanned our way around the world with, of course, starting all the way back in September of last year. It's now June of 2024. It's been a wild ride. And this is the final sprint to the finish. And even now, we do not know how it's going to go down. We're fairly sure that Team RS will take the victory in LMP2. We're fairly sure that BS Plus Zoom competition will take the win in GT3. What we're not sure about is who's going to take the win in the Hypercar.
And yeah, that is the question that on everybody's lips, on ours and everybody in the chat as well. I've just seen Jimmy put in the chat that it's too hot in his office. He needs a big fan, doesn't he? Rotating. It's funny actually because it's the weather's not that nice here, is it? Generally in Europe at the moment, or Western Europe at least. I mean, here for you and me today, I'm sure it's a little bit colder for you, being closer to the sea. It's only going to be about 19 degrees, isn't it? It's June, Zach. It's June.
I know.
Should be hotter than this.
It's yeah. I mean, we've had a couple of nice days. But for the most part, it's just been meh. It's not been summer quite yet, and we're waiting for it. But by the time we settle into summer, it'll probably be September already, and then it'll start getting colder again. But yeah, no. But of course, with Jimmy and running, obviously the game and all the broadcast stuff and everything, it'll definitely get quite toasty. Which, by the way, is a good point. Force feedback wheels, DC, they generate a lot of heat. If you're there as a driver in your sim room and you've not got a window open or a fan running or anything like that, you're going to get toasty, you're going to get sweaty, you're going to get hot, and that is incredibly miserable to drive in.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, to be fair, it's probably a good job that we don't have hotter weather at the moment, because hotter weather means it's going to be even hotter. I mean, Jimmy said that he's got the two windows open, a fan, but the three PCs, very important. Three PCs, the amount of heat they're going to be producing is quite high. But it's really part of the deal, isn't it? That you have to really adapt to your environment, and it kind of comes with everything that you have. I mean, this 24-hour race has been very much almost like as stock of a race as you can think. It's been cloudy, the track's not been too hot. The people driving the race, they've not been terribly hot as well in the grand scheme of things, unless they live in, somewhere exotic. I mean, yeah, it's just been almost like a box. There's not been any kind of external factor of the race where we've been like, this could have an effect.
Maybe. I have just seen a lot of chit-chat in the YouTube, by the way, in regards to Sean Campbell jumping over into rFactor 2 esports, and he definitely should, because there are plenty of sim racers that, of course, have made that jump and do multiple stuff on multiple sims. So Sean Campbell, get yourself in for season 17 of the VEC. But nonetheless, 55 minutes left to go. 50 seconds. I think both teams are going to need just stints, just to secure. I mean, Race Clutch need one just to, be as safe as they can, but I think Winchik need one just to at least give it a go.
Yeah, I'd agree with you on that one. I mean, with every passing lap that Race Clutch stay out, it looks more and more likely that they have actually have got this well under control, and in fact, we may not be seeing a closest finish, which would be disappointing, really, after the close race and the close nature of the race that we've had. But you'd have to say we're nowhere near it in the other two categories, are we? 75 seconds in LMP2, a 1 minute 43 in GT3. But yeah, I mean, this is still going to be interesting. It does feel like Widget are losing time, though. I don't know if that's about you, but it just does feel like they're dropping off the pace a little bit, and I'm not too sure why.
Yeah, they are. So I think what we're happening is what we're seeing happen is Tom Larson just putting in Tom Larson level stints. He is one of those drivers that is very esteemed in sports car and of course prototype racing. He knows what he does and he knows how to push very, very well. Not to say that Daniel Wisner doesn't, although albeit we turn to him and he does make a small mistake off the exit of the final corner, but nonetheless, when there's a job to do, the visor comes down, obviously in the metaphorical sense, and you do that job. You push as hard as you can, and you make the most of it. You've got to come in for a smash and dash anyway. So at this point, there's just no fuel saving. It is just pushing flat out, making the most of your fuel, of your pace, and trying to bridge that gap as much as possible because you don't know what can happen. There is no time for complacency. You are not safe no matter what the gap is or what you think the gap is, because at this stage, at this crunch point, every second can count.
Yeah, and there's no room for error. 53 minutes to go, you make a mistake that loses you 5-10 seconds, that might cost you the race. And you don't really have that much time to regain that time to try and make up for that mistake as well. So, incredibly difficult, but if there's anybody you'd want in that car, it's going to be Tom Lartelo. Very, very quick, consistent driver, as we've seen for many, many years now. Tom Lartelo carrying this team to the end of the race now, flashing with the lights on the GT3 of the Simframe car, going around the outside, not too pleasingly running into the grass as well, but doing an all-right job, still getting away from that Winchit car, and yeah, it's looking good for Race Clutch at the moment. Really, the only thing I think that's going to deny them now is a big old crash.
I think so. Again, which isn't out of the question because things can still firmly go wrong, and we've had a couple of close calls. Of course, earlier with Net Race just dropping the car, going backwards through off the exit of Tetra Rouge. That's how easy it can happen. You know, it is 23 hours of pushing hard and racing hard and fighting all the way through just for you to drop it in a split second, a blink of an eye, and it's all gone.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and we're still seeing a couple of yellows as well. So there's clearly some people having some issues. The yellow in Sector 2, which makes me think we may either be coming up to it or there's an issue through some of the chicanes. In fact, that's a pretty persistent yellow, isn't it? Let's have a look at the timing screen. Is there anybody that's heavily dropping off here?
That'll be it.
Is
That is Roy de Munich, and the Wanako car stopped. They were very close to the Thomas Enger car of Wojciech Polesny, but that is Roy de Munich stuck in the Wanako machine. We're on course, by the way, for a podium nonetheless. And we're running in P2 for a good chunk of time, and with less than an hour to go, they are out of this race. Where did it must have been at some point on the Mulsanne, but I don't know where exactly. That is heartbreaking. Was there any involvement with Wojciech Polesny and Thomas Enger? We don't know. We'll have to grab a replay at some point to confirm, but that's heartbreaking.
It is. We'll have to try and find a replay for that. I mean, we're lucky that we got away without a code 80 for that, really, aren't we? Because that could have caused code 80. That could have effectively sealed Race Clutch the win here if they could have pitted under a code 80. But we're going to see it now. Let us see. The Monaco car on the inside. That is the Wojciech Polesny in the Thomas Enger car coming through chicane.
He's wide. I think it's a solid thing. No, that is a hardware failure. That is absolutely a wheel disconnect. There's no two ways about that. He's stuck left hand down. He even is still now. Look, I mean, to be fair, he's doing 3 wheels, but even when we were on board with him, it was hard left. I don't think he's got any control there. I've got to be honest. The important thing is that it was very close to getting Wojciech Polesny involved as well, and that could have been catastrophic for the championship if he was to then DNF from this race and lose out the top 6. Because don't forget, their championship is not secure until they cross the line inside the top 6.
Yeah, I mean, a good job for Polesny that he wasn't involved, and he kind of just saw the C part, didn't he? It was like, oh, okay, thanks guys, we'll take P3. Yeah, one group of people that are probably the least likely to feel sympathy there are the Thomas Enger team. And you can't really blame them, can you? Made their life a little bit easier. We're going to see it again from Pelechny. Pelechny actually gets overtaken into the corner. And then as they make their way through, yeah, that's definitely hardware. I mean, goodbye.
Gone. Just in a bit. Yeah, bye. That is...
Have a lovely day.
That sucks. That is... Ah... And the commiseration in the YouTube chat as well, everyone feels sorry for them, because I think we've all been there at some point, and you just know how close they were and how little of this race was left to run after all of that hard work. And again, it's not even like they can come out of this race and go, yeah, you know what, lads, that was our bad. We made a mistake, we crashed the car. There was nothing they could have done.
No, and he's Roy. Was he trying to get it righted again and then just kind of gave up? I'm not too sure, because he's clearly moving, but then I think he realizes he's got 3 wheels. Yeah, there's the wheel bouncing off over there, and I think he realizes that it's probably a lost cause, isn't he, really? Unless the does the sim just automatically DNF, you think? Or because I think he's tried to get it going again and then realized it's a lost cause.
I think you do have to escape to get it, and look at that, he's just going round and round in circles. Wow. We laugh, but that is horrible, unfortunately for him. And again, we can't emphasize that enough. There is nothing that he could have done really there to secure that and to save that. And fair enough, he tried to get back going again. But if it's not playing ball, then there's no way you can get back. And it would have been a long way back to the pit lane as well. So I think the easiest thing there, for the safety of him and, of course, for everyone else out on circuit, would have just been to escape and DNF and heartbreak. Because, again, what could have been. But that's racing. That is the unfortunate thing. That's all we can put it down to, is that's racing.
Yeah, and it's just a shame, really, isn't it? Generally, for those guys particularly, that has unfolded. But, you know, I mean, just going around in circles at the exit of that chicane is just... It's not a nice feeling, is it? With an hour of the race to go in such good position. They had issues at the start of the race. They even had fought their way back to P3. And then for it to all come undone like that is heartbreaking, really, for them. But for Thomas Enger, they're not complaining one bit. They're back up in P3, and they are chasing after Vittel Esports, 11 seconds back. Not that far back in the grand scheme of things. They're one of the closest battles on the circuit, really, with the exception of one in the Hypercars and one in the LMP2s in the top 8 at least. But we've got 3/4 of an hour left, Zach, and there's still a chance for something to go wrong. We've just seen it happen there. I mean, there's a perfectly good chance for something to happen.
There is, and again, we've just proved that. We have just proved that. It is indiscriminate. It will happen to anyone at any time. Doesn't matter if you're race clutch or wind chick. Doesn't matter if you're Monaco fighting for a podium. Doesn't matter if you're a back marker at the back of the field. Something can still go wrong. You cannot feel safe, no matter what. It's just one of those things. And racing is harsh, and it's why we both love it and we both hate it, because I suppose it just depends what side we're on of it, whether we're benefiting like Thomas Enger are, or on the receiving end of the misfortune like Monaco were. And again, we've been on both sides at any point. Anyone that's been in sim racing competitively, or even not, just in random officials or whatever, will know how hard it can be at times. I've had it racing in the Rocket Race Star Formula 3 Competition UK. My first race was running P4, and then Kai Bikini DNF or disconnected, and immediately I was in I was on P5 fighting for P4, but then he disconnected, and boom, I was straight away up there in P3 and fighting for P3. And that completely changed the dynamic of the race for me. Later on in the season, when we went to Monza, I got absolutely shafted going into the first chicane at Monza. And again, it's that duality. It's that love-hate relationship, the bittersweet of motor racing.
It is, and I mean, it's really why we love motor racing, isn't it? Because, there's so much that happens, so much that can change, so much can be different. You know, it's fantastic to see. I've just seen Roy put in the chat that rFactor 2 crashed on him, which is it's just gutting, isn't it? Really. And again, it's one of those things that you can't blame it on anything. He's not made a mistake. No one's taken him out. It's a pure and simple technological failure, and it's cost them the race. And it's gutting for them, but it's just, I think it makes it slightly more gutting that no one did anything wrong. There's no one to blame. You can't blame anything. It just happened.
I mean, they can blame someone. You know, it's no one in this race, and it's not themselves. You know, it's easy as sim racers. We love to throw the blame. We love to have a reason for something to explain why, and sometimes we try and throw that blame to as many other people as possible before we admit that it was our own volition. But that is just a step above, and it is just an unfortunate mishap with the sim, and it goes wrong. For the most part, it goes right, but there are small anomalies that unfortunately do tick you over and cost you the chance to prove yourself at the top stage. Voice of Plesney, though, not going to be complaining. In fairness, only 9.5 seconds off Visceral. P2 is technically on the cards.
It is. They are gaining quite quickly, aren't they? This Thomas Enger sim racing car. Don't rule them out. I mean, of course, they have pretty much got the title wrapped up, don't they? So they're not going to be too concerned about that, and that allows them to really kind of try and go full throttle. I mean, obviously, they haven't won the championship yet. They expect if they don't crash, but it means that they can push a little bit more to try and see if they can force Visceral into a mistake, to give them an even better position in P2, because every point will be helpful. Of course, it's the last time you can get points in this season, obviously this being the finale. So, yeah, I mean, Thomas Enger, good position, maybe going to go after P2. We might have a battle for a podium position, Zach.
I think we might well indeed. Let's hope. Of course, for Thomas Enger, either way, it's the championship. For Visceral, they need Enger to be outside of the top 6. That is the only way that Visceral can win this championship. In fact, actually, they need Enger to be even lower than that, because that's assuming Visceral win this race, which obviously they're not, with PS Plus competition being over 2 minutes clear in the lead. So they're going to need effectively to pretty much DNF, I think, to not score any points. But even then, I think there is enough of a buffer, so much so that it's going to be very difficult for Thomas Enger to lose this championship. So does that play into their mind ever so slightly with how they approach this battle? Because of course, you know, P2, P3, at the end of the day, it's still a podium for them, right? It's still got the same prestige. It doesn't carry the same weight in terms of points, but that doesn't matter to them. As long as they score enough points to win the championship, they win the championship with the podium at Le Mans. Whether that's second or third, does that matter to them?
I don't think so, really. I mean, second's better than third, obviously. That goes without saying. But if you're going to win the championship in third, you're not going to win the race. That's really the main thing about Le Mans. Really, it's a winning the race or not, isn't it? I mean, second, it's a bit like the Indy 500. I mean, we all saw how crushed Pato O'Ward was finishing second. He still picked up a hefty chunk of points, but he didn't win the Indy 500. So it doesn't really matter where you finish if you're not first. It doesn't matter particularly. But yeah, I think it's going to be an interesting finish for this race, because Voice Belation is coming back for P2. We've also got that question mark over, I don't think it's much question mark anymore, over the lead in the Hypercar, but you know, something still could happen there. And yeah, I mean, there's still some storylines to complete.
There are some narratives to tell, and the final chapter in Season 16 to conclude. It's been written and scripted all the way through the last, what would be 8 months of racing, 9 months of racing, in fact. Pretty much bang on. Yeah, actually, it was the 2nd of September 2023 that we kickstarted the season. It's now the 2nd of June 2024 that we're going to round it off. 40 minutes left to go, and we don't know who's going to come out on top. There is actually a close fight here, albeit however momentary it might well be, for P4 Yankatal versus, of course, Gabba Hevesi in the Go Team car. One of them on the podium, the other fighting for P4, and that would be a great result for Go Team. Of course, we spoke earlier about how them putting all their eggs into the hypercar basket, maybe neglecting the LMP2 outfit a little bit, but they've done a fantastic job nonetheless.
Yeah, and a lot of these teams have done a really good job. Team Irish, definitely, shout out to them, have done a great job. I think Ferrari were probably tipped to be the favourites for this race. I think it's fair to say, but in the end, Team Irish really have been the glass of the field, 75 seconds in the lead, doing an absolutely stellar job, and continuing the good form really for them, with only 40 minutes to go. But yeah, lots and lots of good performances. We always we get to this stage of every 24 hours, don't we? We kind of point out who's done well and who maybe would have been looking for more. But I think Team Irish definitely one of those teams that are up there.
Yeah, agreed. And well, it basically just fuels that motivation for season 17, doesn't it? It sort of eggs you on and says, come on, we were so close last time. We have more to give. There's more on the table, more to prove. And we can go and get that. Of course, for Race Clutch in season 17, I mean, they're off the back of 2 consecutive championships. I mean, you win one, and then it's almost to sort of carve yourself as a true champion, you've got to go and defend it. I can't remember who said that, but it was definitely someone, in the sense that you win a championship, you've got to back that up and you've got to defend it. They've done exactly that. What more do they have to prove for Race Clutch, as opposed to just going and winning a little bit more? They need that next step, they need that challenge, and maybe it's going to be records and titles, but nothing short of hypercar domination in the last couple of years. And in fairness, I've had to do esports in general, Race Clutch at the forefront and fighting at the top level, pretty much in anything that they do across all different platforms. Of course, iRacing, fighting at the top level with the likes of Team Redline, Apex, and things like that. And then, of course, in the world of even down F1 games, albeit bit sketchy at the moment, but with how well they do and fight at the top level in terms of F2 and F1 divisions in respective championships. Race Clutch at the forefront, same too really with Scuderia Ferrari. Thomas Enger as well, I know they are a cross-platform team and absolutely smashing it. So again, it's more a case of trying to go and get everything that there is out on the table and pushing for more and more, even though one season has concluded and whatever success you've boasted this one, there's still more to go and get. And that's the beautiful thing about motor racing. There's always another race to win.
There is, and it never really ends unless there's a global pandemic that stops everything. But that's not sim racing.
That's sim racing. It's fine.
Exactly, sim racing. You can. I got into sim. Well, I got really kind of properly into sim racing over the pandemic, because I think a lot of people did really, because quite frankly we had nothing better to do. And I know how old were you, Zach, when lockdown started? Were you 13 when lockdown started?
Year 8, so yeah, 13. It was 2020.
Oh,
It was 2019, 2020.
Yeah, you were. Yeah.
So I would have been, what?
Year
Yeah,
9,
13,
right?
14.
My word. God, that makes me feel old, and I'm.
You're a
just
year
not
older
old.
than me.
I know, but it just like.
When's your birthday? I know, I'm
September.
just testing you.
September.
What, 2005? Yeah.
Yeah.
You're
Well,
not
I'm
even a
young.
year older than me.
No, I'm not. When are you? You're July 2006 or something like that?
What? July 2006. How old am I, Dara?
17, aren't you?
What?
Am I crazy?
No.
Oh, you're
No,
8.
you
Oh
are
my
crazy.
god. Oh my god. I'm so sorry. No, you are 18. Your birthday's in April, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And I messaged you at 11:55
I
on my
genuinely don't know.
birthday.
I don't know how I've forgotten this. Yeah.
And he goes, July.
I am awful with names, birthdays, and everything to do with that. Please don't hate me.
Wow,
Oh my god, I
you're getting
forgot
on my
about
nerves.
that.
You're getting on Race Clutch nerves.
Oh, no.
Who's next? Who is next?
Nobody's safe, frankly, are they?
No, not from the little gremlin that is Dara Thacker. Don't get you wet, mate. If you get some water on you, you're just going to keep multiplying like Gizmo and just go ham. No, that's unacceptable.
Gremlin.
Yeah. Have you not watched that? If you've watched the Gremlin, surely.
Yes, I have.
Okay, I was going to say, goodness, if I've just made that reference for nothing, I was going to be.
To quote the great Ewan O'Leary. I don't know if I can take that as a compliment.
What with the what was it yesterday?
The QI. I just said you strike me as a man who likes QI, and he said I don't know if I can
I don't
take
know
that
what
as a
that is.
compliment. You right? Okay, no, we'll move on. Move on. Just move on.
I'm gonna Google it. What is it?
QI.
I
It was a-
genuinely don't.
It's a UK comedy panel show.
Oh, okay, fair enough. To each their own, I suppose. Nothing for that. Birthday's in July, by the way, is Lewis on the 10th. So maybe that's where you got that from. I don't know, potentially. I'll let you off.
No, but I'll take that as a yes.
Yeah, I'll
I'll
give you
just
that
say
as your
yeah.
backup.
Thank
By
you.
the way, both Go Team cars are into the pit lane. Gavin Hevesy did find his way past Yankatao, who does continue on in this race. He'll be going forwards, and because he's going longer into the race, that means he's got less fuel to put back into the car. Maybe the undercut is there for Yankatao to, of course, get the jump on the number 7 Go Team car and find his way back through the 4th. Because, of course, he came in about 27 or so minutes ago, just off the hour. That definitely meant that he had to take another stop, but maybe it's timed well enough that he's still able to secure 4th place. I don't think the 17 of Michael LaRue is going to be beaten by Seawolf Net Race. Be interesting to see if that is the case. Of course, we will wait and see. But I think the P4 is on. I think Yankatao versus Gabba Hevesy is going to be quite close.
So do I, actually. This could be nice and tight for the end of the race. Yankatao on the back of one of the LMP2 cars, hoping to get through soon as they make their way through the first chicane here at down the Mulsanne. But yeah, we'll continue on. But Yankatao is, I mean, he's not going to get in the top 2 as he's 100 seconds off there. Half an hour to go, that's gone. But maybe looking for a P4 if he can manage it. It's going to be close. It's going to be interesting though. Half an hour to go. Time really is just disappearing, isn't it? Flowing away from us like water. Isaac Gillison is going to be pitting for the final time in that Scuderia Ferrari esports car. And really, that suggests to me, I think Irish have this wrapped up.
I would agree. So I think that's not really been too big of a question for the best part of a good few hours. But you know, it was always good to maybe have that maybe. Isaac Gillison, of course, new to the Scuderia Ferrari esports outfit, came from Veloce earlier on in the year, and has done a brilliant job. Like I said earlier, pole on debut, and then of course went on to win the 24 Hours of Daytona for race 5 of season 16. They've been absolutely smashing it. Of course, you'll remember Isaac from the Formula E Accelerate Championship in 2023, which is the most laughable height difference I think I've ever seen. Isaac Gillison, of course, is a very, very tall man, and unfortunately has, I think he was in the Racing Prodigy Championship, and unfortunately couldn't take part due to his height, but that definitely does showcase how talented he is, that he was able to at the very least get the opportunity to do so. But it was funny seeing Dara, you know, stood in the same sort of frame as him, I suppose, and seeing it. I do have a very funny photo as well of when I was stood at the top of the truck thing, looking down on the crowd, and there was just you, this little green speck in the corner.
Thank you.
It's fine. There's never enough short jokes when it comes to Marathon. Never a short supply, as one could say. Isaac Gillison is back out on track to complete this season, and well, he'll be the driver that takes the honours of bringing it to the check flag. The Scuderia Ferrari and their championship in the VEC. Of course, I believe it will be their first victory. Well, it'll be their first championship, their first podium as well here at Le Mans. Of course, we have Dennis Jordan and Alex Siebel. They've won Le Mans before. They're a part of that Ferrari outfit. This will, of course, propel them forward. Of course, they've won the championship a couple of seasons ago as part of Red Bull as well, I believe. So again, I've just been absolutely smashing it since. Looking for Andonovsky as well. Of course, they're not going to take the win in terms of Le Mans, but they definitely will take the championship. But the podium nonetheless, the championship with it, and there's no greater honour to cross the checkered flag with the victory and a podium at Le Mans. There's just it hits different.
It does, isn't it? Really, it's a different kettle of fish. That's the word I'm trying to say. Kettle of fish. It really is difficult to take this away from anybody else. It's been an incredibly good race, and yeah, I mean, 24-hour races. We've got 2 of them in the VEC. It's been an incredibly good showing. We've had some great racing, but we've also had lots of teams being challenged, really, in ways that they may not have expected. There's been incidents near the start, teams having to recover and work their way through, and some of the teams have really, really done well in that regard. So it's been a fantastic race. We've got half an hour to go, and hopefully we're going to see a little bit of movement towards the end and maybe some exciting wheel-to-wheel action with 29 minutes left.
Into the pit lane for Race Clutch and Tom Lartlew for the final time. They've already worked their way back out onto the section. Where is then Daniel Wisner? And he's not even into the 4 chicanes. That is the gap. And that, I think, seals the deal. With half an hour to go, Race Clutch will become the 3-time Le Mans winners, 2-time Hypercar champions in successive seasons, and will become the 3rd occasion that the winner at Le Mans also has won the championship at the same time. So, of course, of the 23 that we've had since the inception, of course, of the 24 Hours of Le Mans, it's only happened 12 times, so this will continue it forward. Still less than half, though, it must be said, but nonetheless, an impressive feat for them as well. Of course, they did it last year, and they'll make it the double, the win at Le Mans and the win in the championship, which is just nothing short of spectacular, really, more than anything else, with 28 minutes left to go. Let us know, by the way, in the YouTube chat, those watching along. I know we've had some fantastic chat engagement with everyone watching along, drivers and fans, team managers alike. Let us know, what have been your favourite highlights of the season? What are you going to look back on season 16 and remember for? What are you looking forward to most as we turn our eyes to the future of the VEC, sim racing in general? And what avenues are next for some of our teams and drivers? Of course, we will have a chat with our championship winners. We've asked them to nominate 1 driver per team to come and have a chat with us in the commentary booth to reminisce and look back on their season, share their success story with us, their difficulties, the trials, the tribulations that they've had to endure as the season develops. But nonetheless, it has been fantastic. And Nick Silva, understandably so, with the Bahrain race start edit. Of course, if anyone hasn't seen that, go to Tom Lartlew's Twitch and watch it, because it is just, it's pure memes. It is the single best thing that has come out of this season. And Race Clutch have won the championship, and they're about to win the Le Mans, and I think still that is probably their biggest highlight of the season. Jake Danahan coming in as well with speeding in the pits twice in a row at Red Atlanta. I remember that one. I remember speaking to Jurgen van Bergen, just being like, "What's going on? Like, it's not been too good of a day for you guys, is it?" He's like, "No, it really hasn't." It was just one of those things that it just went from bad to worse. I think he also started the race with a penalty as well, off the back of the previous round. I'm not entirely sure if I remember correctly. I think it might well have been the case. But Race Clutch as well, yeah, they had some skill issues, to say the least. Easy enough, but they still were able to, in the end, I think it was P4 or something that you were able to secure, and still able to send you off on the way to win the championship. Eau Rouge crash for Laurent because I cannot remember that one. I can't even remember if I commentated on the Spa 6 hour. Again, it was in December of 2023, so I really don't know as to what happened. But I definitely remember a lot of this season. There's been so much. Nick De Silva, he ended up upside down through a Rouge and Radion, which, well, happens quite often, actually, it must be said, when it comes to that sequence of the circuit. It's just one of those remarkable things. And Jake Danahan watching Tom Larson and Nick Silva win at Monza. Of course, the very first round of the championship. Red kick-started their championship off in great fashion. And while they were winning in Monza, Danahan was on his way to Monza in a very nice parallel between them, and they have been smashing it since. It's been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This will potentially be their 6th victory of 9 races. 2/3 winning percentage. Not quite the same level as Scuderia Ferrari. So, I mean, when it comes to red teams, boys, step it up a bit, got to be honest. They've been smashing it since round 3. Of course, this will be their... Actually, no, to be fair, you're going to have the same win percentage, aren't you? They didn't win race 1 and 2. They're not going to win race 9. So the 2 champions, they're going to win the same amount of races. I do apologise. You don't need to step it up. You're exactly the same. They did go on a run, though. Race 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 all went the way of Scuderia Ferrari. And Thomas Enger as well run race 2, race 4, race 5, and race 7. So a little bit lower in terms of the win percentage, but enough nonetheless to go and win the championship. Really looking forward to having a chat with whoever each of the teams nominate to come and have a chat with us again with how well their season has gone. Daniel Visner, of course, for Winchip Racing Team. A season of what-ifs, really, I think, for these guys, it must be said, with the pace that they've had. We've touched on it a number of times, how good they've been on their day. But, you know, that crash at Daytona, of course, 90. So it's, you know, points and a half for 24-hour races. We've got 2 of them this season, and that cost them a big chunk of points. In that race alone, they lost 25 points to Race Clutch. And if they hadn't, they could they would have been leading the championship or near enough. But again, you cannot live in those ifs, those buts, those maybes, what could have been. Race Clutch seized the moment on the day, and Winchip, of course, while having boasted 2 wins this season, fortunately, again, the consistency not been there. Maybe that's something to regroup and learn for season 17 when they come back. Hopefully they can take that fight to Race Clutch, topple them at the top. The tyranny that Race Clutch have shown in the previous season of the Virtual Endurance Championship have been, well, nothing short of dominant. We have got Voigt Plesny for Thomas Enger as well, another championship winner, provided again he crosses the line and gets to the end, which seems fairly certain for them to secure a championship as well. Ahead of Visceral, who will complete the podium and doing a fantastic job. But 22.5 minutes left of the season, Dara. At this point, if you're out on the track, you've just got to soak it in.
Yeah, exactly. You can't really afford to do any mistakes, of course. You probably just want to be gently cruising to the end. 22 laps. I mean, we're looking at, for Hypercars, that's really just 7 laps. I mean, we really are starting to tick down. We have had a grand total of 407 so far from Tom Lartelo in the lead of the race. So maybe going to tick on to 415, but that kind of range, no more, no less, really, than that. But, you know, it's been a great event, isn't it? All 24 hours have really been quite exciting with the entertainment it's provided us and with the drama that it's shown. And with 22 minutes left, like you said, really just a cruise to the end for these guys.
It is. And with most of the positions basically wrapped up, you do have an opportunity just to enjoy it, soak it in a little bit. Of course, get the teammates in, have a laugh, and enjoy what has been for season 16. Again, it's been a long season, 9 months from start to finish. It's a long wait to not only for those at the front to deal with that pressure, to go race in, race out, you know, not knowing if they're going to win the championship or not, but also for those a little bit lower down. You know, it's been a long wait for them to restart the score back to 0, which of course they'll get the opportunity to do in season 17. But it is a long wait. It's time, and the years definitely do tick on. I mean, it was what, 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago that I first commentated a Virtual Endurance Championship race, and that time that has flown for sure. Dara has just completed his. Have you been there for the whole season?
I mean, my first race was Bahrain, which was like race 2 or something. And obviously I've missed a couple of laps, a couple of races like you have since. Of course, Slack Sweeney. But
Whoa, what do you mean? I've not missed a race.
You know,
I did Monza. I rode Atlanta. I didn't do Bahrain, but that was because we only had one team for the whole 4 hours. I'm convinced I did Spa. I don't think it was. I did much. I did Road America. I did Sebring, definitely. Silverstone, I definitely did. And I'm here at Le Mans. So at Welsh, I've missed 1 race, I think. By the way, Jan Katau is in for the final time, doing a pretty much dead-on 40-minute stint. He'll be in, he'll be out. The question is, will he be out in time to beat Gavin Hevesy, who's now coming through the Porsche curves? Probably the closest battle we've got on track. And Hevesy needs to give it some hammer time to hopefully beat Jan Katau to 4th place for Go Team.
Yeah, they have. I mean, it's probably going to be close, I reckon, generally. I mean, closer than most battles. It's fair to say, definitely when you're looking at the LMP2 gaps, where the top 6, the closest gap is 1 minute 11 seconds. So, you know, you can all got to put it into perspective. It's a 24-hour race. I mean, these gaps generally are really quite tight. I mean, we've still got all of the top 5 on the lead lap after 23 hours 40 minutes. I mean, that is incredible. The pace has been so similar between all of these guys. We're talking about 300 laps, aren't we? Or sorry, 400 laps that we've done so far. And when we're only looking at,
you know, it's a very impressive task. Just goes to show the level of competition that we've got at the Virtual Endurance Championship. The top level of drivers fighting, of course, for the esteemed crown that is the Virtual Endurance Championship one. And especially in Season 16, we've had some huge names from all over sim racing. Of course, Simoncic, Hoyer racing a little bit earlier on. Then, of course, the race clutch guys who, well, you don't really need to name them individually. It's just race clutch and how good they've been with the Winchik racing guys as well. Wisniewski, Chinchik, all of the guys at Ferrari, at GT3 as well, BS Zoom. We had Arnage racing as well. Thomas Enger, of course, winning the championship. So many big names. Only 3 crowns for the season, of course, in the Hypercar, the LMP2 and in the GT3. Such a high level of competition, and you've got to be able to rise up, be the best of the best if you want to succeed.
You do, and that's why we have such a long season. That's why we have so many drivers, because it really does show who rises to the top over the course of the year. I mean, it doesn't just take in this one race to account. A lot can go wrong in 1 race, 2 race, 3 races generally, and you may only be able to finish 1, 2 races are out of your control. You know, over the course of a season, it does really prove who are the top drivers in rFactor 2 endurance racing, really, and the top teams. And it is fantastic to see that we still have such a competitive nature to these championships. There's not 1 or 2 teams really pulling away. Team Iris aren't winning the title. They're going to win this race by the looks of it. BS Competition aren't going to win the title. They're winning the race by the looks of it. Even though Race Clutch are winning the title and winning the race, the gap's 25 seconds. It's not big. They haven't been able to have it their own way. And yeah, 16.5 minutes to go shows how close this has been. 25 seconds. Is that closeable? I doubt it. You never know, though. There's always a chance, though.
One small spin, run through traffic, contact, anything like that, and Daniel Wisner and Winchik Racing Team will step up and take the victory. So it's not a walk in the park for Lastly. Maybe not, you know, physical pressure or like that Wisner is magically going to close up that 25-second gap in 16 minutes, but just on the off chance that something goes wrong, like I say, traffic or a spin or anything like that, fuel concerns, whatever it might be, there is still a small, minute chance, and Wisner needs to know that and still give it 110%. But the previous closest winning margin of a 24-hour of VEC LeMans, 40.7 seconds, as we've mentioned a number of times so far this race, would have nearly halved that today. We've increased it by 15 seconds to 25, which, you know, is a second per hour. When you think about it, you know, plus a little bit here or there, on average, just over a second per hour, which is remarkably close. We have just been spoiled to that, by the way. Laurent Kismakers has just said they also need to come in and have a splash, so I think we might well have a little bit bigger than that. But if they don't, on the off chance that they don't come back and spin and lose more time, then it will be the closest winning margin in VEC LeMans history. But even then, I mean, when you think about it, a second, 2 seconds an hour, when they're battling their way around traffic in such a long circuit like this one, I mean, it's minuscule stuff. It's only because the race is so long that it adds up so much.
Absolutely. I mean, so I'm going to do some quick maths. I'm going to whip up my calculator, and I'm going to do 409, which is the amount of laps that we've done, and divide that by the 26.453 second gap that we have. And I've done that wrong. So I'm going to do it the other way around, because I can maths. Zach,
that's
you know
laps
that?
per second.
Yes, I know.
Yeah.
Having now done it the right way, the time difference per lap over the course of the entire race has been 0.065.
That's nothing.
Which is incredible. That's genuinely less than a blink of an eye.
And
So,
but again,
yeah.
do that 400 times. You blink 400 times. There's a decent amount of time that it takes, right? But nonetheless, that is still sensational. I mean, say in qualifying, if they were to 0.06 of a second, we'd think that's nothing. We'd think they'd be remarkably close, and rightly so, they would be. 26.6 seconds is the gap. That's the margin, and that is what separates Winchik Racing Team. They've driven nearly a flawless race, but that is the level that you have to go to, and a little bit more if you want to win.
Yeah, I mean, I think these two, Race Close and Winchik, haven't really split very much at all over the last about 16 hours or so. I think they've been relatively, I mean, about this far apart all the way through. Of course, they didn't have the best of starts and struggled to recover somewhat, but I mean, they've had a fantastic job. And being where they are right now really does put pay to how well they've been doing over the course of the 24 hours. It's been a tight old race. And, you know, in a way, it's going to be gutting for them if they're not able to end this race with a victory, but they can definitely take some big positives from it.
Exactly. You know, there's always a positive to take, no matter what, even if it's the most horrible race and the most heartbreaking race. Take Monaco car, for example, in GT3, close to a podium, but they didn't get it. But the good news is they were in contention for a podium. They had the pace to go for a podium, and that is a positive in of itself. Well, maybe it seems like the work was for nothing. It doesn't necessarily have to be that way. It's all perception. It's all relative. It's all how you think about it, and how you look at it, and sort of the optimistic, pessimistic look that you have on life. Are you a glass half full, or are you a glass half empty kind of guy, sort of thing? Monaco want to be looking at it as a glass half full and say, you know what, lads, we didn't cross the checker flag, but we were in contention for a podium in one of the most competitive GT3 fields ever. We were in contention for a podium in the most difficult race of the season, arguably. You know, that is a success in of itself. And you've got to take that and you've got to use it as fuel for the fire going into season 17.
You do, and it does give you a boost going into the next season, because you know that you can beat the teams around you. You know that you can really stick it to Race Clutch. You may not have been able to do it throughout the season, but you know, you can really stick it to Race Clutch. You can see that clearly. There's a chance. There's all those title aspirations that come with that. There's the hope. There's the expectation. There's the looking forward to next season that was going to come at Winchik, thanks to this result. Same can be said for Team Iris. Team Iris aren't going to win the title, but they can show that they've very clearly shown that they can very easily stick it to Ferrari. So they're winning by 84 seconds in the LMP2 category. They can look forward to the next season and hope that they can try and, you know, progress their chances or have a better chance at winning the title in season 17. So, and then again, the same can be said for BS competition. They're 2 minutes ahead. So, you know, there's lots of positives that can be taken from this race. And, you know, confidence is a big thing. And I think we're going to see a lot of that coming out of this race.
Yeah, it does do something, this confidence. I mean, I know, again, it's not one of those tangible things that you can hold and see, and you might be thinking, well, it's really going to play that big, but yes, it does. If you're doubtful, if you're not confident in yourself, if you don't know that you've got the pace, if you've got that maybe imposter syndrome that you're not where you should be, you're not going to succeed. You need to tell yourself that you are the best driver on track, because the moment you tell yourself you aren't, instantly it doesn't matter if you're physically the best driver, if you've got the pace. The moment you tell yourself that you're not the quickest, you will not win a race. But if you convince yourself, no, I deserve to be here, I'm quickest, I've got the confidence, we won Le Mans off the back of last season, instantly you up yourself, the endorphin rush in, and you feel more confident, you feel better, you feel relieved, and the nerves can be calmed ever so slightly, and it gives you that boost going into a new championship to maybe go and succeed. 10 minutes left of season 16 of the Virtual Endurance Championship. Our winners have basically been all but crowned. Race Clutch, the champions. Scuderia Ferrari, the champions. Thomas Enger, they're 9 minutes and 45 seconds away from championship glory. And I don't know, it's just flown by. Really. I mean, the last 3 hours and 50 minutes have flown by. The last 9 months have flown by in terms of how good of a season this has been. And we've only got 9 minutes left of it. I mean, it seemed like such a distant thing, Le Mans. When we started the season in Monza, yeah, it'd be ages until we get Le Mans. But now we're here. It's almost a case of, well, hang on. Where has it gone? Where has the season gone?
Yeah, time's a funny thing, isn't it? It's a very yeah, time is weird. It feels like it goes too fast, and it feels like it goes too slow. And then when you look back at something, it just doesn't look right. You know, the COVID lockdowns were 4 years ago. That doesn't feel like it was 4 years ago, does it? I mean,
No.
but at the same time, it doesn't feel like it feels like there's been as long as the COVID lockdowns as the start of the season. Like perception of time is incredibly weird. But you make a good point about how you know, you look far into the future and think, oh, we won't think about that now because, you know, that's miles away. It's like what you do with when you're a young person, you think about exams. You know,
Yeah,
you start,
I was about to say, yeah.
you start in the UK, of course, A levels year 12 and 13. You start year 12 and you think, oh, I'd have to worry about your A levels. You know, that's miles away. Jump forward to a year and a half later, and you're like, oh my word, they're tomorrow.
Yeah.
But it's perception time is really, really weird. We're seeing Winship pit for that splash and dash. It's a shame for them, but they will do that. I was also going to very quickly mention we will have each of the class winners crossing the line in order, thanks to Iris overtaking BS competition. A little bit of fun fact for you there. It means that we will have some kind of synergy there, unless that is, of course, race clutch lap the BS car,
Iris, yeah.
and not Iris again.
That would just slow down.
And
guys.
ruin
I
my
mean,
stat,
Winchik-
wouldn't it?
That would. Winchik would. I mean, they're far enough back now that it doesn't really matter. Where are they? So they're now exit the pit lane for their splash, and race clutch are halfway to the ball.
Oh,
so
they're in front.
There is a decent gap there. Obviously, just more interested in what the winning margin is going to be. But on the point of time, I remember starting year 7, obviously a long time ago, and I remember looking on the back of my bus. This is in 2017. I remember looking on the back of my bus pass, and the valid date. It was from September of 2017 to July of 2022. And back then I was like, 2022. That's well into the future. That's never going to happen. What is that? That I'm never going to reach that point in my life. And people were saying, oh, those 5 years from year 7 to GCSEs, they flow by. And I was like, nah, no, it doesn't. My GCSEs were 2 years ago now. And it's surreal. Obviously, just that perception of time, not just me reminiscing on my school days and things like that, but how quick time goes. I started commentary when I was 14. I'm now 18. Of course, it was late into me being 14, but nonetheless, it's just a case of time is weird like that, and it flies by in the weirdest of ways and catches you by surprise in the weirdest of ways. Tom Laslu is catching some lap traffic and the last few bouts of it before he's crowned, of course, VEC LeMans winner for, I believe, is going to be, no, it's not, it's going to be his second time. Of course, no, because he won it last season. Of course he did. The whole race clutch outfit, College Sport, Laslu, Peter Burlak, all won it for the first time, this time last season. And this is going to double that count in sensational fashion. I mean, the record is Yuri Kazdop at 4 Le Mans victories, which he got 2 seasons ago. Oh, in fact, actually, no, it was 2 seasons ago as part of Red Bull Racing Esports in season 14. No one is quite near to that yet, and what a masterpiece that is for Yuri Kazdorp. But nonetheless, it's been a sensational season. 5 minutes 35 left to go. This is probably the penultimate lap.
Yeah, 2 to go, 2 laps to go for Lartelo, and then behind it'll be the Team Iris car, and then behind it'll be the BS competition car. I believe. Where is the Iris car, Zach? Just out of interest, just to double check
Find
that
them.
I'm right. Yeah, I thought so.
There they
oh
are.
yeah, long way
Push
behind.
counts.
There you go. So yeah, 2 more laps to go then for Tom Lartelo for Race Clutch and for the VEC season 16 season. And yeah, what a season it's been. It's always fun when you get to the end. Even we were doing it ourselves, weren't we? We were like, oh, we've got 50 minutes left. We've got 15 minutes left. Where's that gone? It just for the drivers, it must feel slightly weird as well, thinking that, you know, a lot of the race is spent thinking, you know, there's a long way to go, don't make any mistakes. You get to this point, there's not very long to go, there's 2 laps to go, you just make sure that you get to the end. You know, have a bit of a cruise, have a Sunday afternoon drive. Sunday afternoon.
Well,
it is in Europe. It is in Europe. Nearly for you as well, because you are pretty much as east as it gets, aren't you? So,
That is true.
sun is well and truly up for you, isn't it?
Not quite Lowestoft, and I wish the sun was out. I'm looking out my window, and it's overcast and miserable.
Sun's out
so
here.
it's fine. Is it?
Yeah.
Good for you. Good for you, Dara Thacker. To be fair, I've been trying to stay away from the sun as much as possible because obviously of how frequently I've been getting tattoos since my 18th birthday. It's not safe. So I've been hiding away as much as possible, and I'm getting another one tomorrow, so it's fine. But anyway, 4 minutes left to go. But it's not a full tattoo, so does it really count? Because it's a part of a big. I don't know. It's fine. I'll
What is
justify
it?
it somehow.
Is it going to
I'll send you the picture actually, or
Okay.
at the very least the rough outline. I'm going for more dinosaurs on my left arm because I'm a child, basically. But it does look sick. So it's fine. If I find it, I will show you, and it is fantastic. Of course, everyone watching at home will have absolutely no idea as to what we're talking about, but nonetheless, that's besides the point, because this is the most prevalent of important things when it comes to priorities. But there we go. rFactor is now aware of it. But yeah, there we go. We've got 3 minutes, 16, 15 pi left to go in this race. 3 minutes and 14 seconds, of course, and with that's ticking down more and more, and it's getting dangerously close to the end of the season. Not long as we follow David Mocek, Tom Lastly for Race Clutch as well. He is about half a lap away from starting his final tour of Le Mans.
He is, and Le Mans, of course, an incredibly historic track. I'm trying to work out as well. I believe that Laszlo will have completed 414 laps of the race, and then I'm going to try and work out how far that is, because that's always a fun little stat, isn't it? Working out how far these cars have actually driven. Just to see how far it is in the grand scheme of things. Of course, we've been going for 24 hours at high speed. But for Tom Lastly, he doesn't really care how far he's gone. He's just hoping to get another tour around this circuit. And with one more lap to go, Race Clutch, they just have to get to the line. Don't do a Toyota from a couple of years ago.
Yeah, don't do that. That would be suboptimal, to say the least. Final lap of season 16, and Tom Lastly can soak it in and embrace it. Of course, we won't ride on board for the whole lap, but just through the first sector or so, and here he is, just the commitment that this man has got. He's been flying at the front, flying the flag for Race Clutch for the last couple of hours, and he's not got long left to go. I mean, just, I don't know, how would you feel to bring the car across the line? Again, earlier when I was speaking about my experience with Guy Smith a couple of weeks ago, I asked him, is it better to start the race or is it better to finish the race? And he said unequivocally to finish it, to get the checker flag, to feel the relief of all that hard work come rushing through. The rush of emotions comes through as well, because right now Race Clutch are basically sure that they've won it, but they aren't going to know until they cross the checker flag. Then they can breathe the sigh of relief.
Yeah, you start every race, you don't finish every race. I think that's the key there, isn't it? And yeah, I mean, for these guys, I mean, it's been an incredible effort all the way through, realistically. And yeah, just to get to the end of the race is really the biggest challenge. And for them, it's been a fantastic day. It really has. They have really shown their mettle, really. I mean, they were challenged for quite a while. It hasn't looked comfortable for them. Even in this last hour, we've been talking about how difficult it could be for them to finish this off, especially with the competition they've got around them. But coming into Mulsanne corner, I mean, the time is going to tick down to 0. They have looked so in control, fully deserved, but I don't think we're going to get our tightest finish, Zach.
I don't think so. It's going to be an unfortunate one, but still less than a minute between the top two in the championship. Of course, Sarah, while you were away, I was asking the YouTube chat what their favourite moment of season 16 is. I'll ask you the same question. What do you look back on? What are you going to remember season 16 for?
Honestly, Bahrain, the start. I don't think I can really forget that. That was quite something, and yeah, something that I didn't really expect at the time, but I'm glad it happened, because it was quite a chuckle, wasn't it? Not for the guys involved, though, of course.
No, I can imagine not. But for us in the commentary booth, for those that were able to find their way through. It definitely was. And I'm sure all of those memories are going to be flooding the mind of Tom Lartelu, of Petter Burlak, of Nick De Silva, of Colin Spork, of everyone involved at Race Clutch, because they are 4 corners away from soaking in the 24 hours of VEC LeMans victory, not for the first time, but for the 3rd time as a team. And they're going to run their way through the chicane, not as single champions, but as double consecutive. They fly in formation as Race Clutch across the line. Tom Lartelu brings it home for the Season 16 Hypercar crown of the Virtual Endurance Championship. Back-to-back wins at Le Mans, back-to-back championships in the top class of endurance racing here on rFactor 2. Lartelu can take a bow. We've got a while to wait for Davrid Mrocek and Team Iris. We've got a while to wait for Yunus Ravio as well for BS Plus Zoom. But it's me. What a race and what a championship it has been. And Tom Lartelu getting the honour of bringing it home.
Yeah, and what a result for him. I mean, they have driven the equivalent of going from Le Mans to Istanbul and back in these 24 hours. As Pellegrini is going to come across the line in second. Thomas Eng Racing, therefore, picking up enough points. They win that GT3 title for the Virtual Endurance Championship, and they will be overjoyed with that. They didn't really look like they could touch BS competition. No one looked like they could today. So for the GT3s, full credit to them. But then we'll look back to the other 2 winners. It's going to be Team Iris, isn't it? Crossing the line. What a race it's been for them. And they really have put a good step towards a possible title challenge in Season 17.
They have, of course, their 3rd victory of the season. And no better one than this. For the first time, Team Iris takes victory. There are our championship winners of Scuderia Ferrari Esports as well. They've got just over half a lap left to go before we see them home. Same too for BS Plus Zoom competition. We'll do our best as to not miss either of them. But what a season. And of course for Team Iris as well, that is a huge result. Davrid Mrocek crosses the line, of course, for his Le Mans victory. Just again, having a quick look as to how many that is for him. I refuse to believe he's not won it before. He has with Jane Simoncic and Jesper Pedersen as well. Mitchell Hoare, I'm guessing that was all as one contingent. So that's his 2nd victory as well. But here is Yunus Ravio coming towards the line with just a couple more corners left to go for BS Zoom competition's 1st victory this season. And of course, no better. Oh no, actually, it's their 2nd victory. They run, of course, back at race 5. They were the ones 24 hours of Daytona, so they're going to take a clean sweep of 24-hour races this season. Is this team? And oh my goodness, a little bit screwy at the end, it must be said, as they get very close to the LMP2, but weaving his way across the line in such dominant fashion. Over 2 minutes of a winning margin, and BS Plus Zoom competition take a bow and they dominate at Le Mans. Across the line just in behind, perfect timing for Isaac Gillison. A Scuderia Ferrari Esports bring it home for the Season 16 LMP2 crown of the Virtual Endurance Championship. Gillison on his debut season for Ferrari, bringing home not only the victory, pole positions, race wins, and along with that as well, the all-important crown. They've ended their streak of 5 consecutive wins, but I'm sure they're not going to be too fussed with that as they take the top step. They take top honours of Season 16.
Yeah, I mean, it's gutting for them in the way to have won the last 5, but not able to win the 24 of Le Mans. But regardless, great work from them. They were a lap ahead of P3 Hyperion, who just finished behind them, who were then also a lap ahead of 4th and a lap ahead of 5th. So it just shows how good the top end of that class was in the LMP2s, and Gillison fully deserved for P2.
So that's the season, guys. That's a very long season. Congratulations to Race Clutch, to Ferrari, and to Thomas Enge Sim Racing. I will be in touch with your manager on the forum in the next couple of days. Before we go to some interviews, I believe we are doing that on stream. I just wanted to quickly say thank you for being here, and let's go sleep and enjoy the summer. Thank you, guys.
Quick word from the race director and the man behind it all, really, of Jimmy Aston. We couldn't go racing without him. He does all the hard work behind the scenes, and then, of course, to set up all the broadcast as well. And yeah, there is no man that is the perfect epitome of what everything the VEC stands for than that man right there. He is fantastic, and Yeah, is the reason that we are able to, as I say. Of course, thank you to all the drivers, as well, that is definitely one way to end the championship. There was some discrepancies with the LMP2s and some of the GT3s. Hyperion now without a rear wing, but it's fine, because they've crossed the checkered flag, and that is all that matters. As he said, we are going to have a chat with some of the champions, of course, of Race Clutch, Ferrari, and Thomas Enger. As we say, we'll have one person from each to come and have a chat with us. We'll run you through the final race results as soon as we can as well. But wow, it's a relief. It's almost in disbelief that the season is over.
Yeah, it is. It's kind of happened abruptly, isn't it? I mean, me and you have been on this for 4 hours now, this morning, and it just kind of feels like that last hour blew through. I mean, it just absolutely disappeared from view. But you know, you got to give credit to all of the teams and the drivers that finished. To have 5 of the 7 hypercars finish on the lead lap is incredible.
It is, and there they are, by the way, the final finishing results. Tom Lartaloo brings it home for Race Clutch and their second consecutive championship, and of course their second consecutive win as well. Winchik and Go Team complete the podium in what has been a sensational run for the Hypercar class. All 5 of our main finishers were on the lead lap. Net Race and Go Team complete the top 5, with the second Race Clutch car, Paris Andre, facing some adversity, it must be said, with that disconnect a little while ago in P6. Sim Racing Holland, by the way, a DNF earlier on in the race, brings it home in last. Davin Rocha for Team RS brings home their first victory at Le Mans for the team. Rocha getting his second victory here for the 24 as they bring home P2 in the championship ahead of Isaac Gillison and Scuderia Ferrari, who bring home their first VEC title in second. Hyperion completes the top 3 ahead of Netrex and On-Off as the top 5. Go Team a decent campaign in LMP2 brings it home in P6 after winning the championship last season. Focused their attention forward in the Hypercar and did do a fantastic job there as well. Rex from Visceral, Sean Clark and Arm Cyber complete the top 10 in LMP2, will be a number of lap downs. There is the other Team RS car, by the way, which unfortunately did have some issues, but they're in P11. And there we go to Undercover Regime, RFRA Simsport, Team RTR, and Visceral that complete the top 15. Seawolf Net Race, unfortunately having a number of issues, but still managed to get to the checkered flag in the end, head of our DNFs of Level 1 Esports, Armstrong, XRL, the Brabham entry of the LMP2s there in P20 overall. And now on to the GT3s. Unit Revio for PS Plus Zoom competition. Take it 2 for 2 in terms of 24-hour races this season and take victory at Le Mans. Wojciech Polesny brings it home for Thomas Enger Sim Racing in their championship campaign to take the top spot and take top honours. Visual Esports, it was close. They were a good adversary to Thomas Enger, taking them all the way to the line, meaning Enger had to cross the checker flag inside the top 6, but in the end, not enough. But they complete the podium here today. Blackhawk Racing ahead of Cedo Vara and Brabham Esports. Then comes the sister Blackhawk car ahead of Caspian Motorsport, Simframe, for Slovakia, and Understeer United to complete the top 10 in the GT3. Beyond that, we've got SRC Commerce, Visceral, MC Motorsport, RKT and Tomelli ERT to be the last of those that managed to cross the checker flag, with an unfortunate DNF for Wanaka Racing, with Roy de Munich having some unfortunate crashing with Sim, and an unfortunate run for him robbed him of a podium late on in the race. Sattler Racing from Jesus Motorsport Club completes the classification for the GT3s. And Dara, I mean, it was just a fantastic race. We're about to have a word. I can see the Race Clutch guys lined up. We'll back one of them in, just waiting to see if we can see the other champions as well running their way into the interview booth. Worst case scenario, we'll have a chat with 3 of the Race Clutch guys if the guys don't want to jump in and have a chat with us, but whatever. Dara, what have been your main takeaways of this race?
Of the race, well, I think it shows that the VEC is a highly competitive series. I mean, we've had so many good races, and particularly this evening, so many close battles that didn't really finalise themselves until the final hour or so. After 8 hours, we had the top 5 in the Hypercar split by 25 seconds. I mean, it did go out a little bit overnight, but even still, incredibly close, incredibly tight. And even in the other categories, there are clearly battles between the teams. There's not any one team that has a clear monopoly over the championship, and they're all going to have to work really hard over the summer to come back for season 17.
No colour sets over here for the VEC. No houses or hotels being built at all, as they all do a fantastic job. But maybe what sort of domination could we see for season 17? I'm not sure. Will we see close competition, or will it once again be race clutch. Colin Spork has said it's going to be him that takes the honours for speaking on behalf of Race Clutch as they take their second consecutive championship, their second consecutive win at Le Mans. Colin Spork, the absolute man on a mission that you are in terms of sim racing. I suppose just start with talk us through your season as a whole and what it means to win once again.
Well, it means a lot, of course. Like going back to back on both championship and Le Mans, that's quite a unique stat, let's say. So really happy with that. I'm really proud of everyone within the team to do so. It was a really tight season and race. Same last season and this season. So it's like it's really amazing that we are able to actually make it work and win 2 times in a row. That's kind of insane. But yeah, of course I joined pretty late in the season, and I only did Sebring, Silverstone, and then now Le Mans, and we won all of those 3, so so pretty happy with that. But then the other guys did an amazing job early on in the season to already create a championship gap and be in a good position in the standings. And then the only thing we needed to do is just win, and that would make sure we would win the championship. So yeah, really proud of everyone. I'm really happy to go back to back for sure.
And what sort of preparation goes into making sure that you're ready for a season? I mean, it was quite long ago that we kickstarted things in Monza. What goes on behind the scenes at Race Clutch before we see you out on track?
A lot. Of course, early on in the season, I was not as much involved with the development of the car. I did in preseason, and then we kind of had a base that we would stick to and just adjust per track, let's say. But yeah, preseason there goes a lot of work into getting a good base of the car and an understanding of how it works. Just the tires, the car, the aerodynamics, etc. Which was pretty tricky on this car because it's quite a machine, let's say. It's not like the lovely Kelly from last year that I absolutely adore. It's it's quite a different world, but yeah, there goes a lot of work into that, and then especially every track you need to adjust the car. But every time you go to a round, there's probably some issue with a setup that doesn't work for each track, so you need to work around. And I personally, when I jump in, so it's like the last 3 rounds, basically every race I just start the setup from almost scratch. So I use a base and then kind of go back to default with everything and try to work from there. So yeah, there's a lot of laps that go into that. Just for this one, it's just basically after the last race. It's 2 months of prepping, which yeah, it's 2 months of car development basically. But yeah, it's needed in the championship to be able to come out on top, as you saw, because even though we did that much prep, like you saw, it was insanely tight. So yeah, over a 24-hour race to be split by pretty small margins, that's yeah, that shows how really competitive it is.
And finally, of course, what's next? You know, we've reminisced on the season. You've spoken about how hard it is to prepare and get yourself ready. But what's to come then for Race Clutch? Are you back for season 17 to make it 3 from 3, and also the wider world of sim racing? What's in store for you guys going forward?
Well, quite sure nobody has ever done 3 in a row, so I guess that would be a nice stat to add as well. So I'm pretty sure we're up to do so. Yeah. In the meanwhile, we need to see whatever comes up. We'll put our 100% into it and make sure we win it. But yeah, for next season, I'm really excited to see if we can make a trade of 3 and see what's going on. So yeah, I just want to thank everyone from you guys from the broadcast to Jimmy as organizer to making everything happen every year in and out and making it an amazing competition to participate in with everything going on. So big thanks to everyone, and yeah, let's send it and make a 3 out of 3 next year.
Awesome stuff. Filled with confidence. Thank you for coming to speak to us, Colin. Congrats on the glory that you've had this season and all your success, both past and the success to come.
Thank you very much. Thank you, guys.
Awesome. Colin Spork, part of Race Clutch, of course, and absolutely smashing it out on circuit. Not literally, but in the metaphorical sense of absolutely dominating in any championship that he comes to do. I can see voice listening. I'm sorry, I think we just cut him off mid-conversation there. But of course, it's part of Thomas Enger, GT3 championship for you guys. What's going through your mind right now?
Hey guys, just for the first, I want to congratulate the whole field who finished this season, and want to say big thank you for the whole organization team, especially to Jimmy Ellison. And yeah, I have mixed feelings, I would say, because the whole season was tough, slightly different from the previous one, and yeah. In the previous season, we had the car to fight for the victories consistently. That this year was us, I think, about the bit more lucky, because there was several crashes and they had some problems. Otherwise, we had no chance to pick the victory. So we have a bit luck, but we were always prepared to use it.
Well, you did a fantastic job nonetheless, not only today, but also all season long. It must have been very, very difficult. Of course, coming into this season, you adjusted from the GTEs coming into the GT3s. How big of an adjustment was that for you guys to make?
To be honest, I prefer the GTE cars because it's a bit more over the driver, and but on the other side, the GT3s are more about the complexity of the, I think, the understanding between the car and the driver, which probably means that the guys who sitting in the BMWs has much more, I think, much more advantage, because it's quite. I don't think how to say it correctly, but it's much more easy to set up that car, that the difference. But on the other side, that the BS Plus set the greatest, I think, the greatest lineup for this race and took the victory. I took the. I don't know how to describe it because I'm so tired, guys. But it's not easy right there.
It definitely is not. It's a 24-hour race, the second of the season as well. Do you think that took a toll with so many hours of racing over the course of season 16 compared to what we had before? How difficult was having two in one season?
Indeed, it was difficult, but to be honest, we just enjoyed it, because we had I think that other stress situations, so that racing this season was quite enjoyable for us, and that's it. When you can enjoy it, it's much easy to drive much more hours than before.
Well, it seems like you all had a fantastic time. You enjoyed yourself and you're able to take victories and, of course, the all-important championship win as well. Wojtek, thank you very much for jumping in and having a chat with us. Congratulations once more, and hopefully we'll see you back for some more success in season 17.
You too, guys. You too. Have a nice day.
Awesome stuff. Wojtek Plesny for Thomas Enger Sim Racing coming in and having a chat with us. One more to go then, and that is to Scuderia Ferrari Esports and to Timotej Andonovski as their representative to come and have a chat with us. Timotej, what is going through your mind right now? Of course, P2 today at Le Mans, but more importantly, you've taken 6 victories this season and the championship. I mean, an unbelievable season for you guys.
Yeah. Where can I begin? First and foremost, yeah, it was an unbelievable season when you look at the whole all of the 9 races. We had a rough start where we were off the pace in Monza, and I made a mistake in road Atlanta. But from there, we took a huge turnaround where we were basically either the quickest or one of the quickest cars at all times during the races. But the competitor in me is a bit sad and frustrated that our 6-race win streak ends at Le Mans. We fought really hard with Team Ares, but ultimately today they were a touch quicker. So, props to them. I don't think that I had an answer to them for this race.
Nonetheless, you did a fantastic job, P2, and just goes to show how amazing champions that you all are, that you're not completely satisfied with the P2 and you wanted more and more. Does that mean you're fired up and ready to go for season 17 then, maybe to take some more victories and maybe that second consecutive championship as well?
Let's see. Hopefully, VEC is one of the oldest, if not the oldest, endurance championships, at least on rFactor. Wherever it may go the next season, I really hope that Ferrari has plans for us to do this as well, because it has heritage, it has history, and as finally as a champion of it, I can only say that from my side, I would love nothing more than to join VEC again for.
Well, amazing job to you and, of course, to all of your teammates. You've all done a fantastic job throughout the duration of the season. 6 race victories and, of course, the championship to go with it. The all-important championship, of course, came in, smashed it out of the park in an incredibly competitive LMP2 championship, and you've all done a fantastic job. Whatever the future holds, of course, wish you the best of luck for that, whether that is going to be season 17 and potentially going for the championship. Congrats on this season as well. You've all done a fantastic job, and hopefully we'll see you take to some more success in the future.
Thank you. Thank you. I have to say that you guys have also done an extremely good job commentating and keeping us entertained throughout the year. So yeah, hopefully we will meet each other again come September.
Fingers crossed. Hopefully. Take care, Timothy. See you soon.
Bye bye.
Timothy Andonovski then for Ferrari Esports. The win, an extremely humble set of interviews there from all of them. More happy with the passion that's been showcased here for season 16 of the Virtual Endurance Championship, but also overjoyed with the respective success that they've all had. rFactor, it's your first full season here for the Virtual Endurance Championship, and I can guarantee, well, I can speak for you on this one, that you weren't disappointed.
No, I wasn't. I don't think anybody was, really. It was such a good race and a great season, really. We've had some really, really high-quality racing, which sets us up brilliantly for what is to come in the future, season 17. I mean, if we get some more races like that, it's going to be absolutely fantastic for us to run all the way through. Hopefully, we get some tight races again in the season coming up, and I cannot see why we wouldn't. But props to all of our champions and our winners for the Le Mans 24 Hour, because, you know, you can win a title, but writing down on your CV that you've won the 24 Hours of Le Mans carries about the same weight as the title itself. So, you know, for all of the winners, really, it's been a fantastic day.
It really has been indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of another season. It feels like only yesterday I was doing this very same outro when it came to the season 15 VEC Le Mans. Back in September, when we went to the 6 hours of Monza, 1,000 miles of Road Atlanta, the 4 hours of Bahrain, and the carnage that ensued in the Middle East. Then we took to Spa, Daytona for the first of 2 24-hour races to set us up for the second half of the season. Road America, Sebring, Silverstone, and of course here today for the 24 hours of the Virtual Endurance Championship Le Mans. My name has been Zach Sweeney. rFactor has been alongside me for the last 4 hours. Cameron Roger, Ewan O'Leary, Lewis McGlade, Lorenzo Bonda, Vida Heatley, and of course Hugo Barreau have been on the mics helping out and bringing the action this season. Of course, it cannot be ignored that Jimmy Allison and all of his hard work that has been done behind the scenes as well. He is a sensational figure in the world of rFactor 2 esports and sim racing. Thank you to all of the teams, all of the driver. Congratulations on what has been another amazing season of racing. To anyone that's chipped in the YouTube chat, come in for an interview, won a race, whatever it is, we thank you all. You have made the VEC as great as it is, and we've concluded another fantastic season. What is to come for season 17? Who is going to be the one to take to the top step? We'll be back in September for it to find out. But in the meantime, enjoy the wider world of sim racing. Take care and goodbye.